Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, A Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders. All right, we are live, and my camera is like way. I'm so far behind. I'm like I'm in a previous video. I'll fix that. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnathan, DJ Woo Pig Simmons is with. Good evening, Johnathan.
Hello, John. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm going to fix my camera. Kind of tell us a little bit about what we're going to be talking about tonight.
All right, so tonight we're just going to do a little bit of back and forth. Everybody's a little scared on what has happened in the event industry right now, going on with like the coronavirus thing. So it's affecting everyone, and this is like top to bottom. It doesn't matter if you're a multi-op, a DJ, a guitar player, a venue, a caterer, regardless. If you live in the service industry like we do, your life has been affected, no doubt. So, John, I'm sure your life has been affected by this.
Oh, certainly it has. We've already been seeing things, and not only in our business, the DJ side of it, but also in our other secondary businesses are just crazy.
Yeah, and I'm to start it off, I thought that this was just it wasn't a big thing. The people in the South and like directly above us, we see stuff like this, and we see it on the East Coast and the West Coast, and we just think it'll never translate to being in the middle of the country. And boy, was I wrong.
Mm-hmm.
To date now we've had about 30 events in total either be shifted, whether that's a postponement or a cancellation. And I just thought it was no big deal. But as soon as they started shutting down colleges, we figured out real quick that we were in trouble.
Right.
So how do we overcome this? How do you make sure that, if this happens again, what steps can you put in place to kind of make sure that you're going to survive something like this? And I've got a little list. It's just talking points,
Yeah,
and
let's jump into that list a little bit. I'll tell you, in the last probably 48 hours, I've heard this little voice in the southern accent of Mr. Woopig talk about one of them, and I'm sure when you get to it, I'll point out which one it was. I've heard your voice time and time again this week.
So point number one, and I talked about this at the DJNTV show. Thanks again for having me out there.
Always our pleasure.
Too many of us DJs who own businesses don't treat our businesses as such. So that means when something happens like this and you have cancellations or you have postponements, you're living gig to gig or paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
It is time to start trimming the fat of your budget. So stop. There's no sense in looking at new DJ equipment for the next 30 days. I know there's lots of great vendors out there that have financing options and payment plans. But the first thing you need to do is especially if you're in trouble, stop spending money right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it just doesn't make sense with the uncertainty of tomorrow for us to be making big purchases at a time like this. And I can guarantee you that right now, we were kind of ending the engagement season, going into the start of the wedding season where most of us get most busy. If you had a cash flow, if you had a cash account in December, January, and February, that cash account now is probably looking pretty slim because you were expecting to go back to work
Yeah.
here in the spring months. So if that account is in danger, you need money to pay the overhead, or pay your other DJs if they're still going out on events. Stop spending money. You don't need the new controller. You don't need the new gadget. Now there's things that you just have to spend money on that
Right. Yep.
we won't even get into those. But the main thing is, if you can trim some of the fat off of the budget, now is the time to do that.
And I think there's definitely a lot of ways to do that, and some of it might be as simple as cutting back on that extra tall mega grande latte, because those things add up incredibly quick when it comes to
Quick.
our purchases.
I'm a man that I've gotten better, but Red Bull used to be my drink of choice. And, a 12-ounce sugar-free Red Bull, you go to the store, it's like $4.85. And I was getting, 2 or 3 of those a day during the weekend. And it's $15. $15. If you do that a couple times a week, you're looking at $50 bill. And a lot of times that, $50 is going to cover your music subscription for the month. And it's going to cover another expense that you may have down the road. One thing that I started doing even at the beginning of the year, because me and my CPA had a talk about, what's all this stuff that's going to Apple, the $2 and $3, spendings that you're doing. What is that? So dive into your Apple profile and see where, you bought an app 2 or 3 years ago. I had 2 or 3 fitness apps that I had. Obviously, you can tell that
they work incredibly well, my friend. You looked fabulous.
Well, we'll talk about that later. But some of the, 3 or 4 of those apps are costing me $3 or $4 a month, and it's stuff that I've even deleted off of my phone. So, as you're trimming your budget, just start looking at the micro spending that you're doing unconsciously, and just trim the fat out of the budget.
Excellent, good tip. What do you got next for us?
This is the perfect time to learn something new. I have a lot of downtime. As a matter of fact, I had 5 events for this weekend. Now we have no events for this weekend. And a lot of people are in the same situation.
Yeah.
If you're going to be at home, yes, it stinks. Hopefully you can find a way to postpone those events and not cancel those events. But since you're going to be at home, now's the time to learn something. It doesn't mean that just because you are not at work, it doesn't mean that you can't be working. So I would say if your lighting setup has been a little lackluster in the past couple of years, and you want to come out with a bang with your new shows going into 2020, take a look at your lights, pull them out of the cases, set up a controller or software, whether you're using Show Express or, My DMX. Now is the time where you have the time to take some stuff out of the box, set it up, leave it up for a couple days, and, learn something, hop on YouTube, record something, and come back to it. You don't have to tear it back down. A lot of us, me in particular, I'm all about, having stuff that's grab and go, ready to go to an event, but
right.
That's not going to be me for the next couple of weeks. So I suggest, set up some lights, set up your, if you're trying to figure out a way to maximize or downsize the time that you're spending setting up and tearing down, set up your setup, see what you can do to kind of trim the fat on that can save you some time or make your setup look a little cleaner. And this is stuff that's not going to cost you any money.
The number of times I've had people say to me, gosh, if I only had enough time to program the lights like I'd really like to. And now, as much as it sucks, we now have that time. This is the time to take those venues that you are used to going into and design a light show for that venue. This is the time to be able to work on those mixes like MJ shows us on the Music and Mixing show. This is the time.
This is the time. And now with video being such a big thing, with our clients, why not reach out to your venues. A lot of the venues are going to be in the same situation. They're going to be closed as well. So why not try to network with the venue? Hey, I'm going to be down for the next couple weeks. You're going to be down for the next couple weeks, more than likely. What's it going to cost me to come into your venue, rent your venue for a day? And 9 times out of 10, they're just going to say, come on in. But hey, I need to take some promo shots or some promo video of my setup with some lights going, because it's so tough trying to get some of those shots from photographers and videographers nowadays. Why don't you just reach out to those venues? Say, hey, I need to get some promo shots. Can I come out to your venue on a Tuesday and take an hour or 2 out of your time, set up some uplights, and get some promo shots, not only that are going to benefit me, but it's going to benefit you as well. So be reaching out to those venues, especially. So if you have a venue that has some lights installed, maybe now is the time that, some of their lights aren't working. Some of their light cues and things that they've built aren't working. Hey, now's the time to barter some of that. Hey, if you let me come in and work on your lights and get you back to where you need to go, can I borrow your venue for 2 hours and take some promo shots and video for my own benefit as well?
Yeah, for sure. Great ideas.
Also, working on music. At the end of the day, we're all DJs. I would say my crate organization is one thing that I have kind of let go by the wayside, especially here in the past couple of years. Now is the great time to really be diving into your music library, backing up those files, spending some time to really organize those crates. I know I get in a bad habit of just making a crate, tossing that music into a crate, and sorry, my office phone.
You're good. You're good.
Tossing that music into a crate and just forgetting about it. Why not make some dedicated crates at this moment that are going to help you for when you get back to work to make sure you throw a killer party. If your crates are organized, 9 times out of 10, the mixes are good and they blend well.
Yeah, for sure. That's another one of those things added to the, gosh, if I only had time to really organize my music.
If you only had time, now's the time. Update. Social media, your web presence, your packages. If you're terrible at social media, like I am, I think Instagram stories and YouTube are the only thing that I really focused a lot of time on.
Right.
You can get apps out there. Like I use the app Later. Schedule your social media posts for the next 2 weeks. To make sure that you're going to be delivering content, because a lot of these brides are going to be at home as well. So today's brides, they're all browsing Facebook and social media, Instagram and Twitter, all that stuff. Make sure you've got some relevant posts that are, may touch on the subject of the coronavirus and how it's affecting your area, your market. Have some tips for them for whenever they postpone their date, how to get back in touch with your vendors, when to reach out to your vendors, that sort of situation. Now's the time to update your social media for 2020. I know a lot of us have, a website that we've either built ourselves or we've sent off to have somebody else build. Now, if you've got the time, now's the time to do that, because it's so hard from generally now until October or November to get that time in where you're really updating your web presence, whether it be your Facebook account or your website. Now's the time to do that.
For sure. And one cool little caveat to that is we just finished the, in essence, typical booking season, and we know what some of the hot questions have been as we've been talking to the brides who have been calling. Now you can actually, we usually don't have this opportunity to retool just before the season. And this would be a great time to do that, because I don't know about you, but like Mike Walter, he's had one of his best booking weeks in a long time. I've had more contacts from brides who are shopping around this past week than I have in months. It's been a busy time, so they're still looking around.
It's been busy, especially for the companies that are there's a lot of solo ops out there, and as your brides start to postpone these dates, you're going to find out that a lot of these contracts maybe can't be fulfilled. Why can't you be that middleman? Develop relationships with your vendor friends. I don't like to think of my quote unquote competition as competition. We're all in this together. They're losing gigs just like we're losing gigs.
That's for sure.
So why not network take this time to network with your colleagues around the area to see, hey, I've got a lot of brides that have postponed for this weekend, but now they're looking at dates in November. What does your November look like? Is there any way that I can help you during this time as well?
Yeah, good. Yeah, networking. Now is the time.
I kind of flew through my list here.
Yeah.
The main thing, the main thing that I just want people to know, it's gonna sting, but it will eventually come back. This isn't a nail in the coffin to your business. Sorry, I
Yeah.
just had some walk in. This is a nail in the coffin to your business, but if you don't take the proper precautions, maybe this pandemic happens again. A lot of people are looking at the stock market. There's a lot of uncertainties right now in America, and I don't want to be like the doomsday guy.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. But things could be rocky for a while.
It could be. Yeah.
You need to have a plan in place just in case there is.
I think so. I think that's maybe probably the biggest lesson from this is we've never experienced something like this in our lifetime,
Right.
whether it's been a complete all of our income just going boom gone. Probably the closest would be our grandparents in that depression time state,
Right.
and then the virus going all the way back into 1918. So it's been a long time for us to be able to learn from this and prepare.
Right.
And the phrase that you had referred to is and maybe is that whole cash is king thing.
Cash is king. Oh my! Sorry, you just jogged a memory in my head.
Yep, go ahead, please.
I've never seen, and it's kind of a shame. I used to be the same way. Luckily, I've got a great CPA that told me, "Look, dude, you're spending unnecessary cash. Stop it." But I've never seen our industry in a state where just about every post that you see, it's like, I don't know what to do. How am I going to pay my bills? Cash is king, guys. Stop spending unnecessary money. Make sure that you have a safety net of 3 to 6 month expenses, and we're not talking personal expenses. We're talking about expenses that are strictly business related.
Right.
Because a lot of our, I try my best to separate home and business. Make sure that you have both of them taken care of. And when you get back to work for the next few months, if you don't have that safety net, if you don't have that nest egg which you can rely on in case something like this happens again, that needs to be the first place that you're putting your money. It doesn't need to be, buying a new car or buying a new piece of equipment or, DJ furniture or column array speakers. None of that stuff matters if you can't sustain your business.
For sure.
Cash is king, most definitely.
So we have the cash is king, which getting that reserve built up. But for those out there who need to invest, last week talking to Jerry Bazada, who's a bank guy, very knowledgeable in that world, is talking that it's still acceptable to, if you need to finance something, the banks are still lending money right now, even though we've had some tough times. Most of us have a history over the last few years of being very successful generators of income. And they're not going to let this, unless you are completely upside down. If you're that far gone this quickly, there's probably other issues. But invest later tonight. Ben and Katie are going to be on in the different rooms and such, and there are some gear deals. If you're needing speakers, needing things, there are ways of financing today that, because of that interest rate being so incredibly low, crazy low.
Yeah.
So I mean, it isn't something that, if a person needs to, you can do these things and make them work. But I think the big thing is,
and that's what I'd say. If it makes sense, go for it. But if it doesn't make sense, or if you really have to question in your mind of, how can I make this work? It's probably not the best time. And going back to lending at banks, Ben and Katie, they're going to do everything they can to help you out. Great people, no doubt. But if you're going to a bank to get financing on whatever it is, going back to update, why don't you update your business plan? This is, if you're looking at going to a bank, if you're a multi-op and you're looking at adding, 5 or 6 guys to your roster, and you've got to outfit every one of those guys with equipment, it's going to take 10, 15, 20 grand to do that. So if you're going to be going to your bank looking for financing in the future, if you're at home for the next 2 weeks, now is a great time to update that business portfolio, that business resume. It's a good time to take a look at your taxes and your general bookkeeping. What can you do to make the next man's job easier? Whether it's going to a bank and you've got your business plan laid out with all of your financials and how your business looks on paper, now's the time to do that as well.
You mentioned, of course, you mentioned multi, and the thing that popped to my head is that when all of these events that are being canceled, there are weddings that are being canceled or they're being postponed and pushed back. We're going to get to that point where this is over, whether it's July, August, September, whenever. And we have a lot of people who wanted to be married in 2020. And all of a sudden, we're going to go, you mentioned, that multi says, I'm thinking to myself, it could be a situation where a person who has got maybe 2 systems could be utilizing this time to train the next generation, and you could just work the snot out of them in the office to be ready. Because I think when things open up again, it's going to get crazy, and we're going to go from having. And the interesting thing is for the DJs who are suffering right now, that they're going to book the first thing they can take at $300 type of thing. And then those who are out there running a legit business and are out there giving that service are going to be able to book it at their fees, and they'll be able to book multiple at their fees because they know what they're doing. So.
And I just got a good idea. John Young, thank you. I just got a good idea. Like I said earlier, I had 5 DJs out this weekend, and now we've got no DJs out this weekend. I'm going to send a group text as soon as we get off of the line here, that instead of just canceling the day, why not come to the office and let's take a look at each of your systems. Now's the time to clean them. Make sure they're ready to go, and we'll set some stuff up, and we'll get to where we can plug in all their systems, and let's have a mix off. Let's see who's spent some of this winter time really kind of diving into their craft. And working in a group setting, it's a lot easier. I feel like, especially the guys learn and they take things from one another, whether it be a mixing technique or an effect or something like that. Maybe bring your guys into the office and just have some general back and forth on the turntables. Let's, we're DJs. Let's have fun, and it's gonna get better. Even though we're not working this weekend, let's work on our craft.
For sure. And I think one of the cool things when we'd bring the staff in like that is just that time. And all of a sudden one of them would share an idea. It's like, hey, you know what? I was thinking about this. Why do we do this when we could do this? And all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I never thought about it that way.
You never thought about it. Right.
And it becomes,
it's guys that's been doing it 5, 10, 15 years, these kids nowadays, they know their stuff.
Exactly. And it becomes this eye-opening moment where it's like, you know what? And that there's the value. Not only are you building the next or improving your DJ, so they're going to be worth more referrals, more recommendations. You're learning. For those of us who aren't,
you're learning yourself.
Yeah, you are. You're learning from the youngsters in some cases about some of the music that's hot, or a phrase of a song that's hot. The rest of the song sucks, but everyone knows this phrase. Well, now
from TikTok.
And we've got to figure out now, how do we work with that and how do we deal with that? So yeah, great time to spend some time that way. I think the final area, Johnathan, let's talk for a couple of minutes is this is the time to, because we're not as busy with events, we can actually spend some time with family.
No doubt. I think my wife was secretly excited about this downtime, especially we've got a child coming later on in the summer. You can't go wrong with family time. You can never go wrong with family time, because like we said, come fall, you're going to be busy, and you're going to be really busy. And this time that you're losing now is going to get made up for. Without a doubt, it's going to get made up for by year's end. So take the time to rest, recuperate, do what you got to do to be prepped and ready, especially if you're a solo op. If you're a multi-op, you can schedule guys to where they've got a little bit of a break. But if you're in this alone, now is the time to rest, because you will be running in the fall, without a doubt.
running crazy. And I think that's what it's really going to be. Is up in Minnesota, I think we're going to probably see it once it opens up. And if things are settled, we could have our wedding season might go from August to really mid-November, as people are trying to fill in any dates. And the part that's kind of exciting to me is people filling Friday and Sunday dates, which don't happen with me.
We've had an influx of those Friday and Sunday events because, as it gets into the mid fall, the perfect time to get married, the Septembers, the Octobers, a lot of those Saturdays are already gone. And, those brides are, kind of laughing at the brides that are scrambling right now, as cruel as that may sound. But you can still have a perfect wedding on a Friday or a Sunday, just because it's not on that Saturday and you've got nothing to do the next day, doesn't mean that you can't throw a heck of a party on a Friday or a Sunday night. 9 times out of 10, these venues are going to be cutting deals for the Friday and the Sunday weddings as well. So, when talking to your brides about postponing, if you can push for those Fridays and Sundays, I don't see why you shouldn't. Because really, it's probably going to save the client some money anyway.
For sure.
And wouldn't you be the hero, saving the client $1 or $2 on the back end?
That's for sure. Johnathan, we're going to wrap up. If people want to reach out and give a shout out or check out your channels, what's the best way to get in touch and find you?
It doesn't matter where you search. Google, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, it's all the same. DJ Woopig. That's DJ WOOPIG. There's only one. That's me.
That sounds great. You guys can go check him out. Johnathan Simmons, great man to get to know if you don't know about him already. We're going to take a couple of minutes break here. We're going to just run some spots, and we'll be back here at the bottom of the hour. And we're going to be talking about computer networking safety with Brandon Young here in just a couple of minutes. Johnathan, thanks much.
See ya.
Stay on this channel, gang. It'll be right back on this YouTube video. Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders. right. Hey, we are back doing session number 2 tonight in our DJNTV. I got to make sure I'm looking at the right camera. I've got too many little cameras. Now we're looking at the white camera, which of course gives me a little weird coloration, but that's okay. In this segment, we're going to be talking about networking, computers, and different things with that. I've got Brandon Young here with me. Brandon, thanks for joining me here on the show. You can say something.
Yes, thanks for having me. So today we're going to talk about using technology in your business. One of the biggest drawbacks right now is, well, you guys are all performers, and the industry that is the performance industry right now is kind of at a standstill as the virus spreads. So you guys are finding yourself with time on your hands and not a lot of money to put into your business. So we have a couple different ways and creative ways to use software to expand your business without costing an arm and a leg or whatever you have. So the first thing we're going to talk about is time tracking. Now, time tracking is just a general good purpose when it comes to doing a lot of the more businessy aspects of running a business. It allows you to kind of keep track of, who does what, when, why, how, and you'll be able to analyze it and really see where value is coming from in your company. The first tool we're going to look at, if I can share my screen here, is a tool called Clockify.me. It is a free time tracking tool that allows you to map out and track all of those different things. So if I can figure out which Chrome tab I can share here.
Yeah.
We'll go with this one. Is that the right one? Nope, that's the entire screen.
Just stop the share and then you can come back and grab.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm supposed to be good at technology or something. There we go. Okay, so now you should be able to see. This is what Clockify looks like.
We're not seeing it yet.
Nope. Okay. Do we just give it a second?
Okay. Hang on. I know what. It's my bad.
Okay. Technical support, right? Software.
There we go.
So
okay. So it was my. So now you're back.
Cool. So essentially, what this allows you guys to do is track anything and everything that you want with your business. Whether it's time, you can create reports based off of those times and set up projects, teams. You can even have clients that you assign time to. Now, with with you guys doing a lot of performance-based work, the use of this may vary, but I know that there's somebody out here who's going to see this and go, hey, this could really improve how I manage time within my company. I want to implement something like this. And best of all, it's free. You don't even have to pay a dime. There are premium upgrades that you can do, but if you just want the basic version, completely free, track all the time you need, track and get all of that data. Now what you can use with that data is up to you, and you can use that to find out where the time sinks going into your company, and because time is effectively money when it comes to running things. So if your employees are working a lot on different tasks that aren't returning, you can kind of relocate depending on what you find. So that's a good tool for finding that. So going into our next tool is a tool that is basically an effective clone of Microsoft Word. It's called LibreOffice. LibreOffice is basically Microsoft Word, the entire Office suite, which has the presentation material, word processing material, spreadsheets, you name it, it's there. It works. It even works with opening up Microsoft documents. The only big difference is it doesn't cost the pretty penny that a Microsoft Office license does. Granted, Google Drive is also a good alternative for this. I personally do use Google Drive, but I know there are a lot of companies that have started off with Microsoft Office, and because when you start in something, it's often hard to do a giant change like over to Google Drive. You might find a lot more benefit switching over to something like LibreOffice.
So Brandon, can you take this and go back and forth? So if I do something in Libre and I've got a friend, say a friend named Bill, who is a office person, he's got the spreadsheet through Excel. Can I send it back to him, or is it something that once it's in Libre, it stays in Libre?
Yes, you should be able to send it back and forth. There are a whole ton of different versions of Microsoft Office that people use. So just making sure that whichever file you save it as is compatible, it should work. And it should work regardless of going back and forth, which is good.
Excellent. What do you have next for us?
So the last piece of software that is free and very, very good for running companies, especially right now at this time where we want to be as far away from people as possible, is remote desktop applications. One of the best remote desktop applications out there, in my opinion, that is completely free is Chrome Remote Desktop. So what Chrome Remote Desktop is, I'll pull it up here. It's a browser extension / website. It's tied into Google Chrome that allows you to remote into computers whenever you want, wherever you want. So for instance, I'm right now signed into Google. I'm going to connect to a server I have here sitting in central Minnesota. I just, have a pin that I can type in, and I can connect to my server and do effectively whatever I want on it. So here I just have the web browser brought up so I could effectively connect to a website, but it's super easy to set up. If you want to set up a computer to use, you can go there, open up your Chrome Remote Desktop extension, set up your computer. It's like 3 clicks. You just hit accept and it works. It starts whenever your computer starts too, which is super convenient. So you can remote it into it regardless of if there's other power issues. The other big thing about it is that it's completely free, as the rest of these things, and it doesn't require port forwarding. A lot of different things, like if you try to VPN into your office, if you try to connect in using different remote desktop protocols, sometimes you have to worry about port forwarding and messing with router settings on your internet. But this, you don't have to touch a thing. If the computer is on and the application is running, it's tied to your Google account, and it just works.
So say security between the connection between the two devices. What is that security like? I mean, is it something that someone could intercept that communication and somehow steal information, or is it a pretty secure connection?
It's run by Google, and Google has done a lot in terms of data security throughout their stuff. I do not know exactly which protocol they're using because it's proprietary by Google. I think I forgot the mock term that people use to describe it, but it's pretty secure. Like anything though on the internet, it is always possible to intercept and try to decrypt data. It's just the matter of how hard you make it for people. And Google does a very good job at making it really, really difficult.
So can I use a Macintosh and can I control a PC or vice versa?
Yes. Actually, what you just saw was me remoting into a PC from a Mac. So this is on Mac OS. And if I go back to that link, Chrome Remote Desktop, if I go back to it, it's going to ask for my PIN probably. It's okay. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like all of the secure people use. I'm connected right now from a Mac into a Windows computer. And as an even cooler feature, I guess, one sec, I'm going to pull it up on my phone. But Chrome Remote Desktop works on mobile devices.
Ah, okay. I was wondering about that. That was my next question.
So lighting is probably not going to help out here, but I can connect into that same computer.
You'll need to stop screen share because we can't see you.
Oh, you can't see actually me. Okay, we'll just do that. So you can remote desktop into a computer from your phone. So right now, that is the same computer we were just connected to. And it's on my phone. I can do this on data. I have had times where people have messaged me about server things not working, and I've fixed it on the bus going to class at school using Chrome Remote Desktop because Chrome Remote Desktop works like that. You don't need a computer to connect, and it's just turnkey.
So is that something that could be used to control someone else's computer where they can give you permission to jump in and control that if you needed to do something, say as a DJ that one of my employees had a problem and I could remote in to be able to fix the software for them?
Yes. So Chrome Remote Desktop has also not sponsored by anyway. This is just something I actually really enjoy. Have to disclose that. But Chrome Remote Desktop supports. See, I'm gonna have to share my screen again. But it supports the ability of remote access using your own account. So that's what I just showed. Was I'm signed into my account, connecting to computers tied to my account.
Right.
But I'm gonna have to find it again. There we
I was
go.
going to say, yeah, there, yeah. Yep.
Perfect. So there's a remote support tab, which is actually very straightforward. You have get support and give support. Get support is if you want to let someone else remote into your computer, you hit the download thing, you hit accept, and then it'll give you a like 6 or however many digit code. And then you put that code in here as the person giving support, and then you click connect, and it'll connect you to their computer one time with like just once. You don't have the ability to remote in again, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
So it's a secure way to remote into somebody's computer to help them with whatever they may need, whatever they may have, but without leaving a backdoor that will scare them. You can always give them that assurance that once I leave your computer, I'm done. I can't touch it anymore. You will have to go through the process of setting it up again.
Gotcha. Brandon, we had a question about Open Office. Are you familiar with Open Office?
Yes, OpenOffice and LibreOffice are actually built off of the same code base.
Okay.
So this LibreOffice is actually the successor of OpenOffice. OpenOffice is developed by a company known as Apache, which has done a lot for the software community with developing web servers and different things like that. But LibreOffice basically took that to the next level.
Excellent.
Good question. See, I can stop sharing now.
There we are.
So that's pretty straightforward. It's something I've been able to use in my endeavors to really increase productivity with different things, just as an ease of life of, oh, I need this document here. I can just simply snap my fingers, type in my PIN in Chrome Remote Desktop and be able to pop in, or just whatever I really need. So get that. The last thing we're really going to go about today is talking about Windows Update. You know, I know a lot of people in the performance industry use Mac OS for their music files, their MIDI controllers, their everything, just because Mac has very, very good music handling. But a lot of people still use Windows. Windows Update is very, very infamous for their untimely updates, if that makes any sense. You know, you're in the middle of something and Windows Update right now, and it's annoying. You know, you need your show to go live. You need to be able to play music, but you can't because your computer is spinning doing an update for something you don't even really need. And so we're going to talk about how to disable that. There's actually a super simple way that you can disable that within Windows, and I don't actually have a Windows computer on me to show you, but essentially I'll just describe it. In this, I'll actually pull up a page. We'll pull up a page so we have pictures.
I was going to say, could you remote into a Windows machine?
I mean, I could remote into the server and do that, but I don't want to mess with the connection to that right now. People actually use that. So we are going to talk about, I'll just pull up an article that talks about the exact thing in very easy pictures. So essentially Windows 10 has this thing known as a metered connection. People have metered connections for their internet where however much you use is however much you pay. And then, you know, so it directly directly affects how much you pay for your internet. Windows 10 has a feature that's called metered connections, where you can tell it, hey, I'm paying for however much data I'm using. Please don't use my data too much. What this setting actually does, you should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, yes.
So right here is the setting. Set as metered connection. That tells Windows, hey, this is a metered connection. That's all it does. It doesn't affect actually how Windows operates on your computer. But what it does do is that in Windows Update, which I don't think they have pictures of, which is sad, but there is a thing in Windows Update that if you set, it will not download Windows Update while you're on a metered connection. So it is a super simple way to disable Windows Update without having to go into airplane mode, because I know that's what a lot of people do when they don't want to update their computer. They'll just be like, oh, airplane mode, check, we're done. As opposed to actually, then when you actually need the internet, sign into the internet and, oh, Windows Update. So this gives an easy way to disable Windows Update for performing or for whatever you really need, where Windows Update would be a show-stopping issue.
Which we hear from some of our PC friends that happens quite a bit, that they have that computer, they fire it up and then all of a sudden it's doing an update because it must have found internet at the venue or something, and we have problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the one thing to note is that if you set a internet connection as a metered connection, you be careful to, when you're setting metered connections, if you do it to your house address, because those are saved depending on which internet connection you're connected to. So if you're at a venue, you can set it so that only the venue doesn't update, but then when you go home, it still will update for you. So you can still kind of have that balance, but then just note that if you set your home house, like your actual house, to be a metered connection, and then you go to a venue and that's not set as a metered connection, it still could do that update thing to you.
A little bit of a surprise. So you're talking about venue connections, home connections and such. You of course have some experience working with the networking side and hearing some of that with where you work. For those people who out there are concerned about using public Wi-Fi connections, is there any way to really trust a public Wi-Fi, or is it just one of those things that there's some things you shouldn't do when I'm on a public Wi-Fi connection?
Oh, don't trust them. Don't trust them at all. That's a easy thing to hack into and see. Sitting on campus, because I'm right now a college student going to campus, I can see any data that's sent through the network that is not encrypted by any means, and I can read it just fine. Which includes like if you go to a website and submit a form, which is any like login, like credentials, anything that you hit the little submit button, it sends a request to the web server, and what's in that request? Anything that's in that form. So the goal is not to send that, not to do that, because that is bad. And the way that you can counter this, if you still want to use a public network connection, is through something called a VPN, or a virtual private network. And what VPNs do is you have a computer somewhere else in the world. You could even set one up in your house if you're more of an advanced user like that. But what it does is it says your computer will connect to that computer, whether if it's hosted by someone else who's like a VPN provider or yourself, and that computer will you'll create an encryption key, send it back, and then now you'll encrypt any data you send. So anyone who looks at it, they can see you're sending data. They can see that you're sending your data to a VPN somewhere, but they don't know what that data is, and it's impossible for them to know what it is. So VPNs are the best way if you're going to do any actual sensitive internet traffic of any sort on a public network, whether it be a coffee shop, whether it be the McDonald's. Please use a VPN. Just save yourself the hassle. Don't let your credit card get stolen by, the person in the corner with their hoodie up,
Yeah, because there's a lot of those around.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be in person too. Like there are a lot of ways that you could put a little chip under a table and no one would find it. Just saying. So
with like the hotels, when we go check into the hotel and it's a secure connection, they say, or you've got to have a passcode to get into it. Are those are you concerned about those as you would be like a wide open with no password connection?
Yes, I would be just as concerned with those. The password, the secure part of the secured connection, only comes from who can join in. So if the hotel you're staying at has a secured connection where they give you a password and they say, use this password to connect to the internet, that password is all it's stopping people from getting in. Once someone's in, they can do whatever they want. They can still see all of that same information. There are ways hotels can do what's called subnetting and different ways of distributing the network to kind of limit the scope of what someone could do. But in the end, it's still very dangerous to do without any sort of VPN protection. Overall, generally, if you're just doing, the standard, I want to go check Facebook, I'm going to go look at something on Amazon, that's probably not going to be the end of the world. But if you're going to do anything that's more sensitive, whether it be accessing, employee records or accessing any of the previous things we mentioned about, like remote desktoping somewhere, just anything like that, having that extra layer of protection is very good for just making yourself more anonymous online.
So where does that HTTP secure website thing, where does that fit in for the security? Like if you're using that type of website through a public Wi-Fi connection?
Okay, so HTTP versus HTTPS. That is, if you look, we're going to share screen again just to go over this quick. You can do. Wait, share screen here. So if I go to a website, let's pick a website. Let's go to Disc Jockey News. Why not? We'll just go to discjockeynews.com. So are you going to HTTPS? Yeah, we are. So what websites carry is this thing called SSL certificates. SSL certificates are basically issued by an issuer. So Let's Encrypt Authority X3 issued the SSL certificate for discjockeynews.com. What that means is they basically, it's a confirmation that this domain is essentially legit. There are a lot of ways that you could effectively spoof an SSL cert or different things like that, but what it does when it works is it gives you this connection is secure, certificate is valid connection. And what it does is it will encrypt using just standard encryption, any sort of form data that's sent between the site and the host. Again, the site and form host, it does add a good amount of encryption to it, but it doesn't make it completely, it's not a silver bullet. It won't solve all encryption problems, but it's a good start.
So if I wanted to make a purchase on a website from the coffee shop, that's still, I'm going to be risking some of my information.
Yes, you would. You'd be risking it in a different form. We'll just do text to MD5. So what you would type in, like let's say my password is secure password. That's the most secure password right there. Let's generate that into an MD5 hash. So instead of giving out just straight and plain text secure password, you would be giving out what's called a hash, a algorithmically distorted version of that same thing. The thing about hashes, it's impossible to reverse them. So if I take this and I didn't know what this was, the actual password, I would have no way of reversing it other than going and trying different words over and over again and just letting my computer work for as long as it takes until it gets it.
That's interesting. So it converts it into something, and then the other side understands what that is, and then decrypts, and then it continues on.
Yes. Now, granted, SSL does not use MD5 because MD5 is not meant to be decrypted like that, but it has other ways of doing it, and I'm not entirely sure how or which one those are off the top of my head. I would have to do a little bit more research on that. But in other words, biggest thing about having SSL is it uses an entirely different port for connecting to the web server, which allows it to do that. There are a couple other things that go into play there, but that's pretty much the gist of it.
Excellent. Well, Brandon, we are going to wrap things up here. Mark is on deck. I see he is in the chat room or in the Zoom room. So we'll be jumping over there. Thank you much for your time and some knowledge. And I apologize for the echo. I wasn't sure how much we were going to get, but I see we have a little more than I was hoping we would have today. But that's okay. We made it work. So once again, Brandon, thank you much. And thank you guys for being with us. We'll be back with Mark in about 5 minutes. We're going to have a little changeover time. So go do the bathroom break and such. Stay on this video on YouTube. This is the show tonight from the DJNTV Virtual DJ Expo. Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders. We should be live.
Hey,
Mark, you're live. You look good. I am now still doing, my camera is like Okay, I think. Hey, wait. Oh, my camera caught up.
Hey.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, now we can actually have a show. Hey, Mark Cpin is with me tonight. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, John. How are you?
I'm doing well, doing well. Let me see. I want to make sure I got the right camera. Okay, I'm looking at the blue camera this time. So tonight we're going to run through some thoughts and ideas about what pretty much most of us are, where we are the jack of... Go ahead, tell us what we're going to be talking about.
Well, it's basically the thought about around jack of all trades, master of none. And the premise there being that, I think sometimes we struggle with our own value and what we perceive it to be. And so rather than going out and exploring that, we buy gear, because we think, okay, well, I need to charge more, so I need to bring more value in stuff. And so they go out and they buy photo booths and they buy uplighting and they buy all this, monogram stuff and all this stuff. And that's great if that's something that you want to do. But for some people, some DJs, it's stuff that they feel they have to do to increase their value. And so that's that's where we're digging in here. So, obviously, probably a lot of people out there don't know me, and what they what they need to know is probably in the last 15 years, I've probably been in the background of I don't even know how many shots. So just so people are familiar with me and who the heck I am, I've been around since about 05. Started with a multi-op company. Of course, those of you that know Dean Carlson, he was the manager when I joined in there, and he was really interested in creating true masters of ceremony. So he really took the multi-op company and just grew it and started taking us to conferences and putting on training classes, interactions courses and mic courses and things like that. And he really, kind of turned us into consummate performers.
Yes.
And one of the things that he instilled in us was just the need to get to conferences and just learn from, all kinds of different people and grow, yourself and your talent. And so, I think the first one I ever went to was Map DJ a long time ago. I don't even know what year that was, honestly, because it was quite a while ago. And since then, I've been through probably about 9 different mobile beats, 2 Map DJs. There was one in Chicago I went through. And so I've done a lot of different courses. And then, of course, they started their own company and left me out high and dry by myself. And so shortly thereafter, I kind of took a hard look, as kind of some of us do that come from multi-ops, and said, well, I think it's time to crap or get off the pot, kind of a deal, and started my own kind of company. And there's a lot that I do with that, but yeah, so I've always been present in conference worlds, and that's again kind of where this topic comes in tonight.
Sure.
Was just because I was at the last the DJNTV conference in Vegas, which man, was that fantastic content. It felt so good to get back, and it felt so good to just hear all those speakers. But one of the greatest things about going to conferences like that is just getting to know different DJs and just the outside networking that you do, not in the seminars. And in one case, I was talking to a young lady who she was struggling to make money at her weddings, and she was trying to figure out what she could do. And she was telling me that she had literally just spent $7,000 on a brand new photo booth, and she was marketing it out there and pushing it out there, and it just wasn't getting any traction. And so she was looking at, well, maybe I just sell it and buy uplights instead. And so I looked at that, and I said, well, why do you want to do uplighting? Do you want to do a photo booth? Why is it that you're doing this?
Right.
And and it turns out, it wasn't really something she was interested in. She just was trying to add more value to her weddings.
Certainly. Yeah.
And so that's, again, that's where this topic kind of came from, is just because I think a lot of us are like that. And so again, what can we do about that? What are some things that we can do to elevate ourselves, and not have to waste our time and energy with all that extra stuff? Because I mean, eventually you're going to get to have so much stuff that it's going to pull from your performance. So if you're there already for 7-8 hours, plus setup and tear down, plus the drive and everything else, and you add a photo booth, now you have to set that thing up, and then hey, you bring up lighting, and now you got to set that up, and then it adds to your setup and tear down. Now you're talking 14-16 hour days. And so what does that do to your performance? Well, it's going to hurt it, obviously, and you're going to do a mediocre job, and then at the end, what you're going to get are clients that are like maybe okay with how it went, or they're satisfied, but they're not screaming from the rooftops or something like that, and you're not going to get the referrals that you want, and you're not going to grow. So it's spending all that money is just hurting, hurting rather than helping. And so at the last conference, Glenn Roche rocked my world. He had such a great seminar, and he talked about, if you don't like doing something, then why are you doing it?
Right. Yeah.
And that hit home a lot with me in a few areas, because there's some things that I was doing that I'm like, why am I doing that?
And I think
it's not something I like.
Yeah, I think there's different levels of that. I think, as you were starting with your first example, there's running additional gear or additional offerings within the company, but then there's the day-to-day operations of the company, the both. And I think that sometimes we forget that there's so many different facets to what we do as a small business owner.
Right. Well, and that's, one of the things that I had planned early on when I started my company was just to build and grow a multi-op, just with the thought that at some point I was going to get old, and what am I going to do?
Right.
I need an exit strategy.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like doing that. I don't want to do it. I've got enough stress on my plate, and it's just not something that I enjoy doing. Now, maybe further on down the line, that's something I'll take a new stab at. I'll do it the right way. Get a manager, somebody that knows really how to run that, and I can be in charge of just training and various background assets of it, and just put the right people in the right places that know how to do the jobs that I need them to do,
Mm-hmm.
and take more of a back seat. So that was one thing that I took from that, and I kind of backed way off of that. But so how do we change? So I got some short-term and some medium and long-term goals that you can use to just really help take you to the next level, and just get you away from spending your money on gear and put it more on something that's going to continuously make more money, which is yourself and your talent, and just the ability to wow clients and really put on an extraordinary show. And so I think when we start out, one of the things that we're doing is we're trying to feel out, what is it that we do, and how much do we charge, and what does this all look like? And so you get out and you're looking around, and you're going, okay, well, that guy's making this much doing it, and this guy's making that much doing it. I'm playing music, and I'm making announcements, so that's maybe what I should be doing.
Right. Yeah.
And so some of the short-term things, first off, is to just make a list of everything that you do at a wedding or at an event, What do you do before the event? What do you do after that follows up? And just list everything out, no matter how minuscule it is, because that's going to help you better define what it is that you do.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next thing that you want to do is just to research companies in your area. And there's a couple different ways to go about that. I would suggest that you get to know these guys and or girls and just be friends with them and hang out with them. And if there's one thing I know about DJs is that they love to talk. And they're going to be more than happy to talk to you all about what they do and their process and how they do it and so on and so forth. And I think, we kind of find ourselves on an island and we think that, we're not doing anything different than anyone else. And then the moment we start talking to other DJs, we realize that's not true. And you're sitting there and you're talking, you're having coffee with somebody, you go, oh, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, oh, I'd do that way differently. Or, oh, why aren't you doing that? Or, and so getting to know, the DJs in your area and finding out their process and what they do, what that's going to do is just help you better define the differences to your clients. So now you've got two pieces of the puzzle. So you can go and you can talk to your clients and you can say, well, this is everything that I do, I'm the only one that does this and this and this, and I'm going to do this for you, and I'm going to do that for you, and I can do that with everybody up here. I can tell you exactly, who are just mainly music mixers, who uses an iPad, who's really good on a mic, what do they do? What's their process? Do they meet with clients? Do they plan with clients? Do they do anything interactive, or do they just simply, cookie cutter it? And I can tell you everything about each part of those different companies. So when I go in and meet with a couple, I can flat out tell them, this is what I do, and this is why I'm different, and this is what makes me better. And if it's a good fit for you, I'd like to do the same thing for you. And so that's the first two.
And then just to mark, hang on a second. When you mentioned, of course, you get to know the other DJs and you know some of their strengths and weaknesses. I'm just going to put them as that overall. We never talk about, of course, the weaknesses when we're talking to clients, but I found that there's so many times, as you alluded to there, that we may not be a good fit because of whatever the situation. And it's nice to have that knowledge and be able to send them to say, you know what? I'm not a really good fit for what you're looking for, but I know that Bob over here is, or Susan over here, they do a really good job with that because they like themed weddings, and I don't care for, and I don't dress up for a themed wedding type of thing, whatever. It's going
and
to
that's exactly it.
pay
And that's
dividends.
That's part of the bonus of just getting to know them is you can do that. There's a bunch of clients that I meet with all the time that, I say, what, actually, you should maybe go check out this person because, you're not looking for a lot of emceeing. You're looking for a really awesome mixed dance party, and they're going to do that really well, and it's going to be a lot better. But that's kind of where I was heading with my third point, which was meet your clients. Your clients are going out, and most of them have no idea what they're doing. They've never planned a wedding before. They've never planned an event before. They don't even know what a DJ does. They've been to a million weddings maybe, and they've seen a bunch of stuff, but they haven't really paid attention to the DJ. And now they're planning their wedding, and they're going, "Oh crap, I don't even know what they do."
Yep.
Well, and here's the thing: they're meeting with their photographer, and their photographer is going through and making sure that the photographer is a good fit for them. And do you like the style of shot, and what kind of shot are you looking for? Do you want candid, or do you want posed? Are you more modern? Are you more classic? And they're meeting with their caterers, and they're testing with food, making sure they like the food there, and they're meeting with their venue staff and doing a walk through the venue, and they're meeting with all these other vendors, and then you get an email that says, "Quote, please," and that's it. But it is as important, if not more important, that they meet with you. And for that reason, one of the things that's going to help you raise the bar on your value is finding the clients that connect with you.
Mm-hmm.
If you get to know your clients, if you really click with them, maybe this, I like Star Wars. I love Star Wars. And so when the new movie came out, I was meeting with a lot of clients, and some of us, all we could do is talk about Star Wars for the first hour.
Right. Yeah.
And so they just, just that connection that you're making with them, because ultimately what you're doing is they're buying you, they're not buying your stuff. And so, meeting with your clients and getting to know what they want, and who they are and the type of people they are, then now you can put the ball in your court and say, okay, well, I got a lot of great ideas and we can really do this. Or, hey, maybe you should go somewhere else and check out this person because I think they're going to be a better fit. Because ultimately, if they're not the right fit, at the end of the day, there's nothing you're going to do that's going to make it a good end result for both of you.
For sure.
And that's we're constantly throwing ourselves into random weddings with people we barely know, and then we're shocked when they're like, "Oh, well, they didn't do this that I wanted to do," or "Oh, that couple was awful. That wasn't fun," because they wanted all this and they wanted this and they expected this and blah blah blah. Well, it's simple. You meet with them. Mm-hmm. And the side bonus there is that you get a lot more grace with clients that you become friends with. There have been weddings where I, shockingly haven't had a great show.
It happens. It happens to all of us. Yeah.
Yeah. Things have fell sideways. But because I met with those clients and because I got to know them really well and we talked and we planned several times throughout the months, they were thrilled with what they got and they were willing to look past those little shortcomings that, maybe it just wasn't a good night for him. And in some cases, I've even heard of some DJs that made such a good connection. Like Nick Spinelli said it, where he made such a good connection with them that when their guests didn't dance, they came up and apologized to him. And that's just the power of getting to know your clients. It's going to help direct you to the right people. It's going to help direct you away from the wrong people. And it's going to do wonders for your resale and just the word of mouth.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
So now we know what we do. We know what the other people in our area do, and we're starting to meet with clients. Well, now we need to figure out what our value is,
Mm-hmm.
And rather than just calling a bunch of companies and putting together a bunch of numbers, now we need to figure this out in a manner that's somewhat accurate. When you look at like car mechanics, they charge for parts, but then they also charge by the hour to fix your car. And so, some of the lower end auto mechanics are charging about $50 an hour. Some of the higher ones are charging upwards of $175 an hour, and for their experience and their time and so on. And so that's a really great kind of way to figure that out. So what you first want to do is just start with, what would it cost to rent this? If a client went out and wanted to rent everything that I brought, what would it cost them to rent the same exact stuff? So you go out, you get those numbers, and then you got to work on, what do I want to charge an hour? What am I worth? What is an hour of my time worth? And I would imagine it's probably hovering somewhere around the $75 to $100 an hour marker. I think a lot of people they start safely there,
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're charging an hour. So then you take that rental cost number, and then you take the amount of hours that you're working at events. Maybe you do a 6-hour package, maybe you do a 7-hour package. You add that up, but then you have to add in the setup and tear down and any meetings that you're doing. And that should get you kind of a rough ballpark of just where you want to be value-wise.
Sure.
At least that'll get you a lot closer rather than just an arbitrary number. And I think what'll happen is when we finally break down those numbers and say, okay, this is what it costs to rent, and this is what I think my time is worth per hour, and you're adding in those meetings and the setup and the teardown and the actual show performance and everything like that, you're going to be shocked at the number that you come up with, and you're going to look at your number and go,
Yeah.
I'm not charging enough. And it's really important not to worry about what other people are charging. One of the other people that I talked to at the conference, she was saying that, DJs in my area are charging $600. They'd never go for that. So what? There's DJs in my area that are charging $300 to $600. There's DJs in my area that are charging $600 to $900, $1,000 to $2,000, $2,000 to $3,000. There's DJs, all over the place that are charging all kinds of different levels. But what I'm saying is, if you know your value, and if you connect with your client and you explain that value, and just really walk them through, this is what I do, this is what I can do for you, this is where I'm coming from, this is the training I've had, this is the experience I've brought to the table, really get to know their vision for the day. They're not even going to blink at that price.
Right.
And the amount of couples that I've had that have met with me and gone, oh, well, we didn't budget for that, but let us run some numbers. We're going to figure it out because, we didn't know there was so much more to this.
Sure.
And we really want to make sure it's a great night. And we really want to have you. And so now you've got your value, you've got you're meeting with clients, you know the ins and outs of everything. So what can you do to get the right type of client then to your door? And what you want to do is network. Network with the vendors that are getting the type of clients that you want. There's those photographers in your area that are making the kind of money and they're getting the kind of clients that you want. There's the upscale venues that are getting the kind of clients that you want. So network with them and just, have coffee and get to know them and send them your clients when you get them and just refer them. I think a lot of times, we think you have to get to give, but it's the other way around. You have to give to get in this industry. And the more you send people places, the more they're going to send them back because they're going to feel so tickled that you even thought of them.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so, just the referrals and, of the right type of clients that you get in is going to help as well. And so those are all things that you can do right away in the next, month or so. You can really dig in. You can meet with other DJs in the area. You can look at your talent level and see where you're at and what you're doing, what your value's worth. So I'm going to speed up because I know we're kind of running short on time here.
Yeah,
but,
no problem.
But medium term, over the next few months, some things that you can do there is, for starters, get to a conference. Some of the best information I've ever gotten has come from going to seminars and late night coffee and pies, after the seminars and just networking and chatting with people. And everyone's got something to offer. There's always something that you're like, oh man, I never thought of doing it that way. And it doesn't matter the talent level. You'd be surprised how many times a really good idea comes from somebody that you would not expect. So that being said, the next one is Midwest DJs Live. I think we're still going forward with that. Last I heard.
Yeah, it's an upside down world right now. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So get to a conference, and then while you're at those conferences, find the major players. You know who they are because they're going to be the ones that are swarmed with people. Maybe they're a presenter. Maybe they get referenced in a bunch of seminars. or just ask, because I guarantee you somebody there knows somebody that's pretty important, and just get to know those people, and find a couple of people that really just they're where you want to be, and just make them your friend. Hound them.
Stalk them. Okay.
Yeah,
Mark said to stalk.
Find a way to invite yourself to a dinner or to a cocktail, or out, or connect on Facebook, and just find a way to get to know them, and just see if they'd be willing to mentor you,
Right.
Over the course of time. And then other things you can do is hone your skills. Some of the things that I've done, I've taken acting classes, I've taken theater classes, I've taken personal growth and development workshops, and I've done a lot of different things to just really better myself, which then in turns betters my performance. So find classes in your area to sharpen your skills. Take a theater class, take a Toastmasters class. Heck, YouTube has got all kinds of great little tutorials on all kinds of things. You can watch endless videos of John Young and Disc Jockey News TV.
There's a couple.
You could probably spend a couple of years watching just those videos, I think. And you've always got just great content all over the place, and just finding videos that just something that you want to work on.
Yep, for sure.
And grab those local DJs and get together and just work through stuff. Have maybe a mic class, and just practice announcing and practice emceeing, and just critique each other in a positive manner, and just help each other grow. The better your friend petition or competition that our friends gets, the better you're going to get.
We got about a minute
you're
left.
You're going to raise each other up.
Yeah, we got about a minute left here to wrap up here, Mark.
Gotcha. So set reasonable goals is the last one on the medium term. Long term, invest in workshops that will take you to the next level. Entertainment experience from Bill Herman, Marbecca workshops by Mark and Rebecca. Do those for sure. You're going to get the most value out of workshops like that, and you're going to develop quick, fast, and in a hurry. And lastly, take a personal leadership and development course like Clemmer and Associates. Find out maybe why it is that you are undervaluing yourself, and work on that. And so, but frankly, just stop spending money on stuff.
and spend money on the most important tool in the toolbox, which is you.
Yes, exactly. And your talent.
Yeah, on that talent. Mark, thank you much for your time tonight. We're going to bounce to our next session. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes on the same video. Don't go anywhere, gang. We'll be back. We got Eric Wenning up on deck. Mark, thanks again for being with us tonight.
Thanks, John.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders.
Okay.
Hey, we are back and we are live here with our, let me just get that microphone up a little bit. There we go. Sorry. Trying to get things arranged. Eric Wenning. Eric, you are screen sharing. So Eric is at the top. Thanks for joining me here tonight.
No problem.
What I'm going to be doing, gang, is I'm gonna kind of let Eric get going here. I've got to go run and check on something up at the house. So Eric, I'm going to let you buzz here for a little while, and I'll be back in about probably 15 minutes or so if you're good to go.
Awesome, man. Very good. How's everybody else going? All right. So, hey, everybody. I just wanted to say welcome, and I'm glad to be a part of this amazing time here for John inviting me on. And I wanted to talk about a couple of different things with social media advertising tied in with your business while protecting it right now, especially with this crazy times with COVID-19 out and everything else. So I actually released a video earlier this morning, this afternoon, and talking about small business assistance, and then also tied to lock up your contracts and everything else. I'm going to give you a bunch of different information here tonight, so hopefully you can screen share it or take a picture of it, take a screen grab of it as well too, because I'm going to have a lot tied into a little bit of time here for John and asking me to be a part of this. So with this right now, I want you guys to kind of understand with this is the disaster loan assistance. One thing with the SBA. Now, everyone has been asking different questions about, where do I go as a small business and kind of get a relief? There's $50 billion out there, and how do I get my hands on some of this? So I did a little research last night, and you have to sign up for disaster loan assistance. But whenever you do so, you have to pull up your state and then also your county. And right now, like even my state in my county is actually, I had 2 people that has COVID-19 in my county, and they're shutting everything else down like mostly everyone else. But my county is still not able to receive assistance yet. It's probably a time delay. I talked to my governor's office actually this morning, and they were just saying, they haven't been able to update everything else. So be patient with us. But my mindset as a business owner, we're like, well, you need to get on this stuff a little bit faster because heck, my business is hurting now. I have people canceling now, and I'm out of cash flow now. So that's the kind of the frustrating thing about this. But you can go to disasterloan.sba.gov to apply. You have to register also, and then sba.gov/disaster. So within this as well, we wanted to talk a little bit about protecting your contracts. People are always saying, okay, deposits and retainer fees, partial payments, etc. So I see a lot of DJs do this all the time. It's very frustrating. Hey, can someone share me with their contracts? I want to make sure that my lingo or my verbiage is right, or I want to copy their contracts. For God's sake, please stop doing this. Spend a little bit of money and invest in yourself. You can easily go to Rocket Lawyer, and this is the cheapest way possible because DJs love cheap, God forbid, sometimes. But I'm just saying it as it is. With Rocket Lawyer, you can go on there, actually type in any kind of a contract from non-disclosures to actually entertainment contracts, photography contracts, anything else. And if you're not a member monthly, you can actually just buy it at the end for like $20. It's nothing, right? And then you can even schedule a time to talk to a real lawyer to review this. So you might spend anywhere between $50 to $100 to maybe even $150 max to talk to an attorney and review the contract to tailor it to your area. And also LegalZoom does this as well. And, you can talk to an actual attorney. They'll review everything else, rewrite things for you. And you don't have to spend thousands of dollars if you don't have an attorney on retainer like we do. So the main thing is these are other different ways to kind of help you with your business to, make sure that you are prepared moving forward after this, because I think everyone is going to have to do a little a looky-loo with their contracts and making sure they have everything else buttoned up moving forward after this crisis has been settled. So the one thing about me and my company, I started out doing this 27 years ago. I started when I was like about 10, 11 years old. First wedding when I was 13, and it was a Jamaican wedding. I was the only white kid there. I rocked it out, had a great time, but I love this business. And, I've been doing it ever since, over 1,000 weddings underneath my belt. And, but one thing I was always taught, and I always hung out with people that are older than I. So I always wanted to, further my education and knowledge of business in general. So I did have a backup plan because my dad made me go to art school and graphic design school. So I went to school for graphic design and marketing. And within that, I started a company called Wenning Branding. So we did everything from trade show displays, pop-ups for businesses. And then we started expanding into promotional products and then going into website graphic design, which was my background, and then going into social media advertising the last couple years. And that has really grew and expanded my brand. So then we also opened up another company called Wenning Innovations, which we basically do AV installations, sound, security installations, and much more. And then, I was thinking, like, as I was started in this business, over 27 plus years ago, like, I only had a few mentors to kind of help me. And, there's a lot of new people getting in this business that have no idea what they're doing. And they're just learning it from YouTube videos and, or, just on social media. And that's really about it. And, I commend the people that were trying to go to Mobile Beat this week. Unfortunately, I was supposed to speak, but we're going to be doing that later this week as well. But I commend all you people that are trying to further your knowledge. And even if you're watching this right now, I applaud you because you're actually putting a little bit of time and effort in your business because let's face it, everything canceled. You got nothing else to do anyway, right? So I started a little division called Wenning Method because, there's a lot of education needs to be out there from business, marketing, and branding, and then also social media advertising, because that is what's made my business grow immensely over the last couple years with social media advertising and tying it in properly and using the right formulas. So even within that, people have probably advertised on social media before and you're like, it either worked for me or it didn't, or you dabbled your feet into it. You spent $20 or $50 or $100 and thought that was a lot, which is not, and said it didn't work for me. So Facebook ads don't work in general, or Instagram ads don't work in general, or YouTube ads don't work in general, but because you only spent so much little time and money and effort onto it, it's an ever-changing process. And most people don't understand this because they think that just by boosting a post is advertising. Yeah, it is to a degree, but it's not in the right sense of the utilizing all of Facebook's tool. That's like having a brand new Pioneer or Denon mixer and only just using the play button. There's so many other aspects and buttons to push that is free within Facebook that you probably don't know. I want to go over some of the three different reasons why your ads don't work, that probably whenever you were doing it before, they were not getting enough clicks, meaning that your audience doesn't care. Your relevance score sucks, meaning that whenever Facebook rates your ads, from a 0 to 10, what they did last year, they changed the system to now it shows a quality ranking, quality, engagement, and conversion rate ranking. It's now below average, average, or above average. That's how they rank your ads nowadays. So either your message sucks as well, meaning that like, hey, we've been in business for 27 years. We're awesome. We like to fist pump. Yeah, that's not going to get anyone to click on any of your ads or to go further down the line in your funnel. And I said funnel, Funnel. So your sales funnel, meaning kind of like your entire process to get people through the door. Also, your audience is too small. It's not broad enough, meaning that you're only targeting a very small audience around your area. Maybe you have the interests so dialed in where you have everything else dialed in, like, okay, they're engaged, they like weddings, they like tuna, they like to go boating, they like to golf. You have so many different detailed targeting aspects for them, and your audience is so small. You need to expand that out and then niche it down. So also your clicks are too expensive, meaning that your CTR is a little low, your click-through rate, meaning that that click-through rate is exactly what it says, clicking through your ads to get to your website or your landing page or whatever else it may be. Also, you're targeting the wrong audience. So you could be, running an ad and people really don't care that much about it. Or you can just be running it at the wrong time of year or the wrong time when people really don't care about what you have to sell. So the other thing is ads are getting denied. There are so many different things within Facebook and so many rules and privacy policies and so many different aspects with Facebook that you're not following their guidelines, and you're having inappropriate calling out for your client and it looks spammy. So those are the three main reasons of why things are not working properly. So I want to get you guys brand aware, because the first thing of what you need to do to people that really don't know about your brand, you need to understand the 5 stages of brand awareness, right? So the 5 stages of awareness, the first one is being unaware. The people that have no idea who you are and what you do and what's out there. So for the brides that aren't even married yet, engaged, or anything like that, doesn't even have an inclination of what they're going to do or anything else about your brand, because let's face it, what we do as entertainers is very specialized. It comes around once in a lifetime, maybe a couple of times with anniversary parties and birthdays and graduation parties. I get that. But they don't shop for us like a tangible item like toilet paper, for God's sake, or anything else like an apple or banana. Then there's another stage called problem aware. People understand that there are bad DJs out there, people that have ruined weddings before. So, and then there is a solution aware. People understand that there are good DJs, professional DJs out there. So they understand that there is a solution out there to fix that problem. But and there might be some people that are product aware, meaning that they understand that there is a professional DJ service that can handle all of their needs, but they're not exactly sure who that person is just yet. And then there's people that are most aware. Like people that are most aware are your past clients, your warm and hot traffic, meaning that your friends and family, people that have seen you perform before or anything like that. So these are all the people that have been to a wedding, heard about you through a friend or family. I want to kind of break this down as a little bit of analogy as a farmer, right? So there you are. You're called DJ Tractor. Okay, whatever you want to do, right? So you're DJ Tractor, and you have a crop to harvest, right? So this is all the warm and hot traffic, people that are most aware of your brand and what you do, right? And so as you start out, that's all your business relies on. Whenever you starting out in the business, you rely on friends and family referrals to get you started. But then after you kind of chew all that crop up, you need another crop to harvest, which is basically the cold traffic. That's on the other side of the lake or the pond or the creek, wherever you're from, you say it differently. So you need to go to the other side. You need to bridge that gap, right? And what's going to bridge that gap? is going to be a little bridge, and it's called running ads, right? That's how you get to the other side to harvest the cold traffic, is running ads to get to the other side, because that's the only way nowadays that's going to be affordable to get these millennial brides to click onto anything of what you are selling. Now, how do you start brand awareness? You might ask yourself, well, how do I start this? First, you need to run brand awareness ads, meaning of you can run brand awareness ads for your business with simple videos to get people engaged. Because remember, video is key. Video is king nowadays, right?
Yep.
So everyone just putting a picture of you dancing with a crowd with a microphone in your hand, that maybe worked 5 years ago, but it doesn't work now. So you need to run brand awareness ads and plant a seed into their mind. So whenever we're doing this, you're running different ads for brand awareness to say, hey, listen, I'm ABC DJ Company. We also offer photography, photo booth, videography, and much more. You can make one phone call and we'll take care of everything else for you. So you're planting seeds into their mind. Mm-hmm. And you're also going to do it with creative brand videos like I explained before. So I'm going to show you a video really quick. This is one of the videos that we have for one of our clients. This is for Photomania up in Chi-Town with the deep dish pizza. And we created a brand awareness video for them. So sorry about the audio if it's a little too loud or anything like that. I'm going to play this entire thing for you and go over this for you really quick. All right, here we go. All right, so that was it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you guys a question. Of course, you can't answer me right now, but what did we do in this video? First, we grab their attention in the first 3 seconds, right? Nowadays, you have 1 to 2 seconds in order to grab their attention, in order to watch them the next 5 seconds, to watch the next 10 seconds, etc. Right? We showed multiple options of services and booths. Hey, we have a mirror photo booth. We have a roaming photo booth. We have an open air photo booth. We gave them options. Just like if you're a DJ, hey, we do weddings, private parties, anniversaries, bar and bat mitzvahs, quinceañeras, everything else. So we can do multiple different services, right? So the same thing. So we used also a join the cause emotion, meaning that we played on the veteran firefighter status of Dwayne. So who doesn't like a firefighter? I love a firefighter. And ladies love firemen. Let's just face it, okay? So we use a join the cause emotion, playing on that ploy. So, saying, oh my God, he's a veteran firefighter. You want him as your photo booth operator in that business, right? We talked about their years of experience, 30 plus years. Very impressive. We also closed with a call to action, a CTA. Click learn more below to learn more information about us. So we are setting the call to action, telling them to click on what specific button to do what next. And we kept this within 30 seconds. That's very key. We kept it short, sweet, to the point, because keeping things in 30 seconds or less is key nowadays, even 60 seconds, but keeping it short and keeping it engaged. Now, there are affordable objectives to start brand awareness videos. Now, there's one way to do it on Facebook. It's called targeting through video through plays as a campaign objective. Now, This is in the ads manager of Facebook. YouTube has been doing this for years. Whenever you advertise on YouTube, you've been on YouTube before, and then whenever you watch a video, you'll see an ad pop up. It'll say skip ad, and then you'll click on skip ad after 5 seconds. But if you actually watch that video intently for 30 seconds or more, that advertiser has to pay. All right, so let's take it back to Facebook. Now, Facebook is a competition with YouTube, so that's why they started IGTV. So now they went back and they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to do that, but we're going to do that in half, and we're only going to do it for 15 seconds. So Facebook did the same exact thing, but now they changed it to video through plays. So you can actually pay for views of your video from 1 to 3 cents. Yes, let me repeat that. I said 1 to 3 cents. That's right. So you're paying a penny, 2 or 3 cents per video view. That is dirt cheap. So whenever you say Facebook advertising is so expensive. You're lying to yourself, okay? So the thing is, targeting traffic as a campaign objective as well. And when we're talking about doing this, you have to make sure you have Facebook pixels installed the entire length of your funnel, meaning that if people look at a page and they see a page view pixel, which is basically just like your landing page or your website, right? Facebook can track every single person that has viewed your page, and then you can go back and kind of retarget them. Let me show you a little bit of an example of a brand awareness ad funnel. So you have everything else on the left-hand side, Instagram, Facebook Messenger, and then even YouTube, right? Going into the brand awareness ad. From there, it's dumping everything else into your website and then into an opt-in page and then into a thank you page. After they fill out the thank you page, then it's going into a text, a phone, an email, right?
Right.
Automatically, right? So within this, in order to get them for the ad part, you need to kind of understand the 4 components of a successful ad. And when we're talking about this, the first one is the objective. What are you selling? Keep a clear, precise message like a 5th grader can understand it. Really simple, really easy. Also, the next one is the audience. Important. Who are you selling this to? Dictate the exact audience that you want to talk to. Target people by their interest in groups they're in. Also, third, the incentive. Why should they buy? Why should they buy now? Okay, listen, you should buy now because we book 2 to 3 years in advance, okay? So when you just got engaged and you're looking to book this coming May, without the virus scenario in the mindset of it, you're really late and you're behind the times on this, right? And lastly, the urgency, why should they buy? That's kind of tied in together. So kind of like the depending doom closes as in sales, as we call it, right? So what is the reason for them to buy? But the biggest thing is what DJs don't understand also whenever they're writing ad copy, they are not writing it in any way to cause any kind of emotion, because you have to remember people buy emotionally, not intellectually. I'll say that again. People buy emotionally, not intellectually. So one of the 7 psychological emotions is fear. Another one is scarcity. Next one is funny. Next one is curiosity. Telling a story, what we did with Photomania. Incentive. Also a join the cause. So these are all different psychological emotions in ad copy that you can write the ad copy for different emotions. Now, kind of like I'm going to give you homework. You got nothing else to do. Everything else is canceled. I want you to practice writing ad copy for each one of these emotions with fear in it to it, but also then bringing them back and humbling them, right? And then making them feel warm and fuzzy. And then with a scarcity and a funny and a curiosity, because people get curious. You have to get them curious to get them to the next level, right? Mm-hmm. So, and whenever we're talking about the ad copy, it's amazing of what it does because it has to tie into an offer ad. Because once we get people brand aware, we have to plant the seed, right? So we have to show them an offer ad, an offer that's irresistible, right? Now, you have to figure that out with whatever else your cost per event is, your CPE, and just long story short, you take your total expenses and divide it into the amount of gigs that you do. So this is one offer ad we did for one of our clients. Let me just show this to you right now. And we did this as a 4x5 format as well to make sure it took up the most real estate that it possibly can in the actual news feed. So that was one of our offer ads of what we did. Now, after you have an offer ad, you also have to then water your seed, meaning that you have to also retarget, right? So there's different 3 steps to retargeting. First, you need to run retargeting ads per video views and page views, meaning that of what you can target people who've watched that video and then retarget them and showing them another ad. And then you have to show a retargeting offer ad, right? So like, hey, waving at them and saying, hey, listen, I know you saw the offer ad and you didn't partake. Why? We have this amazing offer for a limited time. We're only giving so many tickets away, etc. Right?
Yep.
And then send them to a drip campaign, meaning of a series of actions. And you guys have to understand this is too with social media advertising is a rule of 7. Is a marketing principle that states that your prospect needs to come across your offer at least 7 times before they really notice it and take action.
Wow.
Now, think about this exactly. Whenever you spend only $20, $30, $40, $50 or $100 on advertising on Facebook, and you're targeting 100,000 people, no one's going to see your ad at least 7 times.
No, not a
so
chance.
it's a rule of 7. So if they've only seen it maybe once, even if that percentage even seen it that much. So the rule of 7, make sure you keep that in the back of your head whenever you're thinking about your ad spend of like what you should budget. Think about the rule of 7. Also, here's a drip sequence real quick that I'll go over. I know we're running out of time
about
here.
2 minutes.
Same
left.
thing from an offer ad. It's going into a lead ad or a landing page, a thank you page, and then you're going into a drip sequence. Now I'm going to tell this to you guys really quick. You need to touch them 3 times a day for the first 3 days, meaning a phone, a text, and an email. A phone, text, email. Phone, text, email. You need to at least touch on this, and this is until like they actually call you back. And then day 4, send an email. Day 5, send an email. Day 7, hit them 3 times one more time. Day 10, hit them twice. And then day 14, hit them twice again. So I want to ask you guys a question. And how many touches does it take to turn a lead?
Well,
some people have been doing this longer than I have, and they're like, I only call them twice or 3 times, and that's all I do.
Yeah.
But it takes at least 6 to 8 times in order to turn a lead. And the one thing is you have to also remember closing a digital lead is a lot more difficult than a warm or hot lead. So that's one of the biggest things as well. I'm going to give you some bullet points that you guys can think about. And I know I'm running out of time here, John, but
we're getting
do
there.
you use a sales script? If not, you should be. Do you record your phone calls? You should be. Do you send out a proposal without speaking over the phone? Put your hand out. I'm going to smack it. All right. So do you only communicate via email? Get them on the phone, okay? And or text to get them on the phone. Do you have a defined follow-up process? And on average, who talks more, you or the customer? And if it's you, you need to shut up and let them do the talking because whoever talks the most in sales loses. And you need to have a proper drip sequence in place. So the main thing is, how are you going to grow through this process and through these times is educating yourself more and more. And one thing I want to give you guys is a free social media checklist because this is what we do every single day whenever we're running ads. All of my people, they go through this checklist and making sure everything is up to date for this before they can even make an ad live. And then this week I was giving away a huge video package for everybody else. And you're going to get a 30-second video and an animated logo bumper. You're going to get an animated Facebook business profile image, and you're also going to get a custom thumbnail for your video. And the brand new thing of what we're doing is 2 15-second 9x16 story videos for your business. So over $1,200 value, and you have a chance to win. All you have to do is go to Wenning in Vegas. So that's the main thing as far as instead of winning, it's Wenning. That's right. Wenning, Wenning in Vegas. You can go there to register for that, the checklist, and also to be entered to win for the video package we'll pick up at the end of the week. And then, of course, we have multiple courses that will help you with this process as well, from social media advertising, YouTube, and then even wedding and trade show secrets of what you need to do to kind of grow your business and much more. And the main thing is we're going to give everyone just a one-time option to get everything else to our courses. For a lifetime, you'll have 20% off of everything from Wenning branding when you're a member. You'll actually have weekly marketing ideas. You have weekly social media tips, and then access to our private Facebook group. But the biggest bonus is we're going to be giving you custom content every single month. We're going to be creating new videos for you with your B-roll footage every single month, giving you a custom video bumper every single month, and a video thumbnail every single month for just $99. Insane. And then for the first month, and then a $199 a month after that. And really, It's kind of over a 70% off savings right now, which we're doing. I even dumped it down lower just for this entire time. And if you want more information, you can go over to wenninginvegas.com to see more information. But this is what we're doing here for all of you guys.
Excellent. It sounds great. You guys can jump out and check that out. Eric, we got to jump. We are up against the next show. Thank you much for your information and such. There's a couple of cool little points there that I didn't know. So even though I do a lot of this, there's so much a guy can learn to this.
This is such a small time, but I appreciate it. And there's a lot of stuff with this stuff, but I hope you guys have a great night, and I'll see you guys soon.
Yep, Jeremy Brech will be up here in just a couple of moments here. So quick, go grab a beverage and we'll be right back. Thanks, Eric. Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, On Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders. All right, we are back. This is one of those busy nights where we are switching shows every few minutes. Jeremy Brech is up right now. He's getting things put together on his PowerPoint presentation. In just a few minutes, if you go out to djntv.com/Ben or djntv.com/Katie, those two rooms should be opening up here in just a little bit. Michael's actually manning those rooms to make sure people can get in and get things going. We thought we had it set up so that everyone could just jump in and it would automatically allow you to join. It's not. We have to authorize it, and it's the darndest thing of why that happened. And we went through and set stuff up, and it's not working. So you'd think by now, after using Zoom for how long, Jeremy, we'd know what we're doing.
You would think.
Yeah, obviously not. So Jeremy, I'm going to turn this over to you. You're going to talk a little bit about I've got to go over and get things ready for the chill room here in just a little bit. So I'm going to shut my camera off, and I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. But take away, my friend.
Sounds good. Well, hey, John, thank you so much, first of all, for having me. And, I want to make as light as much as possible here of all the situation and stuff that's going on. So I want to get you guys some great content right off the bat. And instead of, again, talking about scenarios and situations that we're facing, I'm kind of thinking about some of those situations, and I added some details into the presentation here tonight because I wanted you guys to kind of think ahead in what you're doing with your lighting and some of the adjustments that you might need to make, maybe the purchases that you need to make sure that you can kind of assist in a time like this when clients and couples are having to make tough decisions on their budgets or maybe cuts. You don't want to devalue what you're doing for your couples or your clients. You want to give them a higher or a better experience. So I'm just going to walk you through a couple things here, and I hopefully you guys can take away some great information that is kind of inspiring for you, as well as hopefully kind of help you think about some things as we progress through the next couple months. So I'm going to talk about why lighting is more important now than it has ever been, and this is even before the whole situation came up here in the last couple of weeks. What I want you to do is I want you to think about every time you walk into an atmosphere, how does it make you feel? What does the room feel like? What's it look like? What's it sound like? And our job as DJs or entertainers is to make sure that we create a comfortable environment. And when we are creating the experience for a couple, we're keeping in mind what the ambiance of the room is, what the energy of the room is supposed to be, and we have to have the right tools to create that. Now, we're very fortunate in this DJ industry, in the lighting industry, that the technology is changing so fast, and it's for the better. You look at some of the new technologies that have come out, wireless DMX a couple of years back, battery-powered uplights. Now we have battery-powered movers. You look at what JMAZ is releasing. You look at the compactness. I don't know if that's a word, but you look how compact lights are now, making it easier for us. They're just as powerful as they used to be. Or even more powerful than what they used to be 10 years ago. And now they're battery powered, they're wireless DMX, they're WDMX, and even the technology has changed to Bluetooth, and our audio is Bluetooth now. Our that Electro Voice has launched. Chauvet has a Bluetooth lighting that you can all control with your phone or your tablet. So you look at the ever-changing world in a bride and groom or your client. They have expectations of what a room should look like. Think about the huge technology that's out there that Philips came out with a couple of years ago. And it's funny because a lot of your couples might be saying, well, we don't want up lights. We just want it to be very elegant. Well, if you're showing them pictures of these really vibrant colors or greens and, things that really don't match their style, really you are taking away from the vision of what they want their reception to be. So now look at your up lights and ask, how can I make this environment comfortable and elegant, matching their style and the atmosphere. So again, you look at all the technology that's out there in home decor now. Again, talking about the Philips Hue, I talk to so many people and now they're like, oh yeah, I can change the color of the room or I can make it more inviting. And they can do that with their phones. They can do that with tablets or technology. And that even though they say, I don't want this techno color look, they still want control. They still want to be able to control the environment. And us as DJs have that opportunity to control the environment for our couples. So we're going to go through this here and, hopefully kind of shed some light, no pun intended, on why the lighting is so important. And first of all, I put in every single presentation. If you've ever seen me speak live, this is always something that I feel is the most important thing. You have to control your environment. You have to be able to adjust to what the room is naturally doing, and also what you can control through chandelier lighting, can lights, whatever is being created through the banquet facility or the curtains being open. You have to be able to adjust that. You have to be able to take control of that. And so this is one thing that I put in every single presentation because I feel it is one of the most important things. You have to be able to control the atmosphere, to create the atmosphere. So the next thing is lighting is supposed to be an accent. It's not supposed to overtake the event. It's supposed to make a statement that the bride and groom are creating. So again, matching their colors, matching the tones. And as we think about the investments that we need to make in our company, you also have to think about what are the things that a bride and groom are willing to make an investment on if they're a little tighter on their budget because of all this situation that's happened in the last couple of weeks. So what are the most important things? What are the prominent things? What are the things that can sell? And what I would recommend doing is think about what they ask you when they talk about lighting. They ask you about what's the dance floor lighting like and what is the uplights like? Do you sell uplights? Do you do uplighting? And that is basically your cues of what you should be investing in, okay? And the reason I bring this up is we have tons of pin spots. We have tons of accent lighting. We have tons of textures and patterns and ellipsoidals, but that's not what your clients are asking for. Those are the opportunities that you can give in creating more of the atmosphere. So focus on the things that they're asking for. If they're asking about uplights, or if you do uplighting, obviously that's the important things that you should be investing in. So think about the things that are a necessity to a bride and groom, and those should be the necessities for yourself. So with that lighting, you need to maximize the experience. You need to be able to use that lighting in a much more powerful way, That being said, you have to be able to control the light, similar to controlling the environment. You have to be able to give that light personality, because if all you're doing is lighting up the walls, your banquet facilities are doing the same thing. But you have to be able to give more than what the banquet facility can do. And that's where accent lighting and maximizing the experience by using your uplighting or using your movers, whatever it is, using it to a fullest potential instead of just putting in sound active and hopefully it looks cool or it works well. So talking about, again, the best options are the ones that your clients are asking for, or the ones that they currently have noticed or they're seeing. So let's talk about uplighting, because to me, I feel like this is probably the most important thing when you're making an investment. The uplighting, it really creates a big atmosphere. It creates a very cost-effective decor option with maximizing the output or maximizing the effect. And if you look at the picture that you see here, this picture, the facility has really tall walls. Now, for a florist to actually accent that wall and make a floral across that wall is completely not an option, because the amount of floor that would go into creating something like that, they would be thousands and thousands of dollars. So by being able to bring in full room uplighting, you can see here, by bringing in the full room uplighting, now you can create an accent on this entire wall. And then again, it also matters on how you position those lights, making sure that the position has purpose. And I put a couple other bullet points here. Make sure you understand the brightness and the saturation of the light. Make sure you understand the angles. One of the things that I talk a lot about in my presentations or my speaking engagements is I always talk about make sure that the angles are correct, that you're not going through monograms, or you're going through certain things that kind of break up whatever the accent is, such as the monogram. And then also beam thickness, excuse me, really comes down to making sure that you are getting a good spread of light. There's narrow beams, there's wide beams, and just make sure that you understand if a wash is the best option. If you're going to do a wash where that monogram is at, it's going to make it look a lot more complete. So a couple things to think about in the lighting itself. Now that you have the lighting, you have to understand how you're going to use the lighting, and creating it and putting it in the right spots in the environment is going to be extremely important. Think about the textures that you're using on the wall, or that you're working with on the wall. Think about the ceilings that you're going to be using, or that are going to be in there. We do a lot of ceiling wash, and you'll notice in this picture, that there's a purple ceiling wash, and then we did a pink accent using the slim beams. This is pictures from a while ago. So again, look at the different surfaces that you're working with and ask how you can accent those things. When I talk about the floor, if you're going to do a monogram, if you're doing textures or patterns or breakup patterns on the floor, how is that going to react when you're working with that surface? So wall textures, to me, are probably the most important thing, because that's what everybody really sees in the environment. When you walk in, if you have really tall ceilings, ceiling washes work great because of the amount of light that can get spread. Wall textures work great because you have opportunities like this. So this is stone inside this facility. You light it up, and you can get a really beautiful contrast by using the accent or using the uplighting on those walls. So always look for opportunities in your facility and see exactly what is going to give you the best effect by using the light in that room. I talked about angles. This is actually one of our first uplightings we ever did. We bought the Chauvet Rain 56 cans a long time ago, and it created this effect. Well, again, we didn't want it to cut through the monogram, so we actually kind of framed in the monogram by using the uplighting, and it created a beautiful accent that kind of framed in the monogram. I talked about making sure that monogram doesn't get cut off, or that doesn't get broken up by lighting. So what we did is we actually kind of overlit the monogram to make that stand out a little bit more. We did a wash here, and then we did the slim beams over on the side. So angles can be really effective just depending on how you use them. Spacing is another thing that's extremely important, because you don't want it to look like one continuous light. But if you give the light personality, you'll notice here, once we went into dance mode, we kind of created these chase effects, and we actually gave the light personality But if the lights were too close together, it just looks like a brumbled mess. So you want to make sure that you kind of create the entire atmosphere through the entire dance floor. So if the dance floor is a nice wide dance floor, space out your lighting a little bit further, so that way it does create a continuous or a full look all the way through. And again, this is a picture that I'd showed a little bit before. You can kind of see the wall textures in this one here, and you can use a lot of the colors to kind of match themes. So this was a speakeasy, and we used a lot of those dark ambers or those nice rich ambers to kind of create that theme in using it on the stone. This here is basically just showing you the contrast possibilities of using lighting together. So we had a wash, and then in between, we had 2 uplights, and then in between did a wash. So it kind of created a beautiful contrast all the way through the event. In ceiling washes, this is one thing that, again, we really capitalized on last year, or I'm sorry, not last year, but the last 5 years. We really took advantage of ceiling washing because it's such a powerful thing when it's done right. Now, again, if your couples are saying, well, we got to make some cuts, we got to cut back on some budgets, my biggest recommendation is maybe scratch the pin spots. Floral looks great when it's lit up, but that might be one area to help them minimize some costs, and go with the wash lighting, go with the ceiling wash, so that way they can get a much bigger effect out of something that's probably going to be about the same cost of lighting up every single centerpiece. So here you can see the nice wash that we did on the ceiling here to give it a nice warm look. And then also utilize your environment. So we did a wash effects down in the bottom. This was a gala that we did. We did a wash effects underneath some trees. We shot it up into the ceiling. And then what happens is the trees actually break up the coloration because you're mixing a blue and a red to make that pink and purple color, which you can see here. You have your tones of blue and you have your tones of pink. So the colors are actually mixing really well together to create, or they're mixing at the light, but once it gets broken up by the tree, it actually creates a really cool pattern on the ceiling. So utilize your wash as much as possible. Here's an example of some other options. And you can see it's a little bit more difficult when you're working with the uplighting or the ceiling wash in a lower ceiling. Here you've got nice tall ceilings. These were actually par cans. But again, ceiling washes can be so effective, and they can create a really cool atmosphere. It also helps create a really cool contrast. So you'll notice all of our uplighting was in amber, and then you have the purple, which actually reflects back down into the tables and the chairs down below. The picture here is actually one that we were part of the Bridal Planner magazine. We submitted this. And imagine if none of this lighting existed. Imagine if it was just the tent lights that the tent company puts up. So what we did is we actually added all the uplighting. And when you do a tent, don't put lighting on the ground, put it up into the ceiling, because that blank canvas up in the ceiling, that is the sweet spot. Take advantage of that, light that up, make it look beautiful, because that's what everyone's going to see. No one's going to see the outer perimeter where everybody's standing. They're going to see what's above them. And they're going to, again, you're going to get great pictures, and it's going to create a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful environment. So one thing that I always encourage people to do is make sure that you aren't killing your first dance. To me, I see so many, and I'm not going to like rip on people. We all kind of do our own things, but make sure that your lighting makes sense and that it has purpose when you're doing the first dance, when you're doing some of these other, these other specialty dances. And one of the things that, one of the ways to use lighting to accent those special moments is to spotlight that first dance. Do a floor wash. So do a nice wash all the way across the dance floor. Help the photographer out by giving them some light, or the videographer giving them some light. And they can also get some really cool angles so they can get lens flares and those type of things. So communicate with your photographer or your videographer as well. And, just make sure that they understand what the lighting is going to look like when those moments are happening. Floor room up lighting also creates a beautiful environment. And then just controlling the light so that way it's not getting out of hand and it matches the tone that you're creating in that first dance. For instance, this is one picture that just drives me nuts. It really obviously does not matter that the DJ is right there. Nobody cares. And, that's what's going to be in their picture for for the rest of their lives. This is another one. I mean, obviously this lighting has kind of gone out of style. You can see here, you've got the big dots, the LEDs that, originally came out. And it looks like they're having a very elegant dance. And it looks like you got your groom over here, you got the father of the bride, having this special dance in this beautiful venue, and you've got these Technicolor lights going on. Another example, you can see the lasers here. You should not be using lasers during your first.
Jeremy Brech's on the other Zoom. I've got one computer here that does one,
hey, John.
one Zoom, one here, and
You're
then
live. You're live,
switch,
John.
Or we segue from one to the next. So,
hey, John.
So
you're on.
You can hear me, can't you?
Okay. So the other thing I want to show you again is lasers. You know, try to get rid of lasers. It's a really cool effect, but not during a special dance, not during something that is this elegant or this important to a couple. Another example. Okay, Dancing on the Clouds. It looks like it's going to happen. And you know, you've got these lasers and these LED walls and boards and things. And again, just make sure that you know exactly what this is going to look like. The other thing is make sure that you can control the lighting. And I muted the volume here just because the volume wasn't coming across the way I wanted it to. But what I want you to do is I want you to look at this video and I want you to think about, is this a fast song or is this a slow song? And maybe you can hear this or not, but that was the bride and groom's first dance.
And we could hear it.
Okay, good. This next song is there we go. So again, that was the bride and groom's first dance as husband and wife, and the same exact light show is Party in the USA. So the fact that the lighting never changes, it's always the same thing, you're taking away from the elegant moments and you're taking away from the energetic moments because it's the same feel. Here, you have the same light show. It's a God Night show. And, you know, this is not us, by the way. I don't want you to think that this is how we run our light shows. But again, it's extremely important that we look at the moment and make the lighting match that. So same exact light show from Cotton Eye Joe, and you can see the first dance is husband. So please keep those things in mind. Make sure that you have complete control of your lighting. I'm actually going to skip through these because I know I'm getting short on time. Here's a couple different atmospheres that I want to show you that, you know, you can create a very impactful atmosphere. And the thing with this is, again, your decorators, your florists, they can't match the amount of possibilities that you can give a couple if they're on a tighter budget, or if they say, hey, we need to make some cuts. You know, this is a perfect example on how you can create so much more of an atmosphere by doing some very simple things. This is 4 textures and a monogram. And then we added some uplights, which were already in their package, and we created this atmosphere. Cool. So just make sure that, you know, you really do kind of create the tone that a couple is looking for. And with uplighting and being able to control it, the motion that you can create with uplights is extremely powerful. I'm going to show you a quick video here, and it's going to be really gradual, so you'll barely see it. And that was kind of the point of this. You can see that the purple's kind of fading into the pink. And the purpose of this is to, again, give your light personality. So that way it's not just purple and it's not just pink. You know, allowing kind of these movements in color. We do a lot of warm whites and ambers, or whites and warm whites, and we create some really cool movement. So using your lighting in all aspects of the performance, that's where I want to take you next, because I feel like that is one of the most important things. You have uplighting you have movers that are kind of creating the atmosphere in the dance. So you have the energy during the fast songs, you have the elegance during the slow songs, but utilize your lighting in all aspects of your performance. So this is how we utilized it in the introductions. Now, you probably can't hear it very well because, again, I actually ducked this volume down quite a bit, but I'm going to actually move forward here. So here the spotlight comes on. You can see the bride and groom, or the wedding couple coming in, and we're actually way on the other side of the room. They're making their entrance all the way down. And then we're going to fast forward here. So we did a misdirection entrance here. Everybody is looking over there because that's where the spotlights are creating the moment. The moment is saying, this is where it's happening, and nothing's happening. People are looking here. They're all, you'll see the girl on the left. She's like, what the heck is going on? You'll see her here in a second. Okay. So again, everybody's looking at that moment. I couldn't have created that moment or that placement. I couldn't have created that without lighting. So it's important that I use my movers to actually accent that spot, because that's where I wanted everybody's attention to. So now I'm making the announcement. You know what? I'm not sure where the bride and groom are at. Let me go find out real quick. Why don't you guys just have a seat, and I'll get this figured out. And so at this point, I've communicated with the venue. I need you guys to cut the lights as soon as I do this, this, and this. So now they cut the lights. I have full room control. The music's picked up. The energy's building. Now I can control the entire light or the entire room. The only reason the video photographer or the videographer knows that I need them in that position is because I pre-communicated with them.
Nice.
Again, those are things that you need to do ahead of time to make sure that they know exactly what's going on. So as soon as I hit a certain part of the song, venue knows to do the next steps of our entrance. So the energy is being created with all the lighting, complete misdirection. Here comes the limo into the room, and again, created a whole different introduction than everybody just coming in at the same time. We had the bride and groom, they had their moment, and that was the only moment that mattered. So, and eventually once they step out, we go ahead and we move the spotlight again. It also comes down to timing. How much time do I have, John? I got about 4 minutes.
About 2.5 minutes, roughly.
2.5 minutes. Okay.
2, 3.
It also comes down to timing. Look at the Dancing with the Clouds. Okay. I could have just played this. I could have started this song and I could have just kicked out the Dancing with the Clouds. But what I did is I skipped that video. See if I can go back here. Okay. So what you'll notice is the cloud dance actually fires up right when the chorus comes out. I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so right when the chorus comes out, that's when the cloud actually fills the dance floor. The bride and groom had no clue that this was going to happen because the mother of the bride and ourselves worked on this. They had no idea that this was going to happen. And right when it hit that chorus, that's when that moment really mattered. And that's when we wanted to create a really breathtaking moment with the bride and groom.
Nice.
This is just another video, that same wedding, that with the limo, but you can actually see the slight movements in lighting here. And I'm going to fast forward this. So when the song is actually picking up, and what you're going to see is when there's certain parts of the song, I listen to the song and I kind of think about what would I want the lights to say if they were singing. And you can hear people cheering, you hear people like getting excited because of what the lighting is doing. And really it comes down to, again, creating the energy, creating the atmosphere, and just really taking a moment and utilizing your lighting in every aspect. So I'm just going to kick this through here because I know I'm getting short on time, but people, there is great investments that you can make in lighting, and there's great ways to sell it. And I always tell people, don't sell the fixtures. If you really want a good return on investment, sell the feeling, sell the atmosphere. I was just listening to the person right before this, sell the emotion. Yep. That's what lighting can create, is a full emotion in the atmosphere and the energy that you can create in the wedding. So I'm going to burn through this one. I didn't realize that these were all like clickable. Okay. So again, here is, if you're doing textures, patterns, return on investment's really good when you're working with cooling, pin spotting, outdoor lighting. If you don't have outdoor, there's some really good investments you can make in outdoor lighting. Really good opportunities for you as well. Atmospheric effects. The Nimbus is probably one of our favorites. It's probably the best return on investment for us when it comes to atmospherics. And then here's my final thoughts. Position is so powerful, and how you utilize your lighting is so important. Lighting is the cheapest and most impactful decor that you can provide for your client. Anybody in the wedding industry can provide for their client. Anything you do beyond your performance is a distraction unless it's a part of your performance. What I mean by that is if you're not utilizing every single opportunity with your lighting and you aren't creating different moments with your lighting, then it's just distracting you from what you should be doing as a performer. And then last thing is, don't stop training, don't stop believing, don't stop learning.
There you are.
And that's kind of my final thoughts. John, I appreciate you having me out tonight.
Well, thanks.
And we hope everybody is getting great information. You put a lot of great work into what the next couple of days are. Yeah. And thank you for letting me be a part of it.
And it's incredible how good Sarah has gotten at that stuff.
It is amazing. Yes.
She's knocking it out of the park. I don't know why you're there, really. I mean, besides carry heavy things, but
Yeah.
Jeremy, thank you much for being on. Gang, we're going to be back in about 2 minutes. David is on deck, ready to come on in here. Jeremy, once again, thank you much. Ben and Katie and Kat, I think, are circulating between those rooms. DJNTV.com/Ben, DJNTV.com/Katie. Go check those out. They're talking gear. They're talking pricing on gear, so you guys can check out some show specials. We'll be back in about a minute and a half. Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders. Hey, we are back. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Let's see, I got to remember which camera. White camera for this round. Got too many going on here. David Hanscom is with us. David, good evening.
Thank you. How you doing, bud?
Hey, doing well. Thanks for being with us tonight. David's going to be talking to us for our next block. We're doing about 25-minute sessions tonight. We've got other spots. Right now, the kind of gear rooms are open with Ben and Katie. You can go up to DJ. Well, the links are all in the video down below. Check on those. Do that. Dan will be up with us in just a little bit. David, what are we going to be hitting tonight in the show?
Well, after everything that's been going on, it's almost like I want to change what I'm talking about, but I think it'll still maybe help be a little applicable. I wanted to talk about 5 things that maybe are helping you realizing you're crushing your business, or maybe your business is crushing you.
Well, right now I think it's crushing us.
Right, I think right now the coronavirus is crushing all of us. So.
Yeah, well, that sounds like good. Let's jump into it.
Sure, absolutely. So I wanted to talk about number one, and this is something, believe it or not, this is something I talked about years ago, and I still think it's very applicable. And everybody's heard about their why, the reason why they're doing what they're doing. In the times that we're dealing in right now, more importantly than ever, that why is going to be incredibly challenged. And so I one of the things I really think is if you don't have a solid reason why you're doing what you're doing, why you're in this industry, why you started your company, whether it's a multi-op or it's you're a single operator. Hopefully you didn't do it just because you like music, or you didn't do it just because you like to make money. Because we all know that a lot of times those two things don't always pan out the way we want them to. And this is a perfect example, what we're literally dealing with right now. I've seen, just kind of before we got started tonight, I was just kind of scrolling through my Facebook feed, and it's just incredible. $80,000 lost in one day, $30,000 of business lost in one day. And, that's crushing. I mean, that's just terrible, and so I think more now than ever, it gives you an opportunity to kind of really redefine why you're doing this, because you're going to be going through the next couple of weeks, next couple of months. The uncertainty is there. We don't really know. So as you're going through this time frame, you really need to have that to lean on, to think about, why am I doing this, and what am I doing this for? Whether it's family, whether it's to prove that you can do this as a business, whatever your reason, it's irrelevant. Everybody's is different, but it needs to be strong enough to carry you through these times, because they will get better and things will turn around. And so I really think that's super important to keep in mind for everybody.
I think it really does, because we were actually having a conversation earlier about some of the DJs who are out there and who have just been doing this for a quick buck. And I think you're going to find that really quick, that if you're doing it for a quick buck, that quick buck is kind of gone for a while.
Yeah, that's quick. That's quick and gone. And by the way, by all means, I mean, if that satisfies a situation for somebody, I think it's great. But I don't.
Yep.
It's obviously not going to be a long-term thing for them, and it's definitely not going to be something that's going to carry you through what's going on right now in the world that we're all dealing with.
Yeah, for sure. Good. Good start.
All right, so number 2, I want to talk about hustle versus align. Anybody who's on social media all the time, they see, we live in this hustle society, hashtag CEO, hashtag boss, hashtag work until you pass out kind of a thing. And anybody who knows me well enough to know that I love working, I love hustling, I love doing everything I can do to continue to see how far I can push my business. But maybe it's age, maybe it's just maybe a little wisdom comes with age. But I've definitely learned that and being aligned with what is going to make me make that long-term commitment. So resting, recovering, even celebrating the victories that you have in life. I mean, think about how many of us, we have a great event, we kill the event, it was amazing, the crowd was happy, the client was happy, and it's like, boom, just like that, you moved on to the next one. And you didn't even take time to really appreciate how well of a job you did at that event. So I think it's important for everybody to kind of remember to do those things, celebrate your victories, big and small, and just know that rest and recovery is worth doing, because there is value in doing so. There's also a comment that I read, and I just want to try to pull this up real quick. I'm sorry I didn't have it up right away. It should only take me a second here for this to come up. So here we go. So destroy the idea that you have to be constantly working or grinding in order to be successful. Embrace the concept that rest, recovery, and reflection are essential parts of progress towards a successful and ultimately happy business, and more importantly, happy life. Build sustainability habits through gradual progression. And I just thought that really resonated with this whole concept of just really aligning yourself with how you can be successful. And just like we talked about in the last one, that's going to be different for everybody. Some people can function on 4 hours sleep. I don't really personally think it's the best thing to do, but if you're young and you still have your whole life ahead of you, you might be able to do that for a little while. But rest is just as important as the hustle is.
Mm-hmm. That it is. As we get older, I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely feeling that. I actually just started my first class at Orange Theory today. I've been out of fitness for a while, and my body is definitely telling me it's time to get back into it. And I just took my first Orange Theory class today, and holy moly, that was a big eye opener. But I'm excited about it. I'm excited about going back. And to me, that's part of this whole concept of aligning myself with what I know I need in order to continue to stay healthy and to be doing this for hopefully 10, 15 years or however long the Lord allows me to do it.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So number 3, this probably gears more towards the younger people getting into this industry. I think as an industry as a whole, from the events side, I think one of the things that really has somehow gone by the wayside is this concept of apprenticeship, this concept of learning before you get involved in the industry. Just because there's 2 sides, I think, of what we do. And it doesn't matter whether you're a multi-op or a single op. There's the creative side, which is actually obviously DJing, and then naturally the business side of things. And we all love what we do. And again, whether you're a photographer, whether you're a videographer, whether you're a DJ, you probably have that creative side down pretty well, or you're working really towards that. But a lot of times we overlook this business side of things, and I think it's a big reason why. I'm dating myself, but I remember when the yellow pages used to be around, right?
Yeah.
And the big thing we used to always do, and John, you might have done this even yourself, I don't know, but you would take, when you got a new yellow pages, you take last year's and this year's, and you'd say how many of them are gone and how many of them are new. Yep. Right. And that's just a common practice, I think, that we all used to do. And so the big reason for it, and in that statement alone is sad, because it hasn't really changed. When you think how far we've come to, it still hasn't changed. The barrier of entry is so easy. The barrier of entry to go out and go get business cards printed up to call yourself a professional DJ is super simple. You can get those done immediately in no time. So I think this whole concept of apprenticeship and just kind of, paying your dues, like being able to accept the fact that you're not really an expert at it yet, and you can grow into being an expert. And not only that, and when I say apprenticeship, and a lot of times people think, oh, work for free. And I'm not even saying that. I'm simply saying that maybe, for me, when I got started in this industry, I worked for 7 different companies, as a subcontractor for 7 different companies simultaneously. And I learned in that time frame more of what not to do on the business side of things than I learned of what to do. But it was a valuable lesson, and it helped me be able to get to the point that when I officially started my own company, I felt like I was light years ahead of myself than I would have been had I not taken that 3 or 4 year time frame to really subcontract with those other companies. And I was very upfront with all of them. I was honest with them. I said, listen, at some point in time, I want to start my own business. I want to start my own company. And if that in any way offends you or makes you feel nervous, then I'd rather be upfront about it. I don't want your clients. I don't want anything from you other than to learn this business so that when I get into it on my own, I'm not coming into it with just this young punk asshole attitude that I know everything and yada, yada. So you get my point.
Oh, certainly.
So I really just hope to drive that home is just, don't be afraid. If you don't have all the tools in the toolbox yet, don't be afraid to maybe spend some time with an already established company that can really help you on the business side of things.
And Dave, do you have
that's kind of my takeaway on that.
Do you have any tips on how to find someone? Because there's obviously, you and I've been in this industry for at least 2 years, and there's some really good people out there that we would even today treasure working under, and some that we wouldn't. And sometimes you don't find out until you've been into it for a while. Is there anything that has been kind of like a red flag that you could recommend to someone who's looking for that mentor or coach?
I think the great thing is that we do live in a day and age where accessibility is greater than it's ever been. Mm-hmm. Before the advent of the internet, before the the addition of social media and so on and so forth, the ability to reach out to those mentors was not as strong.
Sure.
It also creates an opportunity where you can have a mentor in a situation like you and I are right now, where we're nowhere close to each other geographically, but we can still see each other, we can still communicate with each other, and we can still really help each other. And so I think sometimes that makes it even easier, because now you're not necessarily having to maybe work with a mentor that's in your own backyard or something like that. You can get a fresh perspective from somebody who maybe doesn't work in your own backyard. So I think those availabilities are definitely there. I'm not really sure if that 100% answered your question the more I'm thinking about it, but if it didn't, let me know and I will.
I think it does, to a point. From the standpoint I was going back to your Yellow Pages mention. That's really what we had to judge DJs on before. Unless we saw them perform or something, we would judge them by their ads and their marketing, and that's all we had. Whereas there's just so much more information that you can start to weed through. So that made absolutely complete sense to when you put it all together. So no, that was good. That was good. Because that's one thing.
And I think, being able to use that social media and being able to use, you can really understand the people you want to align yourself with by looking at a long-term expression of themselves. And social media really is the tell on that, right? So here's a prime example. How many posts have we all seen today where people have said on their Facebook or whatever, hey, I'm tired of seeing negative comments that are socially biased one way or another. If I see another one, I'm removing you from my feed. Well, if somebody is doing those things that doesn't agree with and doesn't align with where your feelings are, that's probably not the best DJ to confront about maybe being a mentor for you.
Yeah, for sure.
So at least you could find those kind of things out easier now going into the deal.
When you know you're running and screaming the other direction. No.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. So number 4 on my list is, and I'll say the PG version of it, which is don't just know your poop, really know your poop. So what do I mean by that? I think that, again, going back to just not understanding the business side of things, I did some research and I was looking at the fact that so often people in our industry, they call themselves the CEO of their own company, which to me is always interesting, because the next question I always ask people is, well, what does your board of directors look like? Because technically, if you're CEO, then you should have a board of directors. And if you don't have a board of directors, then you maybe want to look at a different title. President, owner, something like that is perfectly fine. CEO doesn't make you any more important or special. But to that point, we talk about income, and we talk about, and I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of what people should charge and what's fair value and all of that stuff. But what the point that I want to make is that if you're really truly trying to pursue this as a full-time career, and maybe you're just now getting into it, or maybe you struggle with getting into it, I think it's important to understand, like, when you just look at the average salaries, so the average salary, and you're taking small businesses all the way up to big, large businesses, the average salary of a CEO is $809,000. The average salary of a president of an organization, $110,000. An executive of a business, $75,000. A junior executive, $49,000. So these are salaries we're talking about. This is not what does your tax form say at the end of the year? This is, you paid yourself a salary, and then you also made enough money to cover all of your expenses as well. And I just don't think that it's looked at in a big enough magnitude within the events industry of how that has to really be taken into consideration.
For sure.
And, so when people that are either veterans or people are maybe a little bit more business savvy bring those conversations up, yes, it's about uplifting the industry, but it's also, I think, about realizing and understanding that the numbers don't lie. Your inventory is only however many days you have.
Right.
And based on what you charge, based on how much you work, based on how much you make, the numbers don't lie. And so I just think it's important that if you're going to go into this full-time, don't step into it full-time thinking, I'll just charge less than everybody else because I'm new. That is the ripple effect of that. It doesn't just affect you, because number one, if you know your stuff, you should already be able to make a better, higher salary anyways. You confuse the marketplace. You make it more difficult for the people who have invested and worked a lot longer on their career to maybe speak to that same client and justify why they're however many dollars more expensive than you are. And it's a conversation that shouldn't even have to be had. So I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of what you should charge. I'm just saying that you need to really look at what do I want to do what do I want to make to be comfortable? If you say, okay, I'm the president of my company, I'm not saying that you have to figure out how to create $110,000 worth of income for yourself. It'd be great if you could. Again, that's just an average. It'd be great if you could. And there's a lot of people in this industry that really are capable of doing that. And again, I'm not saying their company makes $110,000. I'm saying their W-2 or their W-9, says $110,000, and everything else is over and above that. Their equipment expenses, their marketing expenses, advertising, et cetera, et cetera. So just something to really think about and really dive into, especially for the newbies sorry to use that term, but just new people getting into the industry. It's just I feel like it's just a much better foot to start off on and to take into consideration. I
think the salary discussion, because I've done that presentation where you've got to breaking down all the numbers and such in a business. And that salary or your take-home pay or what you should be compensated is probably the area that I have more people getting upset and arguing about. It's weird. It's like, don't you feel your time is worth? Don't you feel? It's such an important part that we will argue against as DJs.
Well, and I think the other point is that hey, I've got my 48th birthday coming up, right? So the way I think from a 48-year-old mindset now, how I thought from a 25-year-old mindset is two totally different things, obviously. Just like very, very many people who do anything in life. So I think it's just important that if I had somebody that had that conversation with me when I was 25, I feel like I would have been in a completely different place than I'm in right now. I'm happy with where I'm at right now because I caught on to it fast enough. But, if you're out there and you're brand new, young, getting into this industry, why not start off on the right foot? Like, why not just do it the right way the first time? You don't get a chance to go back and do it again.
No, not so much. No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So final point here. And this is kind of an interesting point here. And to me, I titled this one, "It's Not Their Fault ×3." And what this pertains to is referrals. A lot of referrals is a big thing in our industry. Most of us thrive off of referrals, and most of us, you know, are if we're not getting referrals, then we better be spending a heck of a lot of money on advertising and marketing. That doesn't even guarantee that things are going to happen. But I want to bring up a couple of different scenarios in as it pertains to referrals, and it'll make sense why I call it "it's not their fault" ×3. So the first scenario would be, have you ever felt like you're the only one referring other vendors' business, but never getting referred back? Now, as a DJ, we may not feel that as much, because if you think about kind of the order of succession of how couples typically hire, you know, the different vendors that they're working with, most people would agree and would say that the DJ is kind of a little bit lower on the spectrum there, unless it's a client that's seen you before at another event and says, hey, I want you for my wedding, period. But I'm talking just on the basic typical situations where a couple knows nobody, knows nothing. They go into their venue, they book their venue, and they say, how do we get everybody else, right? So a lot of times we're going to probably be low on that spectrum. Now, to flip-flop that, you know, I have this challenge all the time myself. Venues refer us business all the time, and I always go back to them and say, hey man, I'm really sorry that I can't refer business back to you, but naturally 9.9 out of 10 times, once a client gets to me, they obviously already have their venue booked, and so on and so forth. So when you find yourself in that position, you find yourself dealing with that same thing, I would offer that, you know, some of the ways that you can return that referral is to just find out specifics about that venue. Where do they want load in to happen and not happen? What time do they prefer you to get there, and the procedures of that venue? And then take that, if you have a staff, take that back to your staff. If you have time, get your staff together and go do a site tour of the venue so everybody there knows. And in a way, that's a way of giving back that referral, where you can't really give back business, but you can at least let those people know that when they see your name on the docket of who's working that day, there's a check mark that goes off in their head that, yes, these guys know what they're doing. I can relax. I can kind of take a breather. So hopefully that's a helpful hint on that one.
For those of you watching tonight, David just gave you the tip that made this whole watching of probably all 3 days. This one, there's your money tip. The idea of taking your, and I never thought of this, David, taking your staff to the venue as a group and meeting with the catering manager and having them kind of go through where you load in, what they want you to do, and the little things, those little nuances. Think of that catering manager after you've done that. They'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna recommend these guys every time, because now all of them know which outlets we prefer them to use compared to what the other people, whatever. Golden.
And I can speak from experience that it does work.
Oh,
so,
yeah, what a great.
Right, I know we're kind of getting short on time here, so I want to
keep going. You know, we've got a good 5 minutes left.
So number two, have you ever fallen victim to the social media trap of seeing someone post about their events and see the vendors tagged in the post and felt that little bit of itch of jealousy creep up, and you say, why don't they ever refer me? I think we've all been there.
Yeah.
So again, I will say, it's not their fault. Think about the fact that normally when people post on social media, they are doing that after the event has been worked. Very rarely does somebody put a post out there that says, you're starting to see it a little bit more now, but very rarely do you see people say, hey, I'm doing this event in 2 weeks, and here's all the people I'm working with. It's usually the other way around.
Yep.
I worked this event this weekend, and here's all the wonderful people that I worked with. You don't know where the referral source came from in that situation. So just because, you know, the photographer listed all of those people doesn't mean that photographer referred every one of those people that they worked with. So it's important to remember that. And the best advice I can give you on that is, if you see that happening with a vendor, a photographer, a videographer, or somebody else in the industry that you want to work with, refer them an event. That's the best way to make it happen.
Right.
Refer them an event and create an opportunity to work with them, or call them up and say, hey, you know, I love where you work. I see it on social media all the time. I think you'd be great to work with. Could I buy you a cup of coffee so we could talk about what your good client is, or what your best client is, so that when I come in contact with one of them, I can send them your way, and hopefully we can work together. It's just crazy not to do that.
Great tip. Great tip.
Yep. Okay, last one of it's not their fault. So, and I think this is the big one, and I think this is a huge issue industry wide. So have you ever had someone tell you that they refer people to you all the time, but you don't ever seem to work with them, or recall even being told by anyone that you were referred by them?
Yeah, I know.
So I think we've all dealt with this.
Yes.
I think we've all dealt with the fact where you go to a networking function, or you go to, any situation where you're around other vendors and somebody says, I refer business to you all the time. And you think in your head for a second, you say, and you want to say back to them what I just said. That's crazy because we've never worked together. So here's my take on that. And I think if our industry would learn from lessons of other ways that people do referrals as it pertains to business, it could be light years ahead of itself. So take the scenario of me talking to a couple and they say, hey, we're getting married, blah, blah, blah. And let's just hypothetically say I'm their planner. I mean, I know most of the time guys aren't, but it's okay. There's a lot of great male planners out there too. So I can be one for a moment. And I say, okay, great. What else do you need? And they say, we need a DJ. Okay, perfect. Now, the typical way that this would work is that I would give them my preferred vendor list. And I did this talk recently, and I had a few people put their hand up and say, oh, I don't have a referred vendor list. I said, okay, I'm going to prove to you that you do. Because every time somebody says I need a DJ, whoever the first person comes to your mind is, that's your preferred vendor list.
Yeah.
Whether you have it in writing or not, that is your preferred vendor list. So we all have them. Because let's be honest, we don't want to work with people that it's not going to be a comfortable environment and it's not going to be a productive environment for our clients. So we're naturally going to gravitate to referring the people that we're most comfortable with. Mm-hmm. Okay. So again, I hand them my preferred vendor list. Well, now in all reality, I'm putting that potential phone call or email or however they get in touch with somebody in the hands of, honestly, somebody who's probably not really motivated to do it. Yes, they need a DJ, but they're not really motivated to call your person any more than the other 15 other people that they've already been referred to. Mm-hmm. So I challenge, let's try this a different way. Why don't I say to you as the client, hey, listen, I know a great DJ. His name is John Young. If you have a moment, let me give him a call. Let me find out if he's available. If he is, I'd love to connect the two of you together. Or another approach, if you don't want to go that far, is you say, hey, I know a great DJ. His name is John Young. I work with him all the time. I'm not sure if he's available or not, but if you don't mind, I'd love to give him your information. And if he's available, have him contact you about your event and see if you guys can put something together. All right. Now, if I give you that contact, John, and I say, I've got this hot lead, because now they become a hot lead because I've told them how great you are. Mm-hmm. So when your call comes in, they're going to listen. Yeah. And when you do your sales pitch, they're going to listen. Why? Because I've already told them how great you are. Mm-hmm. You're motivated to call them, especially if you're not booked on that date because you want to book that date. They're motivated, and it's just a win for everybody. Yeah. So I just really think that as an industry, not just as a DJ industry, but just as an event industry, period, we could all grow by leaps and bounds if we really thought about doing this referral process a little bit more this way and take the call out of the hands of somebody that's not really motivated and put it in the hands of somebody who is motivated.
Exactly. You kind of set the table and let them do their job there.
That's it.
Excellent.
That's it. Yeah. So those are kind of my 5 tips to think about, which side of the coin are you on those things? And if you're falling on the wrong side of the coin, that might be why you're not really progressing as fast as you want to. And sometimes it's just a perspective shift, a paradigm shift of the way you think about doing things that can turn everything around for you.
Excellent. David, great information and great content. Thank you very much for your time and passion to put things together. Gang, we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Our next show is up. You can go out again to the links in the description below. The chill room is open. The 2 gear rooms are open, and hopefully everything's now working so you can just bounce into those rooms. We did some restarts. So once again, David, thank you much for being on.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
We'll be back in 2 minutes with Rob Peters. Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders. All right, we are back going through our first night of the DJNTV virtual DJ Expo. I hope you guys are having a good time tonight. Hope you guys are taking some notes and learning. David just wrapped up. We've had some great content so far, talking about Facebook. We're talking about tools for your compute you can use for your business with the it's just been a lot of stuff. And now we are up to Rob Peters. Good evening, Rob.
Hey, John, what's going on?
Oh, just a crazy night. Crazy night. A lot of great content. A lot of great folks out there.
I want to thank you for putting this on.
Yeah.
I think with the state of affairs of everything that's going on, not just within the industry, but with just the country as a whole, we're kind of in that limbo position right now. There's not really going to be a whole heck of a lot going on from what the news is talking about.
Exactly.
And it's nice to be able to have this time. You know, you always sit there and go, if I had more time, I'd watch more Disc Jockey News TV. So
tonight, yep, we're beginning that process of helping people get some tools and thoughts to work on here over the next few weeks. So, Rob, what are we digging into tonight?
We're digging into 5 ways to get through this mess. To be honest with you, I've talked to a lot of DJs over the past week or so, and I actually I had lunch today with Keith Allen, and we met up and went to probably what was going to be our last lunch together for a little bit, at least 14 days up here in Massachusetts, because all the bars and restaurants are going to takeout only starting like now.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's changing here too.
And it's spreading all over the place. And the sense I'm getting is that I get a couple of different feels here. The one of them I get is we're going to get through this, and we're going to get through this. We really are. It's not like we have a timetable, though, and I think that's what's throwing a lot of people off. We can't say on April 7th, when all the kids here in Boston are supposed to go back to school, that they're going to end up back in school and that the restaurants are going to open again, that we're going to get our bar trivia nights back and all that stuff. So, and I get the other guys that are nervous. And truth be told, between me, you, and the Shocky News, we lost since this went down. And I'm not shy about even talking about this. We've had to reroute and undo about 23 bar nights and events.
Yeah.
And it all came tumbling in starting like last Thursday.
Yeah. Everything just boom. It's like the world changed overnight, really, is the best way to describe it. So
what I wanted to do is I wanted to take tonight and just I put together a little presentation to 5 or 6 things to get through this whole thing, because I really think we need this kind of thing. I was there at 9/11, and it kind of feels like the day or two after 9/11 when things just stopped. And there was a lot of uncertainty. So I wanted to kind of just go through tonight and share some of this and get everybody to just kind of take a look and take a breath, because I think we need that right now more than ever. And to prepare for what's going to happen next, because you're going to see and hear a lot of stuff. So why don't I dive in, if that's all right?
Let's do it. You go share that. And I'm actually going to go check on the chill room and such, because I've got...
I thought you were good. The children. I'm like, huh?
No, we have...
No problem at all. Let me just get to sharing here and get
computers.
Back to my main screen, and we can talk, everybody. Thank you for joining me tonight, everybody.
I'll be right back, Rob.
My presentation tonight is 5 ways to survive. It's a discussion on how to survive when everyone and everything is basically shut down. If you haven't met me before, and I'd like to think that I've been around for a little while, I've been doing this almost 32 years. I own Rob Peters Entertainment, halfway between Boston and Providence, so I cover both markets. And I get out into the industry as much as I can to share what I know, because I think that education is one of the cornerstones of how, A, you're going to survive regardless as to your experience, but B, I think it also helps the new breed of DJs who are coming around. And I never thought I would say that it's nice to be able to help shape and mold the next wave of DJs, but it really is, and I'm very proud to do it. So let's talk about 5 or 6 things to really get you through what's going on right now. And the first big one is you got to take care of your customers first, you guys. It's really all about them. And I wouldn't even focus just on the ones that are going to be having events in the next 30 to 60 days. I would call all of your clients, get on the phone with them, get an email to them, and let them know, hey, look, we're surviving right now. We're taking these measures. You got to educate them a little bit from our perspective on what you're going to do when we get to their event. And I think the measures that a lot of people took before things are really beginning to shut down and we're being told to only congregate in groups of 10. Things like having antibacterial wipes and having hand sanitizer and washing our hands and singing happy birthday twice. And just all of that stuff is stuff that we're going to have to start carrying forward now, because I think that this whole thing was a wake-up call a little bit more to pay attention to our habits. And I realize I'm scratching my eye a little bit here. But get in touch with your customers. Start with the ones that you know you're going to have to work with. And at RPE, we work with everything from corporate to weddings to kids and bars and restaurants and everything in between. So we've already dealt with 20 of them, and we have more to do between now and April 30th. But we're going to take care of all of that. We've got to get out there and let them know that if you've got to reschedule, we're going to work with you. Luckily, I'm a multi-op, so I have the benefit of being able to have a couple of different people who can fill in if the DJ that they've selected for their event isn't available. But I want to get that done now before I continue to pursue any more work and book any more events, because those other events are coming in. We got 4 of them today. So people are still looking around and they're still feeling things out. I think you've got to pay attention to that. But I think you've got to take care of the people that have invested in you first in order to really make them feel that their event is going to be okay, because it's like when they're planning their event. When they plan their event, they don't really know, you know what I mean? They don't know what they're doing. So what we've got to do is we've got to be the expert. In this case, we've got to be the expert to walk them through this whole process here. So take the time, get through them. If you need some help drafting an email or you want some ideas, I'll have my contact information at the end of the presentation. You're more than welcome to reach out to me. But that's step one. You know, get your current customers to know that everything's good and their event's going to be fine. And if they've got to reschedule, work with them. And I guess that's step 1A. I read a post the other day that from a DJ in our industry on one of the forums who said, I'm sticking to my cancellation policy, meaning he's going to have a client that's canceling their event hypothetically for this weekend, and this person is actually going to charge them the full boat, even though the federal government is basically shutting everything down. And then he's going to rebook them and charge them double. I'm not going to tell everybody on this presentation how to run your businesses, but you do have to remember one thing. First of all, brides talk, okay? And if this bride were to find out that another DJ company was willing to be a little more flexible, we got to be flexible, people. We can't be cold and stuck to our contract and stuck to our ways. It's your reputation, and you can't put a price on that. Sometimes being the nice guy here is going to pay off in the long run. So be flexible. I can say that most of our reschedules, we rescheduled no problem and we carried the money over. And we're taking a little bit of a hit on that right now, but it's working to our advantage. For the couple that have canceled with us, and I'll share this with everybody, the couple that have canceled with us have been getting a refund if they've paid in full of everything except for our retainer fee. And for the record, we take about a 45% retainer fee when we book anyway. So it's not a deposit. It's an initial payment or a retainer fee. The key here, folks, I guess what I'm trying to say is you got to be flexible. Otherwise, you're going to get raked over the coals. It's almost like getting a bad review. All right, so let's talk about step 2. Reach out to your colleagues. The colleagues you would have been working with, you should reach out to them first and compare notes and talk to them about conversations about the clients that you were going to be working with together. Have that conversation and say, hey, listen, I talked to Susie, and Susie's moving her date to September, and it's going to be at LeBaron Hills Country Club. Maybe they don't know that. You could be the bearer of good news for them. Maybe they tell you, oh, look I'm not available on that date. And now you've kind of got to jump in and be helpful a little bit more. You should also talk to the colleagues that you've worked with. I think right now, part of what we're all looking for, and some of us haven't been through something like this before, so we're kind of looking to talk about it. I mean, people want to do that. So sometimes talking with people outside the industry can be a great resource for information on how to handle things and how other things are going, and maybe even just being in front of them in case they run into a bride or a customer who needs you. Maybe they have a client that's got to move their date and their DJ is not available. This whole out of sight, out of mind thing, we can't bury our noses under the rocks and the sand at this point. We have to continue to communicate with our networks. And that leads me to the third thing. Talk to the people who refer you and who you refer, because that's the only way we're going to get through all of this. You think about it, okay? Up in my area, Greater Boston, every function venue, that they're not allowing groups of more than 25 people. So when you think about it, every event's being shut down. And when we're rescheduling into times where we're booked on other events. And if you're predominantly a wedding or a bar mitzvah person, you know that that's a personal connection. So talk to the people who refer you and who you refer, and keep in touch with those people. Keep in touch with all your colleagues. Have the conversation about, hey, how are things going? And don't be shy about it. Step 3. What's your plan? I said this at the beginning of our conversation. I'm going to take a quick sip here. We're going to get through this. And what's going to happen then? Well, we're going to get back to work, obviously, and we're going to get back to resuming our lives and being able to go out to eat and do all the stuff that we normally do as human beings. But what are you going to do about your business? Right now, this is like we're all on pause, you guys. Everything right now is kind of in pause mode. And if you're like me, you're thinking about what's going to happen when they lift the bans and when we start going out and doing events again, going back into bars and doing all that stuff. You got to figure out what direction you're in. Take a look at your business plan. How's your business plan look? This is a great time. Somebody said this the other day. This is a great time to catch up on all those projects you've been meaning to do. So why not do them? Talk about your business plan. Take a look at it and see how up to date it is. Take time to actually go in there and beef it up a little bit, especially if you're thinking about going after a loan to float you through. They're going to need a copy of your business plan as well as your financials. So get that ready. You should absolutely have your marketing plan ready to go. We've actually already implemented some measures with our marketing plan going back to step 2, and that is letting all of our colleagues know that if they've got a client in need, we're ready to help them. And I think sometimes they need to hear that. They may hear it way too much, but it doesn't hurt, especially, and we're in specialized fields at RPE. So we do corporate, we do weddings. We want to make sure these clients know that there are options if they have to move their date and that their event is going to go just as good as they originally planned. Having your marketing plan all set up and how you're going to do that is crucial. Your strategic plan. Now, what's a strategic plan? I tell everybody a strategic plan is like your big to-do list. It's looking at the goals in your business plan and your marketing plan and setting a strategy on how you're going to get from where you are now to that goal. So take time to put together a strategy and figure that all out. And also take a look at your financial plan. Another big thing that I've been hearing in talking to DJs and reading some of the forums is, let's be honest, we weren't expecting this. We really won't. And people are panicking. There are some DJs who I've seen posts from and who I've had discussions with who are a little thrown by this. And how long is this going to last? We don't know. Am I going to be able to survive when this is all said and done? I don't know. If you're sitting here right now trying to figure out those answers, I really hope you can figure them out. But if you don't have a strong financial plan and you're not doing something, we still live in an industry, believe it or not, and I hear this when I'm at the shows, where guys go on their phone while they're standing in a booth and they look up how much money they have in their bank account before they make a major equipment purchase. And that's wrong. If you're not sitting down figuring out, first of all, how much of each of your fees goes to certain things that impact your business, such as how much is payroll, how much is your marketing expense, how much is your operation expense, how much are you paying in taxes, and are you putting a little bit extra aside just in case something like this happens again? I think this is going to be a lesson to everybody. We're all going to learn really fast that we have to start planning the finances a little bit better. Profit by Mike McAllowitz, I believe is his name. Mitch Taylor turned me onto that book, and I've implemented it, but I implemented it my own way because I liked what he had in there, but I have a little bit of a different structure than the normal business. So there are things that I did a little bit differently, and it's helping in this situation, and it makes sense. Take some time to do something like that. If you need help setting up a simple bookkeeping and budgeting plan, that's the book to get. Check it out online if you can. All right, step 3. We actually have 6 tonight, so we'll go to step 4. And step 4 is called maintaining your network. Every networking event that you could go to right now, NACE, ILEA, MPI, your local visitors and convention bureau, all of that stuff is shut down right now. So going and shaking hands and introducing yourself to people is really rough because there's no event to go to. So instead of trying to grow your network, take some time to maintain your network. And the easiest way to maintain your network is the Dr. Pepper strategy, which I've talked about before. I'm a big Dr. Pepper guy. I enjoy it. It's something that I enjoy the diet side a little bit more of these days, not just because of the commercials, but it actually is one of the few sodas that actually tastes like the original. Anyway, I digress. Back when Dr. Pepper first came out, the marketing strategy they had was you should drink a Dr. Pepper at 10, 2, and 4. And that's what I think is important when it comes to maintaining your network of people in your circle of influence. You should be reaching out to different people in that network at 10, 2, and 4. 10 o'clock isn't 9 o'clock. And if there's people who are working, let's be honest, there are still people who are going to work every day. 10 o'clock is a great time to reach out to them because they've got settled into their day and you could be that welcome break in the middle of the day. The majority of people who go to work and work in any kind of environment usually go to lunch between 11:30 and 1:30 every day. So 2 o'clock, you're that break before they get a little that you might be able to pep them up a little bit if they're getting a little drowsy and needing a siesta after a good lunch. And 4 o'clock, let's be honest, it's not 5 o'clock and it's just after 3 o'clock. So those are great times to reach out to people in your network and just give them a, hey, how you doing? How you doing with all this stuff? Are you hanging in there? Is there anything I can help you with? And have a little bit of a conversation. And as I talk about when I talk about the Dr. Pepper networking kind of analogy, this can be DJs in your market and people in your circle of influence and your customers and your colleagues and different people you meet at these different networking groups. Reach out to them right now. Make a plan. Take a calendar and go through and write down the people that are in your network, in your circle of influence, and make it a point. It doesn't always have to be a phone call. It can be an email. Send a couple of emails every day. Hey, just wanted to see how you're doing with all of this. And I think people would really appreciate that little pick-me-up in the middle of their day. And it helps maintain your network and keep you in front of everybody who may refer you. One of the big strategies I'll add to this, it's step 4, 4A, and that is make sure they know that when this is all over, that you're going to be there for them. Make it so that that's part of the purpose of you reaching out is, hey, I just wanted to see how you're doing with all of this. And just to remind you that, you know what, RPE, we're going to be here for you when it's all said and done. So if you've got a corporate client that maybe their entertainment isn't going to work out, or maybe you've got a photo booth client that needs a booth, or Susie Snowflake is getting married and she needs a DJ, and their DJ isn't available. You want to be the one that these people are thinking of. So take the time to do that. And remember the Dr. Pepper method, because it is effective, because those messages do get out at prime times during the day.
You know, Rob, I've seen you speak a dozen times probably. I've never heard you mention Dr. Pepper.
You've never heard this?
I must have just not
Oh,
heard
no.
that.
It's a simple strategy
It makes a lot of
because,
sense.
like I said, at 10, 2, and 4, it's such a great time to be able to reach out to people, because you think about it, most people get into work at 8 or 9. And what's the first thing they do? They're bombarded with all the stuff that was left waiting for them. 11:30 to 1:30, they're not around. They're either thinking about going to lunch, or recovering from lunch. And then 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock's a pretty good time, because they probably went into a meeting at 3 o'clock and they're trying to get stuff done so they can get out of there. So you've got a good opportunity to get their attention at those 3 times. So just a little history about Dr. Pepper that I think applies when you're trying to network effectively. So step 5. This is where I go from being Rob, the guy that's trying to teach you how to improve your business, to Rob, the guy that's trying to motivate you. And I got to be honest with you, everybody, just remember to breathe. We're all in this together. We really are. And I think that gets overlooked sometimes, because you're going to start seeing guys and people in our industry. I don't want to keep saying guys, because we have a fair amount of women who really rock our industry. I think you're going to see people in our industry start posting things like, oh, you know what? We had 20 events that we had to reschedule, and we rescheduled them all. And ironically, I got a referral. You're going to begin to see people talking about their success through all of this. And I think the most important thing right now is we are all in this together. And the first and fourth bullet point on this slide, I think, are really important. Don't be afraid to reach out to someone in our industry, just to have a conversation. You don't have to brag, and you don't have, first of all, I tell people, if you want to call me and you want to tell me how bad things are and you need a little pick me up, the slide's at the end. It's not a problem to do so. And I think it's really important, because it is very easy to watch the news and to watch these press conferences that are going on. And I mean, President Trump said this today. He said that this is probably not going to be completely out of our system until July or August. Now, John, I don't know about you, but I want this to be done like May 1st. That's kind of like what I'm thinking. I'm not a doctor, but based on everything I've read, everybody I've talked to in the medical field, and even just watching how this is all timed out, I think that's practical, but we're still going to have cases over it. But to hear the president get up in front of everybody and go, it's going to be completely out of our systems by July or August, it's like, it's like, okay, how many more events are going to cancel, and how many more am I going to have to move around, and am I actually going to have to give more money back? Stop watching the news. Take a break from it. It's very easy. I'm a news junkie. I used to work in news radio. So whenever something happens, I get the alert on my phone and I'm all about it for a few minutes. Get away from it. It's not healthy to be peppered with this much stuff. Monitor the situation, but don't go too crazy over it. Talk to other people. This is going to play out in its own time. And as much, whether you love or hate the president, I think we're still trying to figure this out. I think this is the thing we're going through right now. It's out of our control. So I think what we got to do is we got to let this happen. And remember these 4 bullet points. We're all in it together. And like I said, don't be afraid to talk to someone. If you're beginning to really feel bummed out about all of this, call your doctor, see if you can get a referral to go sit down with a therapist or a counselor or somebody. It's very easy to go into a depression at this time. with all of this going on, because you begin to look at stuff like, geez, how am I going to make payroll this week? And I got to lay off Kelly, my office manager, for a month. And I don't even know if I can pay the mortgage this month.
Yeah.
There's all of that stuff going on. It's very easy to have this all trap you into a field of negativity to the point where it can hurt your health. And I would never want to see that happen to anybody in this industry, because we have the best jobs in the world. We really do, everybody. And I think that that's something that's really important to remember. Just take a deep breath and breathe. Talk to your family about it. Make sure, if you are in a relationship, or you're engaged, or you're married and you live together, make sure you're having that financial conversation that you may not want to have it anyway. Because I think you're going to feel a lot better, instead of trying to figure this all out because you're the breadwinner and then you fall short.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be upfront with all of this stuff. Just take a deep breath, everybody. We are going to get through this. I added step 6 and I didn't have time, John. Don't be mad.
No, it's quite all right. We got about 3.5 minutes left.
Awesome. I'm going to make this one quick, because what I meant about not getting mad is I forgot to put in your logo into this slide, because I think it's important. Couple of books here. And I'll give you a few more. Get educated. Being here tonight, big step. Make sure you're taking notes. Make sure you're reaching out to all of us that are doing this, because I welcome conversations with people to try and help them get better at what we do. That's why I volunteer my time. John will tell you, anytime he's doing something, I'm either texting him or on the phone with him. I'm like, John, do you need me? Do you want something? What can I give you? I think it's really important that we stick to education to become better at what we do. I have a couple of books up here, and there's another one that I'm reading right now that I don't even have the name of it. I feel really bad, but it's by Zig Ziglar's son. And it's about winning. It's a really good motivational book. I'm halfway through it right now. But these two are really important, because once we get back to work, everybody, I tell people all the time, this is not going to help you build a relationship with somebody that's going to help you improve your business. It's going to give you the opportunity to continue a relationship with them. But in order to do it, I really think face-to-face interaction is key. And these two books are huge. Tim Templeton's Referral of a Lifetime talks about how to implement a program based on the 250 people you know, and how to divide those people up from most likely to refer you to least likely to refer you, and how to develop a system of communication to get them to refer business to you.
Okay.
The other one on the other side is the Networking Survival Guide. It's written by my good friend Diane Darling. It teaches you how to kick butt going to a networking event, how to work a room, and different etiquette things. So check those out if you can. And I said it at the beginning, I'll say it one more time. This is all my contact information, you guys. If you need to call and talk to somebody, you want to have a conversation about how to improve your business, you want to talk about bubble parties, whatever, please feel free to reach out to me. I am here for you. We will get through all of this, you guys. And John, I really, again, appreciate the opportunity to come on today and
thank you for being on.
Share a little bit of this, because I think it's really important that we keep everybody moving along in the right direction.
Yep. And then this is a great time. I mean, unfortunately, it is what it is on our economy and how things went. But now this is a time for us to take those lemons and, as they say, make lemonade with education.
You know what? That's what Keith Allen and I said today. We were at lunch today, and that's the one thing we said when we walked out of the restaurant was, it's time to go make some lemonade.
Yep.
And I think we're going to be able to get there. Just remember, chin up, everybody.
Yeah, it's a tough time, but we'll get through it. So, Rob, thank you very much for being with tonight, and I appreciate your passion and your training that you do within the industry. And I look forward to our next time working together.
Absolutely, it'll be sooner rather than later. I hope
that will be. Gang, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Brian Buonassissi is on deck, and he will be up in just a moment. Just stay right here on this YouTube video, or go out and check out the different rooms. You can do that at the same time. DJNTV.com/Ben, DJNTV.com/Cat, and they are going, I believe, for another about half an hour. So go check those out. You can get some pricing on some gear. And then Dan is in the chill room, DJNTV.com/chill. The chill room tonight. We'll be right back. Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders.
DJ Event Planner will change the way you manage and run your business. Streamline all of your procedures and software into one easy-to-manage system. DJ Event Planner, the ultimate online planning tool.
Hey, we are back here going through the DJNTV virtual DJ Expo tonight. This is night one. If you guys could go, who are watching, go out and share the DJNTV.com/one, O-N-E. Share that link if you went out on social media, because we want to try to get as many people out there to get that negativity out of their head and to start making some plans of how to use this time to grow and build their business. It's a tough time. Brian Buonassissi is with us. Good evening, Brian. I am doing well, talking about tough times. You have been through something similar to this, and you've got a perspective that you're going to be able to share. So, yeah, where does a person go when you're hearing these things and you see these things happening to your business? What?
It feels surreal. Like I feel like we're just waking up, and this is like, is this reality? Like I just want to shake myself and be like, this can't be true. This is just nuts, because I lived in Florida for a while. Believe it or not, I never went through a hurricane there, which is very surprising. I was there for like 6 years. I moved to New York City. We hadn't even been here 2 months, and we went through Hurricane Sandy. And that was the first time where, when I walked through the city, like the day after it happened, I was like, this is a ghost town. This is insane. I've never seen the city that quiet. You couldn't see. I mean, it was pure darkness, literally darkness
At night,
all the way downtown.
Crazy.
It was nuts. And so this feels somewhat similar, but different from the standpoint that, like, we don't know where the eye of the storm is. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know where this is going. We don't know where the end is. We don't know how bad this is going to hit yet. And so it was kind of like an unknown thing. And to think that possibly this could be a couple of months in the making still, and we haven't hit the top of the peak of where this is finally going to eventually go down. It's kind of nerve-wracking, to be honest. And even somebody like who's been in the business, 20 some odd years now, and feel like I'm hitting my stride. I mean, we're all in this together. So there's nobody who's immune to it. Nobody who has it all figured out. And, it's just kind of surreal still,
And I think that's probably one of the biggest lessons. There's always as we would go to DJ conventions, especially when we were early on, and you would see someone who was very successful at it. And there's always I'm having a tough time, but boy, they're doing well. So it must be, there's something they're doing right. It doesn't matter right now.
Right. Right. And, the more successful, the more risk you put yourself at, because the stakes are higher.
Yeah.
The money's higher, all those things. So the fall is even greater in some cases. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let me kind of share with you this story, because I just think it's kind of interesting where I see the similarity. It was April 20th, I think was the date. Yeah, April 20th, 2010. My business was in Florida. I was doing really well. I was on the top of my game there. And we were in a small part of Florida in the Panhandle. And literally, I was doing every top event possible. And all of a sudden we get the news that there was a oil spill in the Gulf. And, these waters are kind of one of those picturesque spots where people drive to for vacation, and it's turquoise water. Everybody wants it. And all of a sudden the media was maybe they're looking for a headline. I don't really know, but all of a sudden there's pictures of ducks covered in oil. And honestly, it was like a really small portion that was actually visible from the land. I mean, it was happening, but it was way out there. So it wasn't really affecting anybody, at least for their wedding pictures, if they were trying to get that kind of a picture. So of course, it didn't matter because the media ran with it, and sure enough, people are canceling. We're in April, our heavy season, April, May, and June. We're about to kick in, and not only were we losing all of that business, but we were not even getting calls for the fall. Nothing, not even the next year. So revenue was a big problem because we had saved some money, but not nearly enough. And that was the lesson I learned then, was like, wow, I need to rethink my savings situation because I'm just not ready for this.
Right.
Now, where the difference is, being a destination location where people were coming to, I still had the ability for people to gather. That wasn't the issue at all. So now I'm just changing my marketing to, people who are local in the area. We don't have that here in this situation.
No.
The ability to gather that you would think would always be available is not available. You just don't have that in this situation. So that's kind of the difference. But I did learn a couple of things through that process financially that I was like, okay, this is some things I need to tweak. And, this is some things that I don't think most DJs who get into the mobile business think through because they're about the craft. Most people aren't coming into it from a business perspective, wanting to learn the DJing side. It's the other way around 99% of the time.
Right.
So with that, that's where I think I can kind of share some things that have worked for me and have kind of helped me. I mean, I'm not where I really want to be. I don't think we ever are as far as thinking that you have enough of a safety net, but I'm better than where I was.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
So one of the biggest things there, and I think this may be applicable in our situation here, is if you are going to be looking for, any kind of financial assistance, and who knows what's going to happen. I don't think the guidance has come out from the government if they're going to give any kind of bailout yet. Possible. I don't know. But there's also loans you can potentially get, anything like that. But they're going to expect you to have some, financial numbers to show what you would have made, what you would have lost, things like that. And the obvious thing is obviously a P&L. Most people know about that. However, what I didn't realize when I was turning in my P&Ls to, excuse me, those that were evaluating this, hold on one second, let me get some water here.
Yep.
We're evaluating this was that all my revenue was showing every income, every bit of dollars that were coming into my bank. So it was what they call operating on a cash basis, which is a way of reporting your income. And so people are seeing all these deposits that were coming in February, March, April, and they're like, well, you're doing well. Like, I don't see where the dip is. Where's the dip? And I go, well, wait a minute. Those are deposits for like October. Those are going into another account. I'm not even supposed to touch that money. That's like future money.
Right.
But what I'm dealing with right now are all the negatives that you're seeing that if you take all those deposits out, it's a bloodbath, So my accountant was like, you have to change this reporting to being a little bit more accurate for your industry, which is what they call accrual-based accounting. Again, I had no idea what this meant. I was like, you're going to have to give me an accounting lesson. At that point in my career, I mean, I had gone to junior college. I wasn't a college graduate even, but I had no idea what he was talking about. And so accrual-based accounting is, in the event world, it would be like whatever event happens, let's say in April when this took place, that would be what was be reported on your P&L, what you turn in and saying, this is what I made this month. Where all of that deposit money comes into play is it actually goes on something called the balance sheet, and it becomes a liability, a temporary liability, as future income is what they call it, or at least that's what my accountant calls it.
Mm-hmm.
And when the event actually takes place, it moves from that liability portion on your balance sheet and goes onto your income in the P&L. So it's a constantly fluctuating liability. As long as people know what it is, you report it that way, most people will understand where that lies. And it's a little bit more of an accurate, in my opinion, now that I know this, reporting system, because most of your expenses that you're going to spend in a month are related generally to what's happening in that month.
Right.
So in other words, if I got to pay labor as an example, that's coming out of that month's income. And so it actually matches up a lot better than if I start throwing deposits in there and things like that. And it keeps me a little bit more accountable for the expenses I'm spending. I don't want to be spending future money. And it just allows you to kind of, again, report accurately, and secondly, kind of watch your expenses. So if it's something that you have not considered, I'm not an accountant, I'm not trying to give that kind of advice, but I would definitely have you at least talk with your accountant or your business partners or whoever that's giving you advice in that regard to consider that. Have you for your own business, because I know you do mobile work too, do you report that way, or how do you guys report your stuff?
It's actually, unfortunately, probably reported more as it comes in, and not the accrual methodology. And part of it is back when we did more, we did it differently. But now there's we don't have as much as we used to.
Get the majority of your income.
Yeah, exactly. That's not my main income anymore. It's the DJ is part time. So yeah, I'm not as fancy with it as we are with some of the other things.
Yeah, entities. Well, I will say this. One thing that my accountant did tell me when we were contemplating making this switch is that I believe, and again, you'll want to check with your own accountant if you're considering anything like this, is that it can only be switched one time. You don't want to be switching back and forth between accrual and cash. So if you're going to make that switch, you got to go with it 100% at that point. And that was the advice that I was given. So if it's something to consider, you definitely want to look into that and see what that looks like for you, For sure. So the other thing that I thought I would, three things I wanted to hit today. One was how to save some of my tips just in saving money, because I needed to figure this out. And I'm talking about not in the long term necessarily. This is in the short term. Like, people are going through this now. So how do you actually, we could talk about ethereal things out 20 years from now and all day long, but it's not going to help people right in this moment in a sense. So how can you start to build that savings? And honestly, I think you can still do it even when you're going through the storm. And a couple of ways that my partner and I at the time, my business partner and I, we were talking through how can we make this work right now. And any events that we had, we took any tip money that we received and we threw it in a savings account that we literally decided we're not going to get a deposit, or we're not going to get a debit card. We're not going to have access to withdraw anything. We just want this. And we created a money market account for this so that they could earn the highest interest possible. So we started with just tip money. And you wouldn't think it would be much, but the two of us were working a ton, the majority, the lion's share of our events. So this kind of built pretty quickly on just the tip money. Nice. And then we thought, what else can we add? Let's add any overtime that we get from events. Let's put that in there. And so we started putting that in there. And then third, we thought, okay, there's got to be another way we can kind of put money in there that won't really hurt us that badly from our normal operating. And we thought, let's come up with a 5% number. And it's, if you think about it, 5%, it's a little bit, but it's not like a huge hit, right? So what we did to really minimize the hit was it was 2.5% of the deposit. And we always take usually one balance payment and 2.5% of the balance, which really you don't feel it, but it can grow steadily. And if you're taking out of literally every payment that you receive, all of a sudden that money starts to grow. And then we started getting obsessive about it towards the end because we're like, we want to get this quickly, so let's boost that number up to, literally 10%. So we started making that happen because we wanted to get there as quickly as we could. And now we're at a place where we've got 3 months of operating income saved. Nice. Took forever. That does not happen overnight. And I'm not in any way saying or trying to advocate for the quick fix here. This is going to take some time. But the idea here is that this is your emergency fund for a rainy day. Because honestly, I never expected this in my lifetime, that we would ever be walking through this. I just never thought that would be the case. But now I'm in a place where if all the deposits stop coming in, I've got something to kind of lean on to at least get me through 3 months. I'd love for it to be 6 months, but 3 months is what I have. And I have not touched that since the beginning. And it's great to have that little bit of a safety net where, Again, don't expect it to ever happen. That was 10 years ago. So it's been 10 years since I've needed a rainy day fund. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that's just an idea of how you can save some money. And another part of that is obviously, where can you cut? What are some things that you can look at that you can save some money somewhere? Well, obviously, again, it's about knowing your numbers. And if you're a solo operator, and maybe this is a part-time job for you or whatever, I would just really encourage you to know your numbers. You may not be able to get P&Ls done. It may not be your thing right now. You may not be in a place where you can do that. But any place where you can cut without literally hemorrhaging the business, in a sense, I would look at. That could be anything from meals to certain record pools. I mean, if you're not playing events right now, you may need to kind of look at that, as a last ditch variable expense. But obviously, the hard ones you may not be able to get rid of. There may be insurance. Obviously, you can't get rid of that. You got to have that. So there's certain things you can't get rid of. But anything where you can make a little bit of a stop, and you may have levels, kind of like the levers that they have with the stock market, where they say, hey, at this level, we're going to stop.
Yeah.
Maybe the same way with your expenses. Right. So you go, hey, this is level 1. These expenses I can cut right now. If things get really dire, here's the second level and then the third. So that way you're set up in a situation where you kind of know where your bottom is and where you can stay. Now, one thing you don't want to cut, because I feel like this is something that's not talked about enough, and that is any kind of mentorship, coaching, or subscription-based service like Disc Jockey News or the ADJA or any of those, the DJ's Vault, those kinds of things where you can still be getting not only education but also support from the people who are running those things. Because if you try to run this by yourself or try to get through this by yourself, it is a lonely road. Not that it can't be done, but boy, it sure is nice in today's age that we have people who are wiser, have been there, have kind of have the expertise to lean on,
Right?
Because otherwise you could make some decisions potentially that can take your business really quickly and put it into the ground, which no one wants. You know what I mean? Especially if you spent, in that case, when I was going through BP, I'd been in business for 14 years at that point. I wouldn't have wanted 14 years to go down the toilet.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just too much work, and I enjoyed what I did. And the last thing I wanted was that to go down. And luckily, I at that point, I was part of a couple of associations where thankfully I was a part of it, and I had people to lean on. So if you leave that as your last thing that you have to cut, if you have to cut anything, is that mentorship, coaching, or associations you can be a part of.
Mm-hmm.
And just so you guys know too, like today was a bloodbath for me. I'll just be completely transparent with you. Again, to your point, John, like some people think that if you're peaking or whatever, that you're immune to it, and nobody's immune to it. So today, I mean, I had 128 events that either canceled, postponed, or are in the middle. Don't know which of the two are going to happen.
Right.
128 events through the end of June. We're talking about, and I ran the numbers just to see like what potentially this could be. It was over $100,000 worth of movement. And I'm not saying that they've all canceled by any stretch, but they could,
Yeah.
And then I'm running into a situation where it's like an inventory issue where I only have so many Saturdays left. I mean, this has been one of those banner years. So for me, I mean, the 2020 number is a good number for people. So my fall is where I make the lion's share. I think most DJ companies, that's kind of their sweet spot, is the fall time. And so if people are moving those, there's not too many prime Saturdays left. I have like maybe 3.
Yeah.
And so it's really a tough situation there. So with that, I think that comes to my second part of talking through what I would consider is important in this scenario. Not only is it savings, but it's also communication with your team, with your clients, with your vendor partners. All those kinds of things are really important. So let's talk about that for a second. I think with your team, one thing I can recommend is that if you have a multi-op business model, you want to make sure that everybody on the team is conveying the same message. The last thing you want is, in our scenario, we have DJs who do talk to our clients. Once they are assigned an event, I drop out as the owner of the business, and they have a personal relationship with that DJ. So in a lot of cases, the client's already communicating back and forth with our employee.
Yeah.
So in this scenario, I told our guys, I said, listen, if you get any kind of email that says, hey, we don't know what we're going to do, everybody needs to have the same cut and paste answer here. And that is, hey, listen, I'm CCing in Brian, the owner of our company. He will be talking to you directly about your event and some options. That way it's consistent. There's not someone saying, well, I don't know what to do. So you've got to have some kind of messaging like that, so that way they're not getting spun in 3 different ways. They hear it from one person, they hear it from another. Message has to be consistent. If you are a single op, you don't have to worry about that, clearly. But if you are a multi-op, make sure that everybody's on the same page, because especially when situations are like this, where it's a crisis situation, if they're hearing 4 different messages and it's mixed, you've got yourself a real issue potentially, and you have they're already nervous anyways.
Right. Yeah.
You don't want to make them even more nervous.
I think
right?
that, Brian, even as a single op though, you need to have kind of your message figured out, and to a point you have to have it almost in a can, because it's too easy as you're getting people throwing the emotion into it, where your response and your thought process and what you're going to do can vary. And once it starts to vary, you've got a really tough, you can't get that genie back in the bottle type of situation.
Right. And imagine, if you got a couple of planners or venues or vendors that you work with all the time, and you've told one client one thing and worked out one deal, and all of a sudden, it gets back to them, and now they're expecting you to do that for all of your clients. You got yourself a real problem if you're cutting side deals here and there.
Yeah.
So as much as possible, you want to have that consistent message to what you're going to say and how you're going to handle it. And that gets me to my second person that you need to communicate with, which is your vendors and venues.
Mm-hmm.
Really talk with them about how they are handling the situation. I would talk to today I was on the phone with 4 of the top venues I work with all the time, and said, listen, how are you guys messaging it? How are you handling these kinds of things with your clients? Because I want to try to be a good partner here.
Yeah.
I want to try to see if I can match what you're doing. And we had conversations, literally like, okay, this is how I'm handling it. This is how you're handling it. Great. When we talk to the client, this is what we're going to do. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to say we're a supporting cast person, but we are. I mean, the venue is almost always going to be the first thing that people are going to have a place to have their event.
Yeah.
So they're going to try to rebook it and recoup that money of where they're having it, hopefully at the same venue. And so they're going to work that out first. So we have to kind of take a second fiddle, if you will, to what that, priority list is as far as that goes. So having those conversations with your top venues and vendors who are sending you, in my case, we deal with a lot of planners. So planners were the second people I called. I called all the top planners that I've worked with, said, hey, I want to make sure I'm trying to be a good partner here. And lastly, I'll say the messaging, as much as possible, really, guys and ladies, you want to push to postpone, not cancel, as much as possible.
Yeah.
Be the positive Energizer bunny, if you will. Don't be Debbie Downer. And, if you're a single op, that means, again, your inventory might even be less than as a multi-op. So you may need to start to build some alliances, start working with some of the multi-op businesses in your area, talk to them, see if they can help you out. You can help them out. Other single ops, maybe you guys can swap off things, but you want to have those things in place so that when you're looking at, new inventory, you're able to do it. Last but not least, let's talk about that's the communication piece. Oh, and the other thing too, I was going to say about the community, I wrote one other thing down. Mm-hmm. I wrote down for myself, because I'm having to convey this message, is that sometimes you're going to have to, over communicate the positivity with different things. So for me, my Saturdays are pretty much done in the fall. I have nothing left. So Wednesdays are the new Saturdays for me. And I'm going to go out there with that message that, hey, Wednesdays are the new Saturdays. I mean, my venues love it because they know that, hey, they're going to get potentially weekday business because that's all they have left.
Yeah.
So however you have to spin that in a positive manner, do it. Spin that in a positive manner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last thing here is how to generate revenue. Well, obviously, I mean, with all the negativity that went down today, and this is just day one of this whole new normal, or regular normal for now, temporary normal, I still had calls for 2021 and 2022 and late fall of 2020. So people are still looking for entertainment. Don't feel like you have lost out on the entire year. still keep trying to book folks. I'm not saying not be sensitive to the situation, but if people are looking for their entertainment, they're looking for to celebrate their event, and those that are happening like in the time frame of late fall to winter, get those on the books and collect that revenue in, because that's how you can generate some revenue right now. The other couple of things I've made lists for myself is maybe I'm going to start to sell playlists. If they're at home and I can generate a playlist for them curated by a DJ, a professional, that's another way. I may not be able to recoup a ton, but it's something, right? It's something that they can play at their house, whatever. I'm not selling the music. I'm selling my years of experience in curating music as a playlist or something along those lines. That's one way. Nowadays, streaming, maybe I'm a little early in the game on this, and it hasn't come out fully yet, but virtual DJing, literally, like live streaming. I saw DJ Dana did it the other night. I thought that was so cool to see her like literally mixing in her bedroom, for people. If there's a tool for you to be able to do that, at least you're able to recoup something. It may not be a whole lot, but it's something that you can recoup potentially to throw an event with your skill set. And then if worse comes to worse, look in your warehouse. Is there any gear that you've been needing to sell at some point? This is a last ditch scenario within our industry of ways to kind of generate revenue that I could think of. But, I'm looking at speakers that I haven't dealt with in a while that are just old and have just been sitting there. This is the time to get rid of that stuff. And there's going to be a buyer for something, so look for ways in your own wheelhouse of things that you have to try to sell, to try to create some revenue. And, those are the things I would suggest right off the bat. Mm-hmm. As far as how to spend your time, and I'll close with this, I think Rob actually mentioned in the last segment, you got to stay in your routine. If you go to the gym, do those things, don't get out of your routine, hang with your family, your significant other, whatever. And then as far as the business side goes, start tracking your sales and your income, start tracking what's moving, what's selling. But this is a great time to kind of work on that business, right? Updating your training manuals, your systems, maybe look at some of your social media, working on your music, or your website if it needs a refresh. This is the time to do that. We get a lucky opportunity to do that when everything has literally come to a standstill. And those are some things that take advantage of that time, because you may not have it. Once we start kicking back into events, it's going to be, the fall could be absolutely crazy. Absolutely nuts. Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think so.
We're not going to have that time.
Yeah, I think it's going to get to the point, and I think even in my small rural town rural area here, all these spring weddings, which there are a lot of people who like to get married in the spring, have to go somewhere, and they want 2020, as you were saying at the beginning. It's a big number, and
right.
I see as we get towards fall, my two boys are going to probably be out doing weddings Fridays and Saturdays. Once things break open, and yay rah rah, but we've got to be prepared, and now's the time for me to spend time preparing them for that at the level that we may be running into.
Absolutely.
Before we wrap up, just quick. What are you reading? What are you studying? Where's Brian learning? What are you working on right now?
As far as just in general, I'm in a coaching group myself. I've found a couple of business ones that I'm involved in. So every week I'm on a weekly call. I'm not preaching anything that I wouldn't do myself. So like I said, the mentorship thing is huge, because this is where you want to lean on people who have more experience than you do. So I'm in a business coaching group, literally, that meets once a week. We talk through things. I'm also in another forum in the event industry in broad general, where we have a Facebook group, and today we had a webinar by somebody who's in the hotel industry talking about what they're doing. And it's just good to know what's happening in the same kind of space, but not really. It's like another sector of it. Mm-hmm. So I can speak to my clients at least a little bit more intelligently. So those are the two places where I'm at right now within this crisis that we're going through. That's where I'm spending my time.
Yeah, and that's always kind of an interesting one to me, is what kind of books a person's reading, where they're turning for education, because there's so many different things out there, and some, truthfully, there's some educational training things that that I don't have time to be doing until we have that time.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got.
I would say, if I have to leave you with something, it's like, find your tribe. Find people that are going to push you, that are going to encourage you, and that will take you to the next level. And whoever that is, I mean, not everybody is everybody's cup of tea. So you got to kind of look for that, and don't be bashful to ask. I mean, those are things that you want to, everybody has their people that they look up to and that they want to aspire to. And most people who have made it or who are on the rise want to give back. They want to help.
That's
so don't be afraid to ask,
Brian, excellent information. Great stuff as always, my friend. And thank you much for being on with me tonight.
Of course. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, we'll be back in just about a little over a minute. Mike Petritis is up next, and we'll be, you guys can go check out some of the other rooms. Links are all in the description below. We'll be right back. Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders. Hey, we are back. Here, let's see, the right proper camera. There's. You'd think I'd figure it out by now. I won't. It'll be like Wednesday evening, like the last one. I'll do the right camera. Mike Petritis is with us. Good evening, Mike.
How you doing, John?
I am doing well, doing well. Thanks for being on with us tonight. Mike, it's time to talk sales. We need to dig into that. We've kind of talked about how to deal with a little bit of what's going on, but now it's time to, I think, to really start focusing on sales, because I'm still getting couples contacting me about future events. So it's time to really focus on that. So let's dig into sales a little bit tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what I've been experiencing is most of the DJs I work with, of course, there's some that are very hurting. I mean, the elephant in the room is that, yes, this virus has hit us and it's affecting us greatly. And I get that. But at the end of the day, I mean, brides still are coming in. Weddings still happen. A virus is not going to stop someone from getting married. And so we have the situation where we need to constantly be focused on moving forward. And I've noticed that a lot of people are letting their emotions get to them. And what I want everyone to understand, that I'm still human. I'm not saying that you can't feel bad or you can't go and I guess feel anxious about your current future, because all of us are going through this. We have tons of rescheduling coming through. We have tons of cancellations, and I get that. But it's important that a lot of us stay focused on the sales at hand moving forward. And just so you know, guys, I could see, I have the chat on the other window here, so I see what some of y'all are saying. But basically what I wanted to go and cover tonight was a lesson that I've personally gone and taught to a lot of my DJs that I consult with, that I find incredibly important. When it comes to sales, I mean, it's very, very easy to go and close someone when you're able to speak to them one-on-one. And it's my belief that if you had a craving for tacos right now, right, you're going to have choices. And one of those choices could be the taco place down the street that serves absolutely nothing but tacos, and everyone who is behind the counter only speaks Spanish, no one speaks English, and all you see on the menu is a bunch of Spanish terms and phrases that you don't understand. Now, arguably, that probably has a really, really good taco on the menu. I mean, they're extremely authentic and they're fantastic. Or you can go down the street and go to Applebee's or TGI Fridays, who have 100 different things on the menu, and one of them happens to be tacos. Understand that the person who's craving a taco is probably going to go to the taco place because it's what they specialize in. Now, why am I mentioning this? Because when we go and kind of navigate our sales processes with our brides, not all brides are the same. You have brides who are either focused on themselves and they want their dream event, or they're focused on the event as a whole and they're focused on everyone having fun and grandma being on the floor and their friends being on the floor from college. And so you have to consider all these different things and talk to these people one-on-one as if you were their best friend. And so when I go and teach guys how to go and sell, I think of it at an extremely deep level. And I mentioned that a lot of people typically, and I'm sure some of you guys who are watching this right now, you have a customer avatar. You probably have a list of, hey, this is their figurative name, this is their age, this is their occupation, this is what they wear, this is what they eat, this is what they drink, etc.
Right.
And then typically, I always use the example because I was working with one of my students, Dan, and I asked him, what is your bride's favorite order at Starbucks? And so he's like, let me think about it. And he said that he thought that she would order the pumpkin spice latte a lot. And I says, okay, why does she order the pumpkin spice latte? Does she order because she genuinely loves the taste, or is she doing it because it's the trendy thing to do? And the reason why I ask that is it's an incredibly important distinction here. Mm-hmm. If someone orders it because it's the trendy thing to do, typically she's a bride who cares what other people think about her. She's someone who wants to be in the limelight. She's someone who wants to be seen, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if we have someone who orders it because she genuinely loves the taste and she orders it every single day that it's available in the fall, she's someone who is very true to herself. She's an incredibly genuine person. And she's probably the bride who really focuses on making sure that everyone who's at her wedding has the best time of their lives. And the way that you sell to those two different brides is completely different.
Certainly, yeah.
So what I always want to go and make sure is that the guys that I work with and the guys I talk to, and I encourage all 50, 60 plus of you guys who are watching the live stream right now, make sure that you look at your customer avatar. I'm sure everyone's done this. At least I hope so, because it's typically one of the first things everyone go and teaches when it comes to marketing and business. But look at your actual, your customer avatar and figure out why they do certain things. I encourage you to also look up the brands of clothing they wear, and then go to the clothing brands' websites and read their mission statements. So there was two brands in particular that came up when I was talking to a bunch of guys. There was Gymshark, and then also there's another one that has a line on, Fashion Nova. If you go and read the mission statements for Gymshark and Fashion Nova, they both sell gym wear, active wear. Fashion Nova does a lot of other stuff too, but both of them sell active wear, but their mission statements are incredibly different, and they sell to incredibly different women. And I don't need to go and waste this entire call just on those things alone, but I mean, it's really, really important to understand the distinction between the two, right? Because if you could go and figure out exactly who your bride is, then you'll be able to go and sell to them one-on-one as if they're looking for tacos and you're that taco shop down the street.
Sure, yeah.
So, I mean, actually, let's bounce this off of John. Uh-huh. John, in your experience with your company, who would you say your bride is? Have you ever actually gone and done a customer avatar for your actual business?
We have. We've actually we've done that. That has evolved over the last few years. At one time, my bride was a young lady who shopped at Kohl's. She was a daddy's girl, and she was kind of that sensible shopper. She was going to Kohl's to buy, and she would probably be driving like a Ford type vehicle. As we went through and tried to identify who she was a little bit by some of those demographics. And has that changed? Oh yeah, a lot of it has. And part of it is because of, as I have aged, how I can appeal to that. I don't appeal to that person quite as much as I used to.
So, to your point exactly, I mean, what we're talking about here, what I'm trying to bring up is the term called psychographics, if no one's familiar. I'm sure you are, John. But when you go and you look at your customer avatar and now you're trying to figure out as to why they purchase the things that they do, it's called psychographics. And it's basically what's going through their head for those purchases. So I drive a BMW because I want to show off a little bit. I like the pretentiousness of it to a degree, but also I really love the driving dynamics of the vehicle.
Yeah.
If I were to go and buy a Mercedes, someone who buys a Mercedes, even though it's a direct competitor to BMW, you drive a Mercedes because it's a little bit more comfortable and it has a much better interior than a BMW. I'll admit that. So it's these thought processes of you have to figure out exactly who are you selling to and exactly what can you go and do to leverage that in the sales process. Right now, we're in a day and age, especially right now, where you have to remember, being an entertainer, you're seen as a charismatic person who's supposed to carry the weight of the entire event the entire way through. And so if you show a sign of weakness right now in the sales process and you can't go and communicate to them and sell them effectively, because I guarantee you some of you will still get leads even tomorrow.
Oh yeah, certainly.
Despite all of this happening, everyone's going to get leads in the next couple days, this week, next week, whatever. And you have to be positive and you have to be knowledgeable as to exactly who you're talking to and how you're talking to them. Make sense?
Oh yes.
So what I always really love to go and do is, again, break down your customer avatar, figure out who they are, what do they do for a living, what brands did they wear, what food did they eat, what kind of car do they drive, what's their occupation, all these other things, and then start trying to build this psychographic kind of overview of this person and use that to your advantage. Because when you're going through the sales process, another example that came up is with one of my other students. They said that their bride was a veterinarian. And I asked the question is, are they a veterinarian because they love animals or because they love the paycheck? Again, a very strong distinction between the two when it comes to what type of bride you're selling to. As you're going through these things, understand when I talk about the sales process, in my opinion, when you're trying to sell a bride, most of the time you're trying to go and convince this person who's incredibly cynical and knows that you're trying to sell them to talk about their event. It's very difficult to fish it out of them, but most of the brides, they don't necessarily want to jump on a phone call. But now, given the current nature of everything, I'm sure that a lot of them will be much more receptive to jumping on a phone call or a Zoom call. But with that being said, once you can get them talking, listen to what they have to say. I mean, the sale is 90% listening at this point. Because, if someone were to go and tell me exactly what they're looking for, then why do I have to go and reinvent the wheel and completely spit a normal spiel back to them and try to sell them what I want to sell them? You're supposed to listen to what they want, understand who they are because you're looking at your customer avatar and your psychographics, and then come back to the sale and say, okay, you want a high energy DJ who's make sure that everyone's all included. You have grandma and everyone else on the dance floor who doesn't play cheesy music and has been at this venue before. Well, guess what? I've been at this venue before. I don't play cheesy music. I know how to get everyone on the dance floor. And I'm super high energy. I have a club background. Mm-hmm. As long as you could reflect or I guess regurgitate back what they said to you, you're going to close them every single time. It's not rocket science. And so again, as I said before, I understand it's human nature right now for everyone to feel distraught or to feel that they're losing a ton of money and things look very bleak. I get that. But misery loves company, and understand that if you can get through this very moment in time, you will be the strongest business owner in your area because everyone feels this way. It's easy to feel depressed. But if you can go in and push through that, and you can go and recognize that you still have opportunities coming in, as long as you can go and reschedule other people around you and make sure that you open up, I would suggest everyone open up Thursday events and open up Sunday events, maybe offer discounts for Thursdays and Sundays to go and reschedule people to those dates. If you can be the most flexible person who's able to bring a solution to everyone's problem, you're going to win every single time. And again, I mean, we're in this very dismal time, but if you can get through it, you can get through anything.
Certainly,
it's really not a big deal.
Yeah, this is definitely a test for a lot of people, and it'll be interesting to see, not only in our entertainment world, but even a wider circle of who's going to survive this. And it may only be 2 or 3 months, but boy, it could be a incredible 2 or 3 months like we've never seen before.
And it's to your point, what's really interesting right now is based on the people that I'm actually working with, the very cream of the crop, the very top of the market, if you're making 6 figures or more, you're making $150,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year, those people, not only are they very much so set, but now is a fantastic opportunity to double down on your advertising. Right now, because all these small businesses are backing out of their Facebook ads, their Google ads, etc., the cost per impression is tanking.
Yes.
And so you can go and get double the reach you did before. So I would go and personally, now granted, of course, I'm the guy who does advertising as well. So it sounds like I'm pitching everyone, but I'm completely aware of that. But understand, if you have advertising dollars and you have some money to spare right now, I would absolutely encourage you to put forth some money in advertising, because you're going to get twice the reach as ever before. I have restaurants that I work with that are going and tripling their ads, because even though in the state of Illinois, where all the restaurants were forcibly shut down, I think it was today or yesterday, they're going and actually now offering meal preps. They're offering different catering services where you can go and have your food dropped off to you or pick it up at the restaurant. And so there's people that are going and finding solutions to problems rather than going and complaining on Facebook. And I hate to say it, but there's a lot of negativity on Facebook. And also I've heard a lot of people complaining about the negativity on Facebook. And I understand that Facebook is showing what it thinks that you want to see. So if you continue to perpetuate the negativity, you're going to see more of it. So please, just stay positive.
There's our positive.
Just stay positive.
Yeah, there's the positive line. So if you've got a crappy attitude, you're going to see other crappy attitudes.
And it's just going to make it worse. 100%.
Oh.
But yeah, so I mean, really, guys, I mean, if you have an opportunity right now, take a breather. If you have to, take a night off. Don't look at your computer. Don't look at your phone. But understand tomorrow is a new day, and you need to go and evaluate everything you got going on and evaluate, okay, am I in a good mindset today to go and follow up with these leads? Am I in a good mindset to go and close Jessica today? Am I in a good mindset to go and talk to Jennifer today? Whatever. Get that all in line. And understand what I was saying before. Go look at your customer avatar, evaluate the psychographics of that person, understand that everyone thinks differently. And you'll probably go, and if you think of your last 10 brides that you actually performed for, look up their Instagrams and understand why they post what they post. And again, think about who they are. I've actually done this. It's super creepy. I'm not gonna lie, but I've had some of my DJs, they'll go back to their past 10 brides, go on their Instagram accounts, and they'll note things like, okay, are there pictures of her on her Instagram feed or not? If there are pictures of her, did she take the picture or did someone else take the picture for her? Is she posting a lot of food pictures or a lot of travel pictures? All of these things, there's a reason for it. And you're going to kind of unlock the personality of your bride. And you'll probably notate there's a lot of, I guess, similarities between all the brides that you work with. And you'll probably find out that there's more similarities between your brides than you might think. And you could probably sell to more of them more easily. And you might be able to identify your bride as you sit down in a meeting with someone on Zoom in the next week or so, a lot quicker than you ever had before. And if you can identify those things and you're speaking her taco language, as I'm going to call it now, then you can actually go and close her very, very easily. You guys just need to stay focused is really all it is. And again, if you guys can actually now go through the advertising side of things and start going and doubling down on your advertising, again, like I said before, a virus is not going to stop someone from getting married. They're still going to get married.
Exactly.
At this point, they're just going to do it probably in September.
Yeah,
which is totally fine.
They still want to hit that 2020 thing, which is pretty big for a lot of folks.
Oh, I guarantee you 10-10-2020 is going to be that much bigger now.
For sure. Mike, so would you change your message? You may, of course, mentioned upping the advertising game. An ad, let's say you ran on Facebook a month ago, 2 months ago. Yep. Would you change your message today in that ad, or how would you contour that differently, or what would you do?
So that's a great question. So when it comes to advertising right now, what I would go and suggest is understanding that the groundswell, understanding that the market around us they're not dumb. They know that they're going through all of this as well. They're having the virus affect their day-to-day lives. And so they're just as unsure about their wedding as you might even be. And so, actually, let me preface before I continue that statement. If you ever mention the word coronavirus in your ads on Facebook or on Google, your ad account will get shut down. So do not mention that. Do not mention COVID-19 or coronavirus in your ads. It will get shut down. It's happened to me once, so never doing that again. But when it comes down to trying to go and pivot your advertising strategy, you need to offer flexible options. I'll go and say it.
Okay.
So I think right now, understand when you book a wedding, you're talking about vendors who are asking about 30, 40, 50% down payments, right? Well, what if you can now go and offer significantly smaller down payments or just month-to-month payments? A lot of us already offer month-to-month payments, but if you frame it correctly, we have a situation where all these brides are unsure exactly what's going on or what their date is or if their wedding's going to happen or if it's not. So now if you could be the solutions expert and say, hey, listen, typically our packages are $3,000, $2,000, whatever. But what if we were to go and break that out into equal monthly installments for you to make sure that you're going to go and have cash flow for the foreseeable future? I don't want to go and steal all your money so you can't go and feed yourself or get yourself toilet paper now.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you were to go and pre-frame it as, hey, look, listen, I understand that you probably have venues, you have photographers, caterers, everyone, et cetera, who's asking for 30, 40, 50% down. What if I were to go and just say that we'll go and break this up into equal monthly payments of like $200 between now and next year? They're going to be like done, sold every single time. We live in the day and age where everyone's paying monthly for Netflix,
subscriptions,
Zoom, and all these other services out here. So why can't you? The beauty of that also is the fact that now everyone here who does that, you have foreseeable cash flow for the next 12 months for every wedding that you book. which is beautiful. And then another thing that you can actually go and do is say, hey, every payment that is made is 100% non-refundable. Now, the reason for that is if you have a situation where someone goes and books for 12 months from now, let's say March 18th, 2021, whatever, and 6 months in, they cancel the wedding altogether. They have a fight, they break up, whatever. You held that date for 6 months, so you're entitled to that 6 months of payments. So even though you lost that date and now you have 6 months to go and fill it, at least you got paid for those 6 months. So I don't understand why DJs are so hell-bent on getting 30, 40, 50% down payments, if not 100%. You could still offer discounts for those as opposed to just going in monthly payments. But doing monthly payments completely solves your cash flow problem.
Definitely.
I saw Brian before. He was going and talking about doing accrual-based accounting, which is a genius move if you want to stick to the traditional side of things. But I think that if you still want to stick to cash-based accounting and you still want to make sure that you're not having peak months or low months, that you have consistent cash flow month to month to month, you need to start offering flexible payments to your clients. And again, a lot of you probably already offer flexible payments, but you don't pre-frame it correctly so the client understands the importance of it. And this is a perfect time to go and leverage this and say, hey, clients, right now is the best time to go for this option, because if you don't know when you're going to be going back to work, or you don't know when your wedding's going to be, these monthly payments will at least secure that date for you, or you get first dibs on this other date, or however you want to frame it. At least you have a consistency in your life in a time where nobody's consistent right now.
Unfortunately, yeah. There's so many questions. So many questions. So where would you focus your efforts right now? There's a lot of different, social media, different areas. There's, we could do Google and Facebook. Where, if a person were going to really kind of devote some time, where would you recommend they devote their time?
So, okay. First and foremost, before we even talk about the advertising side of things, a lot of guys need to focus on making sure you communicate to your clients and communicate exactly what's going on with you and exactly with their event. Because I feel like there's a lot of guys I spoke to in the last few days that they simply say, you know what, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to jinx it until they contact me first. Do not do that.
I'm going to
hide. Please do not. You need to jump on this and you need to take it by the reins and say, hey guys, listen, we understand this is happening. Your event might be at risk. Understand that the payments you've made thus far are going to be completely applicable to any event date moving forward. And one thing that I'm actually telling every single DJ I'm working with right now, and this is something I normally just go and tell my group, print out your calendars, September, October, November, December, and take inventory of your dates and include Thursdays and Sundays. What I want everyone to go and do is go to those dates and say, okay, I have events on this date, this date, this date, this date, this date. And then go and say, okay, I have availability on Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. And then you could offer, let's go and say a 10% discount on Sunday and Thursday, and then a 5% on Friday. And then just go and publish it to your Facebook page. I'm dead serious. Publish your entire calendar and say, listen, we understand that there is a lot of rescheduling right now. There's a lot of uncertainty right now with a lot of events. If you feel like your event is at risk and you need to move it, here's our availability. Here's our calendar. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes, you're going to have some people who might want to go and reschedule to a Thursday or a Sunday and take a 10% discount. But guess what? If they do that, even though you're taking a hit on that event, now you have another Saturday open for you. If someone really wanted to go and cut you at the knees and try to get another 10% discount, so be it. But now you have another Saturday open, which I guarantee you will fill because everybody has to go and reschedule for that period of time. So take inventory of all of your events, all your dates, and see where your availability is, and be transparent with your clients and contact them and say, hey, listen, this is what we have open. This is our inventory. First come, first serve. We can go and put your money towards this event. If you'd like to claim it, please let us know so we can rewrite your contract and get that going. Now, once all of that communication is done, when it comes to advertising, here's the thing. Facebook ads, they can be very powerful, but the issue is that the quality isn't always there because it's interrupt marketing. It's not going and having the intent. So you're interrupting someone's feed of scrolling through coronavirus memes, and are saying, hey, wedding DJ, and nobody cares. What everyone should be doing is go and have a landing page on your website that has one focus. Don't have a navigation, don't have anything else. Just have a landing page that focuses on one thing, and that's just to collect someone's name and email address. Run a Google ad to that landing page, and then go and have a Facebook pixel on that landing page for two reasons. One, to go and track conversions, but then two, to go and retarget people who did not convert. So if you had someone who actually, let's say they Google searched wedding DJ near me, they find your landing page from your Google ad and they click to it, but then it says, I don't really want to fill out this form, whatever. Facebook will go and pick that up, and then you could run retargeting ads on Facebook. The reason for this is because Google ads are expensive. They're about double the cost on average to Facebook. However, when you go and retarget on Facebook, it's significantly cheaper. Facebook gets all their data from a giant company called Acxiom. Acxiom is a company that goes and buys a lot of the credit card data. They buy a lot of Nielsen data, and they basically pull this all together and they start making guesses as to what this person is, and they sell that to Facebook. So if you were to go and run an ad set right now that was targeting people who were interested in wedding dresses, that's going and pulling information that Facebook has seen and Acxiom has seen and saying, hey, I think this is the person. But the problem is that when you use that data, you're actually renting usage of that data and using it for yourself. And so you're paying a little bit more for it. Whereas if you're going to what I was talking about before, and you have someone who's landed on a landing page and now you've pixeled them and you're saying, hey, I want to go and target this person on Facebook, that's your data. You did all the research yourself. Mm-hmm. And so when you go and actually perform this maneuver, your ad cost drops significantly. So now you don't have to go and play Google's games and pay their premium price. Now you're actually going and doing all the work yourself and saying, okay, I'll pay, let's say $2 a click on Google. However, once they actually come into my pipeline, if they don't convert, I'll go and serve ads to them for like 2 cents a piece all day on Facebook until they fill it out.
Sure.
Which is a really great way to go and do it. Then you could even go, and from that point forward, track all the conversions, because one of the things a lot of people forget is when you have a landing page, you need to have a thank you page. The thank you page tracks that conversion because you only find that thank you page if you submit the button on the form. Mm-hmm. But if you were to go and click that form and you have that conversion, then you can go and tell Facebook, hey, if someone's landed on this page, they are a lead. Mark them as a lead. And that's when you could actually go and create a custom audience, which is just taking all the people who become a lead and put them into an audience. And then you can go and create a lookalike audience, which then goes and says, hey, Facebook, here's all these people that I found. Can you find more people that are really similar to them? And then Facebook will go and do that for you, again, for a fraction of the cost when compared to you using Facebook's own data that they rent from Acxiom or pay Acxiom for.
Excellent.
Does that make sense?
A great strategy. No, I'm very much with you.
I've done this once or twice, and I feel like sometimes I just fly through it. So sorry if I'm going a little quick.
Yeah, I think you did this like 2 or 3 years ago, and you just still remember it really well.
No, I remember, but the thing is also at the same time, even tactics change. Advertising 2-3 years ago on Facebook is completely different than it is now.
So Mike, we're just about out of time. If people, as you're going through, and for those of you listening, what Mike was just laid out for you was actually gold. It's not quite as easy as it might sound to really make it successful. Mike, if people are looking for help to do that, is that something that they could reach out to you and you could help them to create a campaign like that where you're using Google and Facebook?
Absolutely. So actually, we just launched a new company beginning of last week, actually, called 10X Weddings, where all we do is setting up automated lead generation systems for wedding venues, photographers, DJs, etc. And we not only do we actually build out the campaigns for them, but we have automated software that will go and do all the follow-ups, the texting, the email, the phone calls, the voicemail drops. We do all of that for you. And if anyone is interested in that, go to 10xweddings.com.
Excellent. Well, Mike, thank you very much for being on tonight, and thank you for your information. There's a lot of great stuff there for if you guys need to listen to it slower.
Just play it on half speed.
He covered a lot of ground really quickly tonight. So, hey, gang, we're going to be taking a couple of minute break here. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour. Let's see. I think Chad is with me. Chad Blackburn will be up here in just a little bit. Once again, Mike, thanks for being with me tonight.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders.
DJ Event Planner will change the way you manage and run your business. Streamline all of your procedures and software into one easy-to-manage system. DJ Event Planner, the ultimate online planning tool.
Failed to start video camera. Oh,
Chad, we are live, so we're getting Chad lined up here. I got to go over to that camera. Wait a second. I've got the second computer one.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. Hey, one sec. I got to adjust over here. This is part of doing live shows, gang. There we go. The magic of doing these shows. Mic's off. Chad, you got it. Give me an audio.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Check. 1, 2.
I'm going to back that off just a little bit. Okay. Hey, We are here. Woo! It's been a long day already, and we are just cruising on through here. For those of you who have been out in the different rooms and such, the Ben Stowe and Katie room, those are probably shut down by now. I think everything's pretty much done there. And then the chill room, djntv.com/chill, that is still going. So you guys can go out there and check that out and hang out for a little bit. Or you can hang out with us here. Or you can do that and then come back and watch us later. Whatever you want to do. So Chad, what are we going to cover tonight? What are we looking at?
So we are going to try to show people and our way of how we've evolved into more than just a DJ. I feel like we found a unique niche in our market, and I'd like to share that.
Excellent. Well, since there's two of you, I'm going to put you guys full screen, I think. That'll be a little bit easier for folks to see the two of you. And then I'll just be on I'll be that disembodied voice in the background. What's up?
Okay.
Go ahead and get started here, Chad.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to introduce my wife, Nadia Blackburn, and I'm Chad Blackburn, and we are the owners of Almost Famous Entertainment in San Diego, California.
Started the company about 10 years ago. So we'll go ahead.
Yeah, so we're a multi-op business here in San Diego, and we have about 8 employees that work weekly. We also subcontract quite a few number of DJs that fulfill residencies around downtown in the nightclubs, or we'll host weddings occasionally, or corporate events. We do typically about 25 to 27 events a week. anywhere between anything as far as karaoke, DJs, trivia, bingo. Pretty much we adapt to whatever our clients need.
Yeah.
So
Chad, could I have you slide back and Nadia slide forward a little bit so you're more even? Because the audio, Chad's really loud, Nadia's, so be more even. That way, perfect. I think she'll pick up a lot better. Thank you.
A little better?
Yes, I think we'll be able to hear better.
Okay, great. So, so I guess a little, I'll go into how we got started. Is I was a karaoke host before I was a DJ. And the way I define DJing, and I actually had the definition up, but I'm not gonna, being able to read the room, being able to play music smoothly, transition from one track to another, and while keeping the energy up. So I started to notice 10 years ago that my karaoke shows were a little different than everybody else's. There was, and everybody kept asking me, like why are you guys more popular than, and we really like coming to your karaoke. And so we went to a few karaoke spots and noticed that, there just wasn't a lot of energy in the room. And, there's a lot of dead air. People weren't picking very upbeat songs. It was kind of something depressing.
Yeah, no songs in between singers.
Yeah. So it wasn't until I got asked as a karaoke host if I could DJ on the weekends at a popular downtown nightclub. And so that was a little out of my norm. I was like, sure, let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Never say no.
No. The money was good, and so I took on that challenge and found that I was already doing what I was doing on the weekends at my karaoke shows, and it started to open up a lot more doors for us. Now knowing that I can DJ, and I'm also can offer karaoke, and I can also kind of just into whatever our clients need. Once we started growing a little bit more, we started really having a lot of different, like corporate companies reach out to us for karaoke and say, hey, we don't know if our people are going to sing, so should we hire a DJ to kind of like work with you? And I was like, well, no, if nobody's singing, I'll play some music and we'll, screw it, we'll have a party.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
Yeah. So they're like, oh, you can do that? Yeah, I thought you were just a karaoke host. And I was like, no, I'm a DJ also. So, as we started hiring, we started looking for people that enjoyed music and were good at reading a room. And eventually, we noticed that all of our employees were able to DJ. They were able to keep the energy up in the room, read the crowd, and basically adapt to their surroundings. And that opened up so much for us. We after my first year at Mobile Beat, we came back and I talked to Nadia and I said, hey, what about we throw trivia in the mix?
Sure.
Let's throw some trivia in there. And we kind of made it our own style. At the time, it was mobile trivia. It was just on your smartphone. And so I went and I invested and bought 20 tablets. And was like, I don't want people using their phones. I'll bring tablets and give them out. Well, that automatically sparked an interest in the bars downtown. And it's funny because one of the bars called me in and said, hey, we're cutting entertainment budgets. And we know you crush it on Sunday night with karaoke, but everyone has to we're cutting everybody $50 off everybody. And I said, well, you know what? I said, I've been experimenting with trivia. What do you say we come in an hour early and I'll only charge you $100, but we'll keep your dinner crowd and that trivia we'll use it as a transition into karaoke. Needless to say, I walked out of that meeting, instead of losing $50, I made an extra $50. So,
Nice.
kept the $50 plus made an extra $50. Since then, we've added in,
Photo booth.
no, I'm thinking, I'm blanking out here. Themed trivia.
Okay.
So we started noticing that was really popular, and so we've done The Office, we've done Friends, we've done Game of Thrones, standing room only. It was insane, Disney trivia, and again, just by offering these things, our phones started ringing off the hook. We're getting big companies calling us saying, "Hey, we want you guys for trivia for an hour," and I'm going, "Cool. So what are you going to do after that hour?" They go, "Oh, we're going to probably hire a DJ." And I said, "Well, guess what? We can handle that for you, and it's only this much more, So it's insane how it caught on.
To combine everything, karaoke, trivia, DJ, and then we added photo booth also.
Yep, we
Yeah.
started in adding photo booth, and now we can combo that on to our packages, and so it kind of changes the way we have conversations with clients. They call us, and we may start with, "Oh, we need a DJ," but then it's like, "Hey, have you thought about maybe before we do DJing, like throwing an hour of trivia? It's only this much more, and we'll bring 32 tablets and hand them out to all your guests, and they'll be super excited and involved in the process." And they're like, "Oh." So I mean, we're doing trivia nights now for SDSU, our local college down here, university. Last year we did trivia for Conan O'Brien during Comic-Con. It was a huge event, sold out event, and it just it's amazing how this all started from it started from karaoke, but having a sense of being able to read the room and read your guests. I guess that's the main thing. And I feel like anybody that's a DJ on here can do that. If you can read the room, you don't have to just stick to weekend money, weddings, and you can. The tool's already out there for karaoke and trivia. And if you reach out to me, I can show you easy ways of how to utilize those. And worst comes to worst, somebody's not singing karaoke. I've had so many nights where we don't get karaoke going until the last hour. Finally people are like, "Oh, okay, yeah, all right, we'll try it." But up until that hour, they're having a great time. And I don't know, we don't, our trivia it's like I said, it's unique. We DJ in between. So somebody sings a song, they're coming out with something like "Just Dance with Me," or "I Want to Dance with Somebody," and I have another program opened up to where, as that karaoke software is fading out, we're bringing up the volume and saying, "Great job." And then by the time I'm done talking, boom, we kick into music, and people, they never skip a beat. It's DJing. It's,
Do you have a video to show him?
I do. So am I able to take over the screen?
Yeah. Yep. If you go full screen, share screen, and you can select the window.
Okay, let's see. Okay, share screen. Screen. Okay, so I want to share my desktop. I'm still new to this whole
let's see how it
Zoom
works.
thing.
So I might have to pop over and adjust if it goes controls my screen too. But I think it should be good. Excellent.
Can you see mine?
Oh, nope.
Can you see my desktop?
I got to fix it.
Sorry.
No, you're good. And I think, yes, now we're seeing your desktop.
Okay. So I'm going to play, this is one of our clips from one of our bars that we do on a Thursday night out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
So let's see if we can get this up here.
No, we won't hear anything. You'll have to talk over it.
Can you hear it?
We can't hear the music or anything, but just tell us what we're hearing or what we're seeing. So this is your karaoke kind of promo? And that's a Thursday night?
That's a Thursday night.
Oh.
Believe it or not, one of our most busiest events that we do is a night called Emo Night.
Okay.
So one of our employees came up with this a few years ago.
Can you
and
shut the sharing off, and then so we can get you guys back?
Okay.
There you go. You're back. Perfect. Oh, Emo Night. Tell me about Emo Night.
So we started doing an Emo Night, and it's all of your, my high school favorite, like songs, Blink 182, Rage Against, not Rage Against, any of those like emo-y, kind of songs, and oh my gosh, the community that it has brought together in San Diego has been insane. We'll pack a bar on a Monday night, and in the dead of winter, if we have one of those in San Diego, but we'll pack the bar, and people love it. It's again thinking out of the box. How can we make a Monday night busy? And it's worked great. We've done a Disney night where we'll give away prizes to the best dressed in Disney characters, and you can sing Disney songs. We have all the Disney songs that you can choose from, and
sure.
And again, we have a short video. If you want to see a little glimpse of what Emo Night's like, I can show you that as well.
On a Monday night.
On a Monday night.
On a Monday.
Yeah, if you do the screen share, there's a checked box to share audio, and then share the window.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, because audio will be pretty good on this one. Okay, so I see mute.
It's before you do the screen share.
Oh, it's before we do this. Okay, stop. I'm going to stop share. Okay.
There we go. I want to get back to this. So yeah, when you click, and you click the green at the bottom, and then it pops up.
Okay.
And then there's a tick box at the bottom, I think.
Oh, I see. Share computer sound.
Perfect.
There we go. See, I learn something new every day. Okay, so here we go. This is a glimpse of our Emo Night. So the music's not that intense, when we don't really have a lot of those screamo stuff, but it's fun music. Everybody like I said, everybody kind of feels the room, and all the songs in between are all based in the same theme and keeping that same energy going. And
sure,
it's been an incredible turnout for us, and it's something that we've had a big demand for, and we've been able to charge a lot of money for.
Excellent. So as you added the different services, which one was the most difficult to add to your company?
I don't think any of them were really difficult. Trivia, every once in a while we run into a little hiccup with updates and stuff like that, you know, but I mean, our employees are so on it now that, you know, our team is, we're very good at communicating. I just, you know, there's a few other of the other DJs that have been speakers on, you know, at Mobile Beat or are going to be speakers. A lot of people from the DJ Collective that I've already talked to and have reached out to me, and I've showed them how we brought, you know, for a very small investment and no monthly charge, we brought trivia in and have been able to make so much money off of it. We don't.
I feel like anything, like we've been working with a bar recently for a few months, just trivia. One time per week, just trivia. Now, 2 weeks ago, they asked us to bring karaoke afterwards, just to keep like more customers after the dinner hour.
Nice.
So, if anything, it's just once you get one service, they're tempted to try the other ones also.
Yeah, getting your foot in the door. And like I said, we've had companies reach out to. What are some of the companies we've worked with? Wrote them down here. So we said Conan O'Brien, Sony PlayStation, Southwest Airlines, Pfizer, Pharmaceuticals. I mean, those are just a few. Google, we did a party for, and we just, you know, we didn't reach out to any of these companies. None of these companies. We did zero marketing to try to get these companies. They all came to us, and they came to us because we offer the best trivia. We offer the best karaoke in San Diego. And
combined with DJ services.
And now they know that we also DJ, we also provide photo booths and all. I mean, it's just all kind of, you know, they're like, hold on a second, you guys are a one-stop shop. I get that all the time. Well, you guys are a one-stop shop, so we can just book all of these things with you guys and
be done.
And be done with it. And that's what they like, especially corporate. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, I would have never thought we'd be this into corporate. And last year, corporate was insane for us. And this year was looking promising. Not so much.
I heard
more.
Was in that.
Yeah. But they all reached out to us and said, hey, we love you guys. You guys are our number one. We'll be back. We're just trying to get through this just like you guys. You know?
Exactly.
So I'm confident that in our services and the services that we've provided, that, you know, we will get them back. And there's just so much to offer. I hear so many people that go, oh, karaoke, like I never want to do karaoke. You don't have to be doing it all night, every weekly karaoke bar gigs. You know, just throw it on your website. Learn the basics. It's simple. Learn. You know, you could DJ and switch over to karaoke. There's so many streaming sites now that you don't even have to have a huge library to
function
to offer karaoke. Yeah, you can offer karaoke without having it used to be you had to have the books, the CDs. I had them back in the day. You know, you used to have all that. Now it's just as simple as adding on a photo booth. You know, and you bring a couple extra microphones with you, and you get a program that runs karaoke, and guess what? You just got your foot in the door with somebody that you might not have, because there's so many, you know, with DJs, there's so many to choose from. But how many do DJ, karaoke, trivia, and photo booth?
So how much of your income, if you were to put it in percentages, is a Friday, Saturday night income compared to other nights of the week, if you were going to put percentages down?
Oh, I would say 30% weekend.
Because
really?
The income is steady.
The weekly income's steady. Yeah, we have resident DJs at a couple of the different bars downtown, myself included. I've been a DJ in downtown San Diego for I think 7 years now. And I actually was able to get into a bit of a bidding war with because I listened to so much different music. I left one gig or one residency to take another residency at a country bar. Now I like country, but I love country music, but I didn't I didn't necessarily see myself. I liked open format. I liked being able to play, EDM if I wanted to. I liked being able to drop some, some hip hop and stuff like that. And they wanted me to come do country. And I said, you know what, I can do it. I can definitely do it. And I told Nadia and I had a long conversation and said, you know what, I think this is a good move for us because this will help expand what we do. So I did the karaoke, or I did the country DJing for three or 4 years. And now, because of that, another country bar had reached out and tried to poach me. And so they got into a little bit of a bidding war, and guess who ended up in the end making out? It was us. And now I've been able to hire another country DJ to take over for me on that country side, and I've gone over to the top 40 hip hop side where I'm comfortable, where I enjoy. Just because I can slip in a country track if I want to, some Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy, and still keep the energy up without having to, people be like, oh, this is a country bar, So, it ended up working out great. But yeah, definitely, I would say, sorry to get off topic there, but yeah,
no, that's good.
30% weekend, and yeah, we've always kind of crushed it in the weekday market.
Excellent, congratulations, that's awesome stuff. Good stuff. If folks would like to get in touch and ask questions, you guys are really doing some cool stuff there. What's the best way for them to be able to do that?
So my cell is always open.
We don't want to do cell phones, but how can they?
Yeah, I know. Facebook. I always tell people, my info is not really hard to find, but I'm always on Facebook. Chad Allen Blackburn, Almost Famous Entertainment. We have a page. I don't really run the page too much. Our girl Veronica kind of handles that, but she's very good at getting to me and being like, hey, we got a message on the page, get back to them. So, our website is almostfamoussd.com. But again, I'd recommend just hitting me up on Facebook. Sure. I have tons of DJ friends on, I'd say, the majority are DJs.
Yep, DJ. Yep, I know that is.
Yeah.
Well, excellent.
So, feel free.
Yeah,
and she's always on Instagram, so she's the Instagram, I'm the Facebook.
And it's busy enough where a person almost needs to have the separation like that, doing your thing. Well, Nadia, Chad, thank you guys for being on tonight. There's some great information and some great motivation for those who want to expand their businesses. I think that's a neat idea.
No, thank you for having us, John. I really appreciate it. And we love DJNTV. And thank you so much for doing this. It's so great.
Thank
for
you
the
very
community.
much. Yeah. Gang, we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Shani's up next. She's on deck, and we'll be back for our next session. Go check out the chill room, djntv.com/chill. Go check that out, and we'll be back in just a couple. Once again, Nadia, Chad, thanks for being on.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey in lines and cases, NLFX Professional, Promo Only, and the DJNTV Insiders.
DJ Event Planner will change the way you manage and run your business. Streamline all of your procedures and software into one easy-to-manage system. DJ Event Planner, the ultimate online planning tool.
Live. That's right. We are live. We are just, we just about wrapped up the night. It's been a day. Oh, been a long day. Shani, the one and only Shani Barnett from the big city of Chicago, is joining us for our almost last session of the night. Good evening, Shani.
Hello. Good evening.
And you are just all excited and fired up because you can get up early and have your morning coffee.
I don't drink coffee, but I could get up early and I could have my morning tea and listen to the birds chirping while I'm getting up and not going to bed.
And see, yeah, the schedule's a little bit on the upside down here for a lot of folks right now.
I'm very confused on my schedule right now, but I'll get used to it because I got over 8 weeks to get used to it.
And then it's going to all go crazy and we're going to have a great time once again. So, Shani, what are we going to talk about in our session tonight?
We are talking about what all of us can be doing in, I guess I could say, our downtime right now of all of us not having gigs and having a lot of time on our hands, or having some time on our hands if you have kids and you got other stuff going on and everything. And this is just some stuff you could be doing that's actually going to help you in the future for your business and for yourself.
Excellent. That sounds great. We've kind of talked a little bit throughout. Every show has mentioned a little something. So this will be the definitive list.
Okay.
You sound,
like, I didn't get it like notarized or anything, but okay.
No, but if we say it is,
hopefully we'll help some people out to kind of put their butts in gear.
Excellent. Let's get on it. What do we have?
Well, first one is for us mobile DJ people. And right now we all know what's going on. It's everybody's talking about it. It's all over social media. But I think for us, we need to get a jump on it for our clients. And we need to actually contact our clients before our clients are contacting us. And we need to just give them an assurance, like, we are here for you. Look, if you need to reschedule your date, we can talk about this. We can, move forward with this. We're here for you. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still going to, be your DJ. I'm still going to do your event. But I think for us as a good business person, we need to do the first initial contact instead of waiting for those dates of March, April, and even maybe beginning of May. But especially here in Chicago, we're 8 weeks here. Mm-hmm. We already got it from the governor. So we're all the way through May. And just contact them and say, look, I got you. Just give them a little more insurance because they're not just dealing with their entertainment company. They got to deal with everybody else, their venue, their caterers, their, everything that they hired. They got to deal with all of that.
Right.
So getting that one email just from us, even if it's just a couple sentences, kind of just makes them do that little breath like, okay, I appreciate that, this DJ contacted me. Mm-hmm. Good. Now I can move on. So let's kind of be a little, I know everybody's jumping and that's another thing. Everybody's jumping all over Facebook going, I had another event canceled. I did this. Look, if you're friends with your clients and you're putting stuff like that out there, you're freaking them out.
Yes, very much so.
So please be careful on what you are putting. For anyone that knows me and DJNTV, I've said this so many times about your social media posts. Be very careful what you're putting out on your social media if you're friends with your clients. Because putting stuff like, oh, I had a fifth one cancel. I don't know what I'm going to be doing now. They're thinking, oh my God, are you going out of business? Am I going to have to look for another DJ if I want to move my event to May or June or even the summer?
Yep.
So please be careful. I mean, if you want to customize your post so it's only for a certain list of people, that's one thing. But be very careful what you say, because a client might just say, keep my deposit. I don't care. I want to go somewhere where they're not going to be talking about this. So just be careful about that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that sometimes we forget is that, we think it's just me and my DJ friends, because they're the ones who interact with most of our cool DJ pictures, the ones where I'm like holding that Huey Lewis album, or the one where I'm mixing with Megaseg. Either one, that the people are just astounded to that. But, there are other people too who go and said, it's taken me this.
Yeah, just because I've been off TV doesn't mean I don't remember everything.
It's taken this long for me to get that worked in today, so I appreciate you coming on so I could work that in. Okay.
Yeah. So contact your clients, be proactive, and just let them know you're here for them. So that's one thing. Mm-hmm. Another thing is, hey guys, let's make some mixes. We got the time. Let's do this. Make some mixes. post them on your Mixcloud or your SoundCloud. If you don't have an account, now is a great time to start an account. And guess what? Free promotion of your mixes. You don't have to pay for it. Have you ever had a client say, hey, you know, I want to come to your event. I want to hear what you sound like. I want to this and that. Guess what? Send them a link to one of your mixes that's on your Mixcloud, your SoundCloud, wherever it is. Now is the time. Get in the mood. I know, like, I started working on a mix today, and it just like made me just happy. Music makes me happy, so I just kind of forgot everything, and I was like in the zone for like 2 hours. And then, of course, as soon as I took the headphones off, I'm like, oh yeah, reality. Great.
Here's the world.
But,
Thanks.
Right, great. We're back to it. But seriously, make some new mixes. You know, upload them, put them wherever you want to put them. It's free promotion. You can't get better than free promotion.
That it is, yeah. From a wedding DJ perspective, is Mixcloud or SoundCloud? Obviously, SoundCloud's more popular. I
actually use Mixcloud.
Okay, Mixcloud. Is there a way to that fits into a wedding DJ who doesn't do the club things?
Yeah, well, yeah. Even if you put your mixes, there's so many times that clients have said, hey, I want to use you. You know, do you have like a sample of your work, and not just like a promo video? You know, because I could send them promo videos left and right, but they say, can I have a sample of your work? And I'll be like, yeah, sure. Is there a certain genre you want to hear? And I make sure I try to touch on all genres, and I even do like an open format mix as well. So that way I can send them. And then I have different lengths of mixes too, because I don't want to make like a whole hour mix that I'm going to send to a client. I'd rather do like a 20-minute mix that I can send to them. Link to my Mixcloud, and I'm like, here's my top 40 mix that, you know, I did a month ago. And they're like, wow, this is great. Yeah, that's, you know, that's something that we would, you know, want in our event. So definitely for my corporate clients, my mobile clients, actually do it more for my social clients than I do for the club stuff. They don't care about my mixes because everybody in the clubs are always, oh, well, you know, you just, you know, I already know you know how to mix. So it's more for my social clients that really want to hear like a good mix for them to book.
Interesting. I haven't looked into it. I might need to change that up just a little bit, because I am pretty good with mixing my 80s music.
80s music is hot right now. 80s music is hot right now at events. If you look at the age range of the people that are at events, even at my mitzvahs that I do, the adults that are, you know, the parents of the kids are 80s and 90s babies. So they want 80s and 90s. So you're good to go, John.
I have a career. Yay. Okay, so working on mixes is our second one. What do we have next?
So this kind of will go with your mixes if you want. Update your music. Update your music. And when I say update your music, I don't even mean just the new hottest music. Update your older stuff too, like your 80s stuff. Your throwbacks, stuff like that. You have time now. Go through your library, your music polls, go through your stuff, see what you need to update. You know, if you thought about it and you're like, really, I don't really have a great 80s rock crate, and I always wanted to put that together. Now's the time to figure that out and make a great crate for that. So when you're doing those events, you could just go right to that crate and not think again to myself, I never updated my music. So now is the time to update all of it, like the new hot stuff, like all the TikTok songs that we got to play at all these young kid parties. And then also, you know, the throwback stuff. So update your music now. You have time. Do it.
Excellent. When you're doing the crates, is that something where dealing with tags and such, you know, to dive into that deep into the pool, or?
My crates don't really have that many tags on it, but my crates are very like particular as like the crate name. So like I have a crate that's like the current music, the hot music. I actually have a crate that says like TikTok. So I know like those are the songs that are the hot TikTok songs. Then I have like my Motown crate. I have my 80s rock. Then I have like my 80s dance, you know, and then same thing with like 90s. I have like my throwback, but then I also have like my club 90s stuff. So I have like different crates for different things for me. I know other people kind of just put all 90s together and then they put like their tags on it.
Yeah, right.
But I'll have like sub crates of like all my different things.
Okay, that makes sense. Excellent. Making and managing our crates.
Yes.
Let's see, we're up to number 4.
All right. So number 4, we're probably going to do like 8 of these maybe.
Excellent.
So number 4, when was the last time you updated your social media bio? Probably like when you went on social media.
Yeah, probably shortly thereafter. Probably the last time I
Right?
modified some of that was the last time you talked about it in one of our shows.
Right. So like all your bios, think about like the bio you put on your Facebook, on your business Facebook, on your Twitter, on your Instagram. Think of like all those little bios you just put in there and then you've left them for years. And maybe it says something like you were doing something that year, or you've been in business for 10 years and now it's 15 years, or it's even like 20 years later and it still says 10 years because you just haven't updated your social media bio. So go on all your social media platforms, look at your bio. Maybe there's something that you've done, which is like an incredible type of event. Like you spun in Vegas, or you spoke in Vegas, or, you spoke at the DJNTV, convention. Put that in your bio now. And that's a current thing. So definitely update your social media bio. We have the time. So do it.
Yeah. Good tip. Very good tip. You're making me feel guilty because now I need to go do some things.
And you're like, I haven't done that.
I haven't done that. And I could actually talk about some of the cool things.
All right. Another thing too, I'm going to do a couple more updates. Another thing to update, your website. When was the last time you actually added some current content to your website, or current pictures, or current something, testimonials, like whatever you have on your website. Now is the time to kind of update it, or maybe revamp it, or maybe change it around, not just add new stuff, but maybe just change it. Or maybe change the font. One little thing to change it can make it pop.
Yeah.
So you have the time right now. If you want, look through some of your friends or rivals and, see what you like, see what you don't like. Update that too as well.
This is the time.
This is the time. All right, one more update for you guys, because I'm just going to keep giving you guys homework since we have a lot of time on our hands right now.
This is the time to grow your business on that side of it. Yeah.
Your marketing material. When was the last time you actually updated your marketing material? If you do a lot of showcases, whether they be bridal shows, or like I don't really do bridal shows, but I do other types of showcases, and we hand out a lot of material. When was the last time you actually updated that as far as your packaging or your pictures, or even your own team's pictures? If you is it a picture that somebody's been using for like the last 10 years where they actually don't even look like that anymore? I don't care if they still look like it and they want to use it. I'm all fine with that. But if all of a sudden they don't have hair anymore and it's a picture of them with hair, you might want to update that, or, things like that. Just update some stuff with your marketing material. So when you do, if somebody asks for a promo, marketing book, or however you guys do it, or you have a, showcase coming up, hopefully May, June, wherever you're living at, when we can go back in the public, your stuff is already updated and you're not still giving out old stuff because you didn't have time to update it. We have time now.
We do. And as you say, when things do open up, it's going to go crazy. That's the thing. As soon as we get that okay, and as soon as those events start happening, I know for us it's going to be June. I wish it would be May. I'm hoping maybe they'll be the end of May. It's just going to be nonstop, and you're not going to have time to do any of this stuff that I'm talking about. Yeah, for sure.
So do it now, so you don't get boggled down and just get stressed out with, oh, now I got to do these events. Now I got to do this. Now I got to do that. Work on this stuff now, so then you can work on the performance stuff when that time comes. So update, update, update.
Excellent.
And back up, back up, back up. I didn't add that one, but we could add that one too. Make sure you back up all your stuff.
Especially after you've gotten your crates all designed for optimal performance.
That is correct. Yeah. All right, my last one, my number 8, before we get into maybe some other stuff, is my big one that you should be doing just all the time, and that's practice, practice, practice. Now, when I say practice, 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 you have time now to actually practice maybe some new stuff that you haven't been able to touch on. If you aren't a scratcher and you want to just get some baby steps of some wikis, this is a great time to pull out your stuff and work on some baby scratches and some things like that and some cuts. If you need some more time with your mixes, I know I'm always working on my mixing, no matter what.
Sure.
That's just normal for me, always working on it. Work on some mixes, work on some routines. A lot of people don't understand that it's not just throwing a song together in here. Work on some cool routines. And I'm not saying like we're doing routines like a Red Bull tournament or DMC, things like that. I'm just talking about like do a genre routine. Do my big thing that I'm personally working on right now is the wordplay type of routines. And I did a couple of those songs in Vegas, actually at the photo booth expo party. And I did a couple of those, but like that's a big thing for me right now is I'm working on wordplay songs.
So for those who don't know what that is, Shani, can you?
So wordplay songs is, maybe you have like 2 songs. So you're playing the first song. We'll just say, I'm playing Shape of You, Ed Sheeran.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm playing, Shape of You, and we all know how it's, the shape of you. Okay, so we all know how it sounds. So at one point, he starts saying the word love, and he's in everything. And I kind of do a little mix, and I do some cool effects and everything, where it's, he's talking about that, and then I go into another song where it starts with the word love.
Okay.
Things like that. And
Mhm.
everyone's like, oh, that's so cool. And I'm like, that's wordplay. That's something different. That's something you don't normally do. Well, some people don't normally do it, things like that.
Sure.
So just, work on some new stuff. If you haven't really done some cool routines before where you're like, I don't know if I'd be able to mix this song into that. Try it out. Now's your time to practice everything. Record it. Listen back to it. You could always delete the recording. You don't have to keep recording.
There you are. Yeah, there is that.
God knows I've deleted a lot of recordings that I'll listen to while I'm like eating or something, or doing cardio, and I'm like, that was the worst mix I've ever done. Who was that? And then I have to look to make sure it was my mix. I'm like, oh, that was mine. Yeah, that was not good. We're not saving that one. But like, work on some new stuff. Like I said, just practice. Work on some cool things. Yeah, I'm going to add one more. I'm going to do one more to this.
Great.
My big one, network. Now is the time to reach out to other DJs in the community. Reach out to people who are your mentors, of course. But now is the time actually to reach out to some new people that you haven't normally talked to. Maybe you met them at the DJNTV conference. Maybe you've heard about them because they did a seminar for John a couple weeks ago and you really liked what they talked about, or maybe you did reach out to them, but your schedules were so crazy, you didn't have time to just connect. Guess what? We have time now.
Yeah, for sure.
So, reach out to your old ones that you talk to all the time and talk about some things and music and this and that. And, hey, what are you playing for this kind of stuff? Hey, what's in your TikTok folder? Hey, what are you playing for this type of group? And reach out to the new ones and make some great connections. And maybe that's a person now that you're always going to be reaching out to. You never know.
Right.
Now is the time to talk to people. Do we know how to do that? Do we actually know how to, talk to people in our downtime?
I don't know.
I don't know. We're going to have to figure that out.
I wonder if there's a book on it.
There might be, or at least, do they still make those Cliff Notes? Remember those Cliff Notes?
Yeah, the yellow.
I had to do those a lot for the Shakespeare back in school. I did not understand Shakespeare whatsoever. It was like a foreign language to me. So I'm not going to lie. I had to do those yellow books, those Cliff Notes. And then,
most of that artistic stuff like that is just like,
I didn't understand.
I was a math person, so it's like, well, I don't understand. Why is she sad? Why doesn't she just do something about her life? 10-step program.
I got the Et tu Brute, but then after that, I was done. But yeah, network, reach out to people. People have time now. Reach out to them on any of their social medias and just be like, hey, I just, I saw you at the blah, 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 or I heard you, or, I've always wanted to reach out to you and talk to you about something. If you have some time, I'm sure they have time right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Got time.
That is something that again, with social media, it's so easy to do that. And you never know. That, as you said, one relationship could become a lifelong friend who is
like there. John and I sat next to each other on a plane.
Mm-hmm. And the next thing you know, we're doing shows.
And I'm stuck with him now on Monday nights.
There we are. Well, no, some good ideas and good thoughts there as folks are getting ready to handle the situation. You mentioned 8 weeks is what?
Yeah, here in Chicago, it's 8 weeks. It's terrible. I'm not going to lie. It's, and that's another thing. Like, I'm not going to lie to anybody. It's bad. It's bad everywhere. We can't sugarcoat this.
Yeah.
It's
Tough on
bad.
business,
It's
yeah.
getting worse for us here. They're closing everything down. They've already closed restaurants and bars down here. So you can't even go out to eat anywhere. The bars, they all closed down St. Patrick's weekend. So, I lost like 4 gigs that weekend. And it's getting worse. Every time the governor and the mayor keeps coming on TV, it was like, okay, 100 people you can't do. Now 50 people. Now they're saying, we don't want groups of 10 people. Like,
Right.
it's getting worse and worse here. So it is what it is. You can't sugarcoat it. You can't sit there and be like, oh no, it'll be okay. We all know it's not going to be okay. We just have to do what we have to do to make sure we get through how many weeks it is for whatever cities or states we're all in and move forward from there. Hopefully a lot of you can make sure you stay in business. We can make sure we're good when we get back to our clients, but do whatever you can do right now to just get through it. And it's not going to be complaining on social media.
Yeah, exactly.
Complaining on social media. We all know every single state is going through it. Every single city is going through it. There's not one place. Everybody was like, oh, they're not going through it in Vegas. Guess what? Vegas is shut down now.
Yeah, exactly.
Vegas, like, you never thought a place like that would be shut down.
Yeah, and there it is. That's
And hotels, everything. Vegas is shut down. It's crazy. We're, hopefully we won't get to the point where it is in Italy, where we're, quarantined in our own houses, but it's no joke. And for the millenniums that are watching that think it's okay to just keep going out and partying, you guys have to understand, you might be okay, but then there's, your loved ones, there's elderly, there's people like me with immune problems.
Yeah.
That if we get sick, that's it for us.
Yeah, it could be.
So just please,
catastrophic.
be safe. Be safe in what you do and be cautious. And hopefully, if everybody just does that, for us, maybe the 8 weeks will turn into 6 weeks. Maybe for the other places, the 4 weeks might turn into 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So just be cautious. And like I said, as far as the DJing going, work on all this stuff. So when business is back booming for everybody, you're making more money than you thought you were going to.
Yep.
Because your marketing material came out. You did a mix that you posted, and somebody came and reached out to you and heard your mix, and they want to book you now. And that's an event that you got booked because of Mixcloud. You can Venmo me a commission. It's cool. I'll take a Venmo. That's fine.
That'll work.
Your marketing material is up to date. So when you do your next showcase or bridal show or whatever, you have up to date stuff. You updated your bio on your social media and you put some cool stuff in there. And now all of a sudden you're getting a private message from somebody that saw that and they want to book you. And now you're networking with people that you never networked before. And you have a long lost friend now that you can go to White House Sub with when you get to Atlantic City for the next conference.
Exactly.
And you practiced your mixing and you practiced your sets and things like that. So you're not, rusty when you get back going again.
Yeah. And that's going to be a big thing for a lot of us.
Yeah.
Some of us haven't taken 3-4 weeks off ever since we started.
I mean, this like I was telling John the other day, this is so new to me. I'm used to DJing 3 to 4 times a week with the restaurants and the lounges and the clubs and the private events. I'm always working. So this is completely so awkward for me to not take this much time. Of course, when I was in the hospital and sick and stuff like that, that was different. But being healthy and just being locked in my house, this is just like, so I don't know what's happening right now.
Yeah, it's so odd.
I'm catching up on some good programs, though. I'd have to say that.
Well, there is that. That's another show. Shani, thank you much for being on tonight and sharing your list and thoughts here this evening. And gang, we are going to be wrapping things up. We've got one more session coming up here in just a few minutes. We've got Sean Carlson. Sean was on last week talking about how they create these video moments and segues and such with activities and such. And tonight he's going to be going through the gear here in just a few moments. Shani, once again, thanks for being on with me tonight.
Bye, guys. Stay strong, everybody.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's show from DJNTV, Disc Jockey News TV. Tonight's show is brought to you by Electra Voice, DJ Event Planner, DJ Trivia, Odyssey Innovative Designs and Cases, NLFX Professional, Only, and the DJNTV Insiders. Hey, in our final segment tonight, we have got Sean Carlson from Wisconsin. He's going to be coming on. This is a pre-recorded session and kind of going through some of the gear that he uses when he's creating his video aspects to his weddings and corporate events. So we've got Sean Carlson.
Good evening and welcome to the DJNTV Virtual Expo 2020. My name is Sean Carlson. I am from Carlson Entertainment, and tonight I am going to let you get inside this DJ's camera bag. So, if you don't know anything about me, I run a little DJ and video production company called Carlson Entertainment up in Eau Claire, Wisconsin here. And something that we really like doing is working together with our clients to create content for their events. Transitions. We also create content during their events that we can record and play back later so that they can rewatch their events. We have feature films, and we also create a lot of content for ourselves. So what I'm going to do tonight is take a look at some of the tools that we use to create films and show you some different cameras, some different audio equipment, and some different items that you may like to use if you're thinking about getting started, either creating content for your brand, creating transitional type videos for your clients, or even just starting maybe a video production division of your company and you're looking to get in the door. All of these items I'm going to show you are definitely on the more affordable side, so I'm not going to dig in super deep into fancy equipment with a lot of bells and whistles that maybe you don't need as a DJ. These are going to be good cameras that the DJ that are affordable and really put out a good product. So first, if you really don't have a ton of money and you're looking to get started in this, not that great, but cameras today on phones are phenomenal. They take great images. They take pretty darn good video. The only things that you're kind of limited with here are on the iPhone, the speakers and the microphone, not the speakers. The microphones aren't really good. So you need to get some type of shotgun mic or lavalier mic that you can put on yourself or whoever you're interviewing. Or just get another audio capture device, but we'll go through those in a little bit. So right now we'll talk about cameras, we'll talk about stabilization and audio in just a minute. But another thing that's kind of a downside to this is you're stuck with the frame rate, and the exposure is going to be an automatic exposure. You don't really get to choose and select how those things work. And I'll talk about with the other cameras how that can kind of play into a role with how good your footage looks. So if you're stuck, if you're really tight, I still use this. I have stabilization for it, and I'll show you that too in a minute. Another camera that I've got here is I've got my Sony A6300. Which this is a mirrorless camera, fantastic little camera for the price. The kit lens that comes with it is pretty stellar too, that you don't even have to go out right away and buy a whole bunch of lenses to get going and get really good content with this camera. I love this thing to death. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. The other one that I like is this Canon. This is a Vixia G20. and this is an HD actual video camera, so it's a little bit different than this guy. And we'll talk about just the differences between a video camera or SLR or mirrorless camera like this one is, and what are really the pros and cons of each of these. One pro to the video camera is that there is no recording length limit. So on this video camera, you can pretty much set it in a corner, set it to record, turn it on, push it, and it can record you all night long. So I really like to use these just set up in the corner of the room to capture either a long length time lapse, maybe on the dance floor that I can compress it, or even just to record myself as an MC and be able to look back and see how I'm doing, because I don't really have to watch it. Other benefits of this guy, it has built-in ND filters, which I'll talk about those in a minute too, but I'm not going to get into it right now. ND filters are basically like sunglasses for this camera, so you can set certain rates and be set up properly so that you can capture the best video possible without having to change lenses, and you don't have to really adjust a whole lot. So it's really just, it's set to go, it's good, it can record a long time, and it's simple. Now back to the A6300, the Sony over here. The things I love about this camera are one, the size of it. It's just tiny. Look at that thing. So small. I mean, compared, like my hands are tiny. And this thing it's just small, and it puts out fantastic video. You don't have to have a crazy stabilizer for it. It has built-in lens stabilization in this kit lens, as well as it's got an electronic zoom here, which that's pretty cool. Pretty cool to have an electronic zoom like that. And also what I love about it too is you can use it as a camera. So you can take high quality still pictures so that you can get good video as well as you can get still pictures. Now, another, I guess, upside to it, you can switch your lenses. So if you do want to get a super shallow depth of field, you can get like a 50 millimeter 1.8 aperture lens and get that smooth, like blurred out background, and you can get other lenses in different styles so that you can fit your video to what you want, but that's not necessary on like the video camera over here. So these are a couple that I like to use. And before I move on to stabilization and audio, I just want to give you a couple quick tips about actually using these cameras and using them appropriately. The first thing I want to talk about is what to use as far as the preset settings. I absolutely hate using auto on a video camera. Never use audio, or never use auto, always use audio. Never use the auto setting. Repeat it with me, say it right now, say it back. Sean, I promise I will not use the auto setting on my video camera. And there are a couple reasons for this. When you are taking a still picture, your shutter speed and your ISO and your aperture, those are the three things that are going to make up the exposure of your image. Those three things have to be set a certain way for video to look right. If you don't set them right, then your video can look shaky, it can look weird, and your camera doesn't know that. It doesn't go, oh, he's doing video, so I can't crank up the shutter speed, or I can't crank up the ISO. And what happens is you end up getting all of this video content that looks terrible. Now, when you're shooting, if you're newer, a couple of things I like to do, I like to use what's called TV mode on most of the cameras. What TV mode does is it allows you to set your shutter speed. And that's where you're going to have the most issues. Typically when you're shooting video, if you're shooting at 24 frames per second, your camera shutter speed should be double that. So it should be 48, or I think the next closest setting on this camera is 50. That means your shutter speed should pretty much always be there, always at 50. So you don't have an option there. If you have a fixed aperture, if you're using like a 1.8 lens, that's stuck. You can't do anything with it. This one goes between 3.5 and 5.6, so I have a little bit of wiggle room. And what happens in TV mode is it sets your shutter speed where it's supposed to be, and then it will adjust based on your aperture and ISO. And another really cool feature in here, and if I get too technical, I'm kind of nerdy. So if I get too technical on you here and you have any questions about any of this stuff that I'm bringing up and talking about, please reach out to me and I'll try to help you out the best I can. But you can set, back to ISO, you can set a limit on here so that it won't go over a certain point. Because what happens with ISO when you get too high is your footage starts getting grainy and yucky looking, and you don't want that. So if you play around with your low light settings, you can find where that little magic line is, where it starts looking terrible and where it doesn't. And once you find that, you can set your ISO limit on there, put it in TV mode, set your shutter speed, and essentially you're good to go. You don't have to worry about anything. But there are a few steps to getting to that point. And you can do that in this camera. You can also do it in the video camera here. But your cell phone, unfortunately, you can't. You're kind of stuck. So never, ever, 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 ever shoot in automatic profiles on these cameras. Yes, they're pretty good, but you'll run into trouble. It'll be an issue. Learn the manual settings, do some of the things I just told you, and you're going to get some great footage. Another quick tip when you're shooting, choose your frame rates wisely. When you edit, frame rates are when they talk about 24 frames per second or 30 frames per second or 60 or 120. You want to choose your frame rates intentionally. Most cinematic stuff is shot at 24 frames per second. The reason you would shoot at 60 is so that you can do slow-mo and slow it down. But you don't want to necessarily shoot everything at 60 or everything at 24. You want to shoot intentionally whether you want to create slow motion or if you want things in real time. Because what will happen is if you drop a 60 frames per second video on a 24p timeline, is your software that you're using will drop frames on their own. It'll be like, oh, I'm just going to pick, and it'll toss them out, and it'll look jittery. It won't look as good. So choose those intentionally. And also, I don't really shoot at 4K. I don't, because if I'm streaming content during an event, a lot of times I'm exporting the final file at 720p just so it's not working as hard on my computer and it looks good during the event. So I like to use 1080p for my total video, just because if you use 1080p, then you can scale it down. You could scale it up to 4K to an extent, but you'll lose quality. But you don't really need that for streaming or for anything that's not going to be future-proofed. And also you can get higher frame rates and a lot more versatility with your camera. So just to recap, never shoot what? Never shoot auto, and never, ever, 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 ever use the wrong frame rates to put them in a different time. It'll just create a mess. Pick them appropriately. I recommend 24 frames per second and 60 for slow-mo. That's how I operate here. The next thing that is going to take you to the next level right off the bat is your audio quality. Audio is king when it comes to video. Audio is where it's at. And I think that's the number one thing that I see with DJ videos or gig logs and things that always bothers me. They'll have these really great sharp images, and then the audio is just junk because they're taking it off the speaker by putting just a microphone next to the speaker, or they're taking it off their camera, which another thing about cameras, they tend to have really crappy microphones. They're just not good. And so I have on-camera microphones like this shotgun mic. I think this is a Rode Video Mic Pro with a little dead cat on it that knocks down wind noise. These are nice, but they still can get pretty noisy and junky. So I also really love these Zoom recorders. I have this H4n, and I also have an H1, Zoom H1. The H1 here, I think these are like $100 ish, and this is more like the 250 range. The upside to the H4n, and I think the new model is the H4n Pro, is they have these XLR preamps in them, which is really, really nice to be able to plug directly into your board. I don't use the onboard microphones a whole lot, but you can also 4-channel mix. With these, the H1, I love these because these are really super duper easy to take a lavalier mic and hook up into the line out and use as an interview box. So we'll hook these up and then just like throw it in the jacket pocket of whoever's talking, and then I'll sync the audio later. Or you can connect either one of them directly to your board, to your DJ board, and that way what you get is good, clean, crystal clear audio. Even if you're playing back dance sets and mixes and those kind of things, if you can get your direct line from the board, it's going to sound so much better than taking it from a mic or a speaker. And it will take your gig logs and it will take just your overall content and make it that much better. I get the downside where some people will say, hey, but then I don't get the crowd noise and I don't get all that kind of stuff. Well, it's got 2 inputs on it. So just go into multi-channel mixing mode and then take another mic, throw a mic on there that's just for crowd noise, and then record your direct from the board. Then what you can do in post afterwards is you can mix how much crowd noise is in your video versus just having it stuck in there. Couple quick tips on these guys before I move on to stabilization, and we'll talk about stabilization and what's good, what's bad, what you should do, and what's going to work better. With these recorders, again, just like the cameras, the auto gain mode sucks, just like auto exposure mode sucks on cameras. If you use auto gain, 9 times out of 10, I had issues with clipping and problems. What you should do is take this thing. I don't know if you can see this real well or not, but it has the levels on here. So you can set your record level on the side. And then what you want to do is just crank it up until you get to the point that, like right now, it's hitting like -12. I want my peaks to hit at like -6, between that -12 and -6 right there. And when they're hitting in between there, that gives me enough room that I'm not getting to 0 where it's going to peak out and I'm going to have a lot of issues. If you're getting too low, if you're getting down below that -24 to -48 most of the time, you're going to get a lot of noise in your sound. But just try to hit that between that -6, -12 for your peaks as you're consistently talking, and you're going to get really, really great clean audio. And like I said, if you really want that room noise and you want to do the extra work, throw an extra mic on it, capture that on another channel, and then mix it, because otherwise it's bled in there. It's going to sound weird. The music doesn't sound as good. Just do it. Get one of these, record your mixes. You're going to love me for it. Guaranteed. I just know it. I'll use these, the H1s for interviews, like I said, with the lavalier. And what that does is it gives you a really nice close proximity microphone that you can really hear and understand it. In pretty much any software that you get, I use Final Cut Pro 10. You can sync audio with your clips incredibly easily. It will take the audio from the sample clip and it will take the audio from your audio file here, and it will just sync them together and they'll sound super duper good. Okay, one more thing that I'm going to talk about here is stabilization. So let's go back to our iPhone. We'll go back to our iPhone for a minute and talk about stabilizing that. I'm sure you've all seen the lovely videos that just are like shaky and jittery. It's like the camera is bouncing around like this and it looks horrible, right? So I would hook yourself up. This is a stabilizer. It's made by Zion Crane. It's the Zion, I don't remember what model it is, but it's made by Zion, and it's their iPhone stabilizer. What's cool about it is it's got this little joystick, so you can move and tip it up and down, and yeah, I think you can even pan left and right depending on the mode that you're in here. Yeah, there we go. But what's cool about this is when you're walking around, it's going to move with you. And it's going to keep everything nice and smooth, and you'll just get this real professional look. So even when you're shooting with your iPhone, or if you're an Android guy, I'm sorry, that's I guess that's up to you. But you can get this nice, stable, awesome looking footage by using a stabilizer. This little guy was not real expensive, and it's super duper handy to be able to have to just walk around and grab some footage while I'm at an event. I have its big brother too. I kind of showed this earlier, but this is the Zhiyun crane for my A6300 that I have. And what's cool about this guy is it's kind of the same thing. You can get that, it's easy to balance. You can get some nice sweeping motions, as well as it just keeps your camera completely smooth. Some tips and tricks, I guess, for this thing when you're working with it, and what I've seen DJs really do wrong, or just video editors and video capturers in general, is they think, okay, cool, my footage is stable, it's level, that's great, now I can just run around with the camera like a crazy person. And so you get a lot of this footage that's like dipping, it's all over the place, and it's jumping around and up and down. When you're working with stabilizers, slow your movements and make them deliberate. I'll say that again, slow down your movements and make them very deliberate. So motion needs to be thought about. It can't just be, hey, okay, it's stable, so I'm going to run and do whatever I want. You still need to pay attention to the rule of thirds. You need to pay attention to making sure that you're not over moving too fast so that your frame rate can't keep up. You want to make sure your content looks good, and a lot of times what I see happening is people are just moving and they're shaking way too much, and it causes a whole bunch of problems. So get a stabilizer, start working with it, make your movements slow and intentional, and honestly, when you first start, make your movements very minimal, because if they aren't minimal, then you can screw up your footage. You can always put movement in when you're in your editing software. You can make cameras zoom in, you can make them twist and rotate, and you can do a lot of different stuff in post, but you can't take it out. Once it's there, and you're stuck with it. So keep it simple, don't shake it around, and please do not run around with your camera in your hand like this shooting. It gets shaky and jittery and yuck, and then it looks horrible no matter how steady you think your hand is. And I'm sorry, DJs, I'm sorry, but the video footage of the dance floor where you're bouncing the camera around and it looks like the whole camera's drunk, it's not super good. Get it nice and stabilized. Get a tripod even. Just leave it. Set it still. You can put movement in later, but you can't take it out once you have it, and once the moment's gone, it's done. It's done. So to recap here, I'll go back and just kind of show you. So I've got this A6300 DSLR. Love this camera on my Zhiyun stabler. Fantastic. Downside of it, I guess I didn't talk about, the only downside is there is a recording limit. I think the recording limit is like 20 minutes, and it'll shut off and you have to restart it again. So it's not a good camera if you're going to set it in the corner to just try to capture things. This is more of your run and gun camera, where that's where this guy comes into play, and I really like using him because this one you can just set in the corner, turn it on, hit record, and it'll run all night. It even has a dual slot for your SD cards. So you can have two of them recording. You can have it overlap to the next card, or you can actually record on dual slots if you want to at the same time, just for a backup, which is really cool. So that's cool. Use your phone. If you want to use your phone, you can do that too. That's awesome. Stabilization is king, and audio is more important than video. If you have terrible audio, nobody will want to watch your video. That's just truth. If they can't understand what people are saying and they can't understand what's going on, it's going to make for a terrible film. So work on your audio. If you have any questions about any of this stuff, about cameras, about getting into this, getting started, hit me up. You can find me on Facebook. You can find me by going to my page, Sean Carlson Studios, which is my personal brand page. Hit me up, send me a message, shoot me an email, sean@carlsonentertainment.com. Call me, whatever works best for you. But make sure you reach out if you want to get better. Keep working. If you have any questions, I'm here for you. Thanks for tuning in. I hope this was helpful, and I hope I gave you some tips and tricks and ideas that are going to help take your films to the next level. Good night.